In the next few hours, I'm literally going to show you everything you need to know to start wholesaling real estate and close your first deal. Even if you have zero money, zero experience, and zero connections. This is the exact blueprint I use to go from $212 in my bank account to consistently doing $80,000 to $120,000 a month in my real estate wholesale business. Here's exactly what we'll cover in this course. How to find real motivated seller leads even if you have no money. How to comp properties correctly so you know exactly what to offer every single time. The exact scripts, contracts, calculators, and frameworks I use to close hundreds of deals. How we structure our wholesale and novation contracts so the deals don't fall through. How to find cash buyers, how to dispo the property, how to talk to realtors, how to do novations, how to handle retrades, and how to get paid fast. And the exact team roles, systems, and bottlenecks that you can identify to go from $10K to $20 to $30 and even $100,000 a month. So make sure to grab a pen and paper, take notes, and pause and rewatch sections if you need to. Because I promise you, if you actually listen to the entire course and implement what I teach, you will be well on your way to closing your first $10K, $20K, or even $30,000 wholesale deal. And I've helped over 100 people do exactly that. So let's get into it.
You might be thinking, JT, why in the world would I listen to you? Well, first of all, this was me. I did not grow up rich. I did not have a lot of money. In fact, fast forward a few years, boom, that was my first 100K month club with my friend Chandler. And then this is me on an $80,000 vacation in Paris with one of my best friends. It changes that quickly. When Caleb and his brother joined the group, they put in work immediately. Carlos went from $0 to $89,000 to be assigned within his first 2 weeks. And he got an additional $30K contract in that first month. And his brother, he's been following up with this probate lead all the time, and he wasn't even able to close it. He came in, worked with me, learned how to really, truly sell, and today they made $47,000 on one deal. Tyler couldn't get any deals. He went 3 weeks trying by himself without signing anything. He joins us within the first 7 days. He does 3 deals. One was a seller finance deal for a $5K down. Another one was a $10K teardown house in Winston-Salem, and he had another deal that week alone, and he has been able to grow tremendously throughout then. I want to show you a few other deals with some of our students. So we have this deal that made roughly $49,000 total. This Haggard Drive property was actually a hotel we took down, and that one made $50,091.72. And then we have another one here that one of our students made $37,000 on Gilbert Street. And then on this Tuggle Hill property, this property is a little bit harder than we would have liked it to be, but this was like a $30K total profit. And then this Goff Road for one of our students was $27,000. This is one of the first deals I ever did that was a $10,000 profit. And then one of the first hotel deals we ever took down, which was around a $43,000 total fee that you'll see here. We have all these deposits that we wanted to show because at the end of the day, guys, the proof's in the pudding. We want you guys to see how possible this is. All within this month, December 11th, 2024 and December 20th, 2024, that is a total over $73,000. Would that change your life? Yes. Probably. Oh, wait, we have an additional $9K check within this month, right? So now we're over $80,000 in a single month. Another deal, $10,000. Here's some more of our students that we're working with right now. Boom, I got another. He's like, damn, I'm just going to quit my job because he's done 3 deals this month. I just got a contract in Birmingham. Oh, hey, let's get another one. Send me the contract. You're on fire. I'm proud of my guys. This guy, I feel like I've won World War III. Jesus, I fought about getting this signed for a month because we taught these people how to sell. We taught them how to go from 0 to nothing. We taught them how to really effectively go and get deals. And Jason did 5 deals under contract already working with us, guys.
Here's why wholesale is the best business model for beginners and really anyone who wants to make some serious money. First of all, low upfront cost. You don't need a bunch of money. You simply just need your phone, some discipline, and to grind. That's it. And you don't need experience. Not a license, no schooling, no degree. If you can follow a process and read a script word by word, you can do this. Also, you get pure profit on every deal. You're not buying the house, you're not doing any rehab, and you don't have to deal with any tenants. You're simply flipping the contract. When it closes, the check is your assignment fee. It's 100% profit. And the best part is it's way less risky, and you can basically do this with any time you have. If the deal sucks, you just don't do it. You're not stuck with a bad property, and you're not losing any money. You can also run this before or after your 9 to 5, on your lunch break, or literally any time you have available. That's why I keep saying wholesaling is the best. But let's just go ahead and get into the next part. Before you get into any marketing at all, you have to have a way to organize your leads because leads are the most important part of the business. That is what your business thrives on. And it's great to organize them because you need to know a couple things when you have a lead. For one, you need to know the property details, but you also need to know the situation details as well as what stage in the pipeline they are
so that you can be able to follow up with them accordingly and also not let them go slip through the cracks. Most wholesalers, what they do is they call the lead once, never talk to them again. I don't believe that the fortune is in the follow-up. I believe that the fortune is in the one call close. However, there is so much money left in the follow-up because most people do not close on the first call. Say, for example, you pull a new lead, it hits your CRM. It's going to be on here as new lead. You would put the lead name here, the address, the city, the state, the zip code, and then you could have a drop-down menu here that shows what stage in the pipeline they are. For new leads, for example, you have here, you're going to call them 3 times the first day until they answer. If they don't answer the first day, you're going to move them to the working leads bucket. You're going to call them 2 times a day daily until they answer, tell you do not call again, or they've been in here for like 60 days, just throw them away. Never going to answer the phone. Hot lead. A hot lead is somebody who is ready to sell, and they're going to sell no matter what within the next 90 days with or without you. You're going to call them 2 times weekly. Remember, double dial 2 times weekly. A warm lead is somebody who wants to sell within the next, 90 days to 6 months, but it isn't like dead set, like guaranteed sell. They want to, but it's not guaranteed. A hot lead, like they are going to sell. It may not be to you, but it will be to somebody. Appointment set. This is when you've either set an appointment for yourself to call them back to make them an offer, or if you haven't made them an offer, then you'll be going to the property. For us specifically, what we'll be teaching in this is completely virtual wholesaling. So we just set the appointments to make an offer on the phone, but you could also use this as a way to go to the property. If you set the appointment and it does not get completed, meaning there was no offer made, right? If there was no offer made, then you will put them in this appointment, if the appointment was not completed and there was no offer made, you'll put them in appointment list, and you'll follow up with them every single day until you get an offer made. For this specific example, if you made an offer and they accepted it, you'd put it in under contract. If you made an offer and you burned the lead, you would put them in dead lead. If you made the offer and they still need some time to think about it, then you need to put them in hot lead and hot follow-up. Once you get that property under contract, once you have a signed contract, you'll put it in this bucket. This is the properties that you need to dispo and update into your dispo pipeline. And then once the property closes out, you'll put it into close. A couple things you need to know. Every time you touch a lead, they need to have their notes updated. They need to have their last contact date updated, and they need to have their follow-up date updated. When is the next time we're going to talk to them? This is going to hold us accountable. Your pipeline stage needs to be changed every time you talk to them as well. So if you have them an appointment set, after that appointment, they should either go to under contract or one of these buckets, right? You don't just leave it. Once you talk to them, you don't just leave it. You always update the lead. Another thing too is the more detailed notes, the better. So for this example, the lead was ready to sell, but the wife needed to get on the phone. It is important we offer the wife while she's on the phone because they have to be on the same page. Home is a 3-2, 1,500 square feet, built in 1923, but it needs a complete renovation. It's not currently livable. Would say heavy rehab to full gut. The more detailed you get in the notes, the more leverage you're going to have for the next call. It's going to help you be able to stay organized. Now, this is the foundation of your entire business, the customer relations manager. The way you best utilize this is by having a full CRM or a full pipeline. So how we're going to fill up this pipeline is what we're going to go over next, and that's the actual marketing of how to get leads. So for the next part, you'll see. Okay, so it's time to fill up that pipeline with fresh, motivated leads. The way you get motivated leads is to have people tell you that they want to sell their property. Where's the best way to find people who say they want to sell their property for free? We're going to show you right here, and that is through for sale by owners. I'm going to show you through the top 3 ways I find for sale by owners, but first we're going to start with Zillow. Okay, so Zillow for sale by owners. You come to the Zillow homepage, you hover over by, and you press for sale by owner. It'll bring you to your city most likely, and that's completely okay. But if you are just beginning, volume is what really matters here. So if you accidentally press reset all filters like I did, you can actually come back down here to, let's see. You can come back to agent listed, take that off, take foreclosures off, takes auctions off, and just do owner posted. So now we have all the for sale by owners available in Knoxville. Anything with professional photography, you do not want to call. Like this property right here. Somebody has professionally flipped and listed this property. This is a professional. You do not want to negotiate with a professional. It's just going to take you too long, right? But take a look at this property. They don't even have pictures of the inside. There's no good pictures of the property. This would be a fantastic lead to call. This property as well, it's in really good condition, but there's only 2 pictures. No one is going to buy this property with only 2 pictures unless you're an investor. So they probably have not had many calls at all. They probably not had many calls at all.
So the way you can call them and get leverage is be like, hey, it's been on here 37 days, or hey, I just, we'd be interested in a cash offer now. I'm going to get into the exact script of how you are able to influence these for sale by owners, but these are the people you're looking for. Like this property right here, you can see, like this is not a property you want to call. Excellent condition, and it has a ton of prep. This property, for sale by owner, no extra pictures, just an outside picture of the house, definitely not professional. Excellent call. This property, in good condition, but again, they don't have any good pictures, and it's not professionally done. It probably can sell for a lot more than this if they actually got it professionally done. So that right there is a lead. This one, professionally done pictures and a really nice house. Yep, that is another one we will not be calling. This property right here looks like professional pictures to me. It's not professional pictures, but it is professionally done. So this is probably not a lead, or this is probably a lead I would call when I was a beginner, but not right now. And then let's find another one that doesn't have that good of pictures. This property right here. This property has horrible pictures. They don't take their time. They don't really care about it that much. So this is a great lead for us. So when you're looking for these, for one, you don't have to be in a boundary. You can do ones all over the country if you want. But you're looking for people who have no pride in their listing. People who didn't pay a professional. People who didn't have the money to pay for a professional. People who didn't take the time to really properly list the property, because they're not going to get market offers if their property looks like this on here. If they want market offers, they have to spend the money to do so. But that shows you they don't have the time, money, or energy to do it. And that's why you be the perfect fit for them. Now we're going to get into the second way, my favorite way, or one of my favorite ways, which is Facebook Marketplace. Probably done hundreds of thousands of dollars off of Facebook Marketplace in general when I first started specifically, but I'm going to show you exactly how we can go about it. So you can change the location right here, radius up to 500 miles. Like you can literally go over the entire country doing this, right? You're going to press apply. Next thing you do, you're going to come down to home sales. Now, the same principles we learned in the last for sale by owner, meaning we're not going to be calling the best of the best people. Instead, we're going to be calling the people who posted their property for sale on here and didn't really give it that much effort. For example, this property looks like it'd probably be a good fit. See, like it's a very nice home, but they did not take care of the listing at all. For loud and for sale by owner, look at this. They wrote all this out by themselves. They took the time to do it by themselves, but they didn't even prep the property to make it look presentable to someone who'd want to actually, and like put their real hard-earned money there. Like this is definitely an investment property for somebody. Like you should be an investor buying this property because these people aren't taking the time to actually care, right? This property, too good a condition, too good of photos. This property, too good of photos, too good a condition. Here we go. Here's one. As you can see, this property tends to not be in the best condition at all. But what do we find here? We find looking for in buyers, off-market deal. What does that look like to me? That looks like another wholesaler. So you could actually message this wholesaler and say, hey, I have buyers in the area. Are you interested in JVing? If they are interested in JVing, you can work with them. We're going to get into what JVing looks like here later into the video. But for now, we're going to be just talking about like when you go direct to seller. So, but you could ask these people if you would like to do a JV. I think it's a great idea, especially for beginners. All this, way too nice. Way too nice. You can see it throughout. Boom, too nice, too nice, too nice. Let's find another property that didn't take that much, or didn't have that much, doesn't have that much care, and is more just listed for sale by owner. So all these are professionally done so far. What about this one? Here's another one. Guys, they have a nice house, but they only updated a few pictures, and they didn't take any professional pictures. Your home sold will buy guaranteed. This right here. So that right there is a real estate agent. Okay. What about that property? Looks like to be somewhat nice here. They have professional pictures as well. Again, we don't want anything professional pictures. Let's see. We're going to keep scrolling. Guys, I know this takes a little bit of time, but the goal here is to find the low-hanging fruit. We don't want what's listed on the market with the realtor. Like this one. Here's a really good one. Yes, it is. Let's see. It might be listed on the market too. The realtor is very bad on that one though. Let's see. Let's find another one. Let's find one more. Let's see if this is, yep, this is a realtor too. You don't want to go with the realtors. Now you could decrease this by putting for sale by owner. Now you can see this. Now we have way more options here, but again, people are really taking this stuff professionally. So you don't want to waste your time on people who are doing this done professionally. Now here is a good idea. So you have a 3-1, right? This is for sale by owner, priced quickly. Look at that. It's a really good one. This property is definitely in need of a renovation. Listed 45 minutes ago.
you could hop on this really quickly and get a deal done, especially if you have the opportunity to send this to a cash buyer. We can get it done extremely quickly. So the same principles apply here on Facebook Marketplace as they do to Zillow for sale by owner. We're looking for properties that have been listed by owner that you can talk direct to the seller. You can JV with other wholesalers. And the priority here is to talk to people who don't have the time, energy, or money to list with the realtor or do professional work in order to get it sold. So we're going to the next one and the final one for the free marketing, which is Craigslist. Same principles apply, but I'll show you how to work it. With Craigslist, you have to go city by city. So you can come to Craigslist.org. You can scroll down. Let's go to Tennessee. Now we're going to go to Knoxville. And here we're going to look for housing, and then we're going to do real estate for sale. Boom. Same principles apply here. Who is not taking pride in listing the property on the market? Now, you're going to find a lot of wholesalers here. Again, it never hurts to ask to JV, but you want to still prioritize the ones that need help. You don't want to prioritize the ones that just seem to be like in very good condition, or they're listed with a realtor, or they have anything like this at the bottom, because it's just a realtor marketing strategy. Our goal is to find low-hanging fruit, like this one specifically. Good condition property, but obviously they didn't want to pay for all of the extra. This one's in Sneedville. Boom, so you have all the details here. You can simply click reply and call and text. Text, boom, here's their phone number. You can call from here, and you can put that into your you can put that into your phone. You can call from your regular phone and just update your CRM. Let's find one other one to show you what I'm looking for, because all of these properties are in excellent condition. We don't want to do mobile homes unless those mobile homes are attached to permanent foundation. This property is relatively good. They didn't take professional photos. It is a flip, probably a flipper who has lower margins. So I'd give this person a call as well, which you can simply do by pressing reply. And then whenever their information loads here, it's just, they only have their email listed. So if they only have their email listed, you could send an email to this email, and the email could basically be like, hey, I'm interested in this property at 123 Main Street. Leave it very broad. However, the goal is just to get them on a phone call. You could also skip trace him by checking this property and then cross-referencing it on an app with this address and actually finding the owner's cell phone number. Let's go over the quick ways that you find the data, okay, or you find the actual cell phone numbers. All right, so here you would click reply. And then if they have a phone number, you could drop down and it'll give you their phone number here. But this person only specifically has an email. On Facebook, you would actually message the person if they don't have it listed in the description. So in the Facebook Marketplace description, you will actually, if you don't message the person first, if they don't have, you message the person first if they do not have their phone number listed in the description. And then on Zillow, if you go to the property description, you scroll down, it'll say property owner, and then it'll give the phone number next to that, and you'll call them. And it's simple. You take that information and you put it in to your CRM that we discussed earlier, that is free and simple, and you call that lead as soon as you put it in the CRM. You don't want to get like 500 names and then start calling one by one. You want to call one, put it in the CRM, or you want to put one in the CRM, call one. Put one in the CRM, call one, over and over again. Because calling is what really pushes the needle forward, not to just putting in data. So there's that. I'm going to show you a couple other ways we can get free leads too, that are people who are actually motivated to sell the property. Okay, so now we're going to be looking at Facebook groups, right? So you could do Knoxville yard sale. Let's see. We'll just look up Knoxville. So we have Knoxville, what's happening? I love Knoxville. Knoxville contractors, Knoxville construction, downtown Knoxville, move to East Tennessee. Let's see. I want to go to Knoxville Marketplace, buy, sell, and trade. I'm going to press join group. I'm going to answer all this. Smokey, yada, yada. I agree to the group rules. Now, since I'm not a member of this, I will actually show you one. I would go to the local groups. You want to go to the local groups like this, like buy, sell, trade, anything East Tennessee, right? So now we have one that we can post in. Ready? Howdy, my name is, I'll just go straight for it. Howdy, I'm looking to buy 2 more houses by the end of the month. All cash, quick close, no, and we pay all closing costs. Boom. If you or anyone you know would benefit from someone like us actually giving them a fast and fair solution, please call or text me at 123-456-7890. And I'll post stuff like this. Sometimes I'll even include a picture for attention. For example, I would literally post something like this. Howdy, I'm looking to buy 2 miles within a month. Literally a picture of me, and I would just put here, pick for attention. And I'd post it. The goal is just to get people to read through this and to actually understand that you are a cash buyer in the area. This doesn't work all the time. I know people who get deals from it all the time. I think the more you post, the more consistent you are, and the more places you post, the more people can see you. That is a pro. Okay? So that's kind of where we're at on that specifically. You can post this through all your local groups, through every city's groups that you want. Just be consistent. The more volume, the more people who put eyes on you, the more likely you are to actually get a lead. So if you do 10,000, if you get 10,000 views, you'll get a few leads. But if you only get like 5 views, you probably won't get any leads at all. So volume is super key, especially in these free marketing strategies. I've got one more example I want to show you for just like a story post, and then we'll go from there. Really simple story post idea. You can put on your TikTok story, your Snapchat story. You can put on your Facebook story or Instagram story. So simple. Don't forget, I buy houses cash, no fees, no commission, and we cover all closing costs. Phone number right here. Boom. I actually got one of my biggest deals to date on this. I think it was $106,000 total. So honestly, guys, post stuff like this. Let people know that you're a real estate investor. Like, let it become a part of your brand. It's going to help you way more. But this part is really simple, so I just want to add this here.
Now we're going to get into my personal favorite, which is Facebook ads. Now, how do I find winning ad creatives? I copy what's already working. So I want you guys to take a look at something. You can come to this something called Meta Ads Library, or just look up Facebook Ad Library. It's going to bring you up to this page. You can simply press all ads. What I do is just look up fast cash offer now. Then you want to see where what ads are profitable. To determine what ads are profitable, you want to filter by the ones that have been running the longest. So you're going to go 3 months back. Let's say August 29th. So let's see. They've been activated this far back. What is working? We're just going to copy what's already working. That is the name of the game. Copy what works. Boom. So sell fast right here. We're seeing right here, get an offer from a local investor, no cleaning, no repairs, no waiting. We're seeing exactly what they are saying on the ad. Then we can see exactly what their ad looks like. So let's take a look.
To the families being pressured into lowball offers just because of their financial situation, if you've been told everything you wanted to hear, promised an above market value offer, and then got hit with an offer lower than half your house's value, we get it. That's exactly why we built this real estate short.
You can see exactly what they're doing.
This house sold in 7 days. This one 9 days.
You can copy these exact ads. We buy houses as is. These are all running profitable. They've been on here for 3+ months. So you can copy those. You can copy most of these, put them in a ChatGPT and say, hey, what do all of these ad copies have in common? And then you can have them create you 3 test headlines, 3 test primary text, and then you can also have them generate you images. Now, I think you need to test videos and images. So you can use Sora if you really wanted to. But what I would do is to actually create UGC style content like the ones you're seeing here, which UGC is user generated content. So this is where I come to get my inspiration. I'm now going to show you how I copy this and take the exact ads we have here, and I'm going to put them into a, let's see, we'll go on to ChatGPT here. I'll actually show you right now. So, example, I'm gonna say, chat, I want you to pretend you are the world's greatest marketer. In fact, here's what I would really do. I would come here and I'll go to Alex Ramosi GPT. It's free. You can literally search it up. I would change it to model 5.1 auto thing. Chat, I want you to pretend you're the world's greatest marketer. I'm going to show you some examples of high-performing ad copy in my industry. Then I need your help for me to make high-converting Facebook ads, primary text, headlines, and descriptions. I am going to give you the inspo, and I need 3 of each we can put into Facebook's algorithm for it to test. Now, here is where we're going to get those. Right back here, get an offer from a local investor, no agents, no shows, hidden fees. Boom, here's how we go. We have that right here. And there's one. Let's find another one that's converting pretty well. That is not our phone or email or phone or websites. Just use them for inspo. Now, let's see what they're going to pull up here. Wow, it's asking more questions. I want to attract sellers who need real solutions to a problem. Not someone wanting to sell, but someone truly needing help. That is the name of our service, by the way. That is the name of our game, is like truly helping people. What is our unique angle offer? Our unique angle and offer is whatever converts the best. So you try different ways to make it optimize for contracts signed. Where will the leads go? We're gonna do a Facebook form because it's the least amount of friction. Here we go. We have 3 more questions. Real life situations you want to target. We will do landlord, too many repairs, foreclosure, problem tenants, job loss, vacant. How fast can we actually help them? We will get them an offer within 1 hour if they are within business hours. No repairs, no agents, no fees, and we cover closing costs, and they choose the close date. We simply let them sit back, relax, and collect cash. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. So, primary text, need relief now. Ooh, we got sellers in the house. The hook, the house is really good. If your property is causing stress, missed payments, job losses, too many repairs, or the bank breathing down your neck, we can help. We give real sellers in real situations fast. Ooh, great, great, great. Being a landlord isn't what it used to be. We're trying all these different, look at this. We're trying all these different angles. We're trying all these different angles in order to get the most effective cost per lead. We're trying all these different headlines. We're going to put in all 3 of these. Now I'm going to show you how to create your campaign right now. We already have the ad copy created. Now all you have to do is go copy the ad creatives you've seen. We have the copy. Now I'm going to show you how to structure your campaign in order to get the most effective cost per lead. You'll see that in the next video.
All right, so now that you know how we create our ads and exactly how we structure them, I'm going to tell you, this is the exact framework our students are using to close hella deals. And I'm actually about to walk you through exactly how we set up our campaigns step by step. But real quick, if you want to see exactly how we will get you to the next level and start closing 1 out of every 6 to 8 people you talk to instead of cold calling hundreds of random sellers and spinning your wheels, simply click the link in the description and book a call with me or my team. But all right, let's set up these ads.
Let's show you how to create these campaigns. So you're going to come to your Facebook Ads Manager. Now you might have to create an Ads Manager account. That's fine. It'll bring you to your Campaigns tab right after you create the account. Next thing you do is you're going to press Create. You're going to optimize for leads. Choose buying type, auction, leads, auction. Next, manual leads campaign. You can call this off market real estate leads. That's what we'll just call it for this one. Campaign. So next, we're going to put a campaign budget, and we're going to change that to ad set budget. We're going to not have any A and B test, and you could put it in the housing category, but for me, I don't put it in that. Next is your conversion, and your conversion is going to be single instant forms. You can choose which Facebook page you want. For me, it would be, or this one would be No Loan Capital for me. All right, you'll scroll down, dynamic creative off. You'll set your ad budget to $25, and then you're going to go to locations. Now you can do statewide, you can do nationwide, but this specific one, I'm going to go statewide. So we're going to do Tennessee. Here we go. Now we're doing statewide Tennessee leads. Honestly, let Advantage Plus Audience run, and you can let placements run too. I think it's just the best way to do it. Facebook's going to optimize for your lowest cost per lead. If you don't want to do this, you could also take this off, this Advantage placements off, and put it on manual placements and just do Facebook feed, Instagram feed, and then Facebook and Instagram stories. That's the only 2 you would do there. But I'm just going to use Advantage placements for this one because I think, honestly, Facebook's new algorithm is like really optimizing for that. Also, you want to name this ad set broad because we're not doing any custom audiences. We're just doing a broad audience. So we're going to go next. So now our new leads ad, this is going to be ad creative 1. We're going to scroll down here and we're going to create a form. So the form is going to be, this first form will be volume leads. So more volume, higher intent. We'll do a higher intent one next. But first, we're going to do more volume. Actually, we're going to put restricted here. We're going to put optimized there. So now we're going to move to the headline text. So now back to where we were on Alex Ramosi ChatGPT. Give me a headline text for a Facebook form, 60 characters max. Let's see what it says. Get your cash offer in 1 hour. Sell fast as is, no past repairs, too many repairs. Vacant or stressful property, we'll buy it, need to sell. Sell as is on your timeline, we cover all costs. That is my favorite. It's very broad and it's targeting our broad audience. So let's go here, put that in right here. I'm gonna change this to an and. Now we're gonna get a description. Boom. Get a real cash offer in 1 hour, no repairs, no agents, no fees. We buy as is on your timeline. Absolutely fantastic. Super simple. Great. Now we're gonna go to next again. So we're gonna add a question and it's going to be multiple choice. And it's going to be, how soon are you looking to sell? And you're going to say 0 to 30 or 14 days. We'll actually put one here, it's ASAP. Less than 30 days, 30 to 90 days, and 90 days plus. Or we'll put plus 90 days. Now, we're going to add a question, and it's going to be, what is the exact location of the property you want to sell? So I'm going to take that back, copy this, X, and I actually meant to do short answer question. None of these are optional. And then, what best your current situation? Financial hardship? Actually, I like this better. What most interests you about working with us? Close, all fees covered, no repairs. Let's see, no agents, real estate agents, close on your timeline, and then other. Boom. Now, we are going to make all of these required. So you will now say, where should we send your first cash offer? Boom. Now we're going to go to next. We're going to link them to a privacy policy. So we'll just put jtsutter@.com. I have another one, but we're just going to put this for now. /privacy. And then you're going to press next. It's going to say, thanks, you're all set. Want your offer sooner? Call now. Nothing. Let's see, it's required. Call 1 hour home buying specialist now to get an instant cash offer. It's going to say call business. You're going to put the phone number 123-456-7. For this, I'll even put in my phone number 305-8302. Call now. Create form. You can also go back to this intro and you can put a background image if you'd like. I don't always do it. But if you want to do it, you can. I would just put like a pretty picture of like a house. So for this example, we can do, let's just use this. Actually, I like these houses. Let's do one that's like cluttered. Boom. Next, 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 create form. So that is your volume leads cash offer. Now we're going to make a duplicate. This is what we're going to use if you want to do volume, which you can put dash volume up here or dash quantity dash quality, whichever one you want to do. For the duplicate, we're going to go to form type. We're going to go to quality leads. We're going to take this to higher intent, require them to verify their phone number. Okay, then we're going to go to next, and we're going to go to questions. This is where it changes, really. And then what best describes your current situation? We're going to add one more question after this too. Financial hardship. You know what I'm going to do? Now for a question on the form. One is, what best describes your current situation? Give me the possible answers. Pain-based answers, good. Facing foreclosure, behind on payments, great job. So we'll come here and put that one. Come back. Too many repairs needed is a good one. Vacant or abandoned property. Job loss or major life change. Inherited property that I don't want. And the last one will be relocating and need to sell quickly. Now we have all those. We're going to add one more question here. And then we're going to say, for example, let's say the condition. Now condition question. Describe the current condition of the property. Let's put which best. Which best describes the current condition of the property. Back here. Boom. Make sure that's done. Move in ready. Good condition. Needs minor repairs. Needs major repairs. Severe damage. Unlivable. Vacant or abandoned. And then tenant occupied. Issues or not. Great. Now the last question is multiple choice again. And is the property currently listed on the MLS? Answer, yes, no. Let's just put on the market. Boom. If the property is, you can do conditional logic. And if the property is, if the answer is yes, close form. If the answer is no, then submit form. Wait, sorry. Then go to question. Select question. And that will be, what is the exact location of the property to sell? Boom. Next thing you know, next, leave everything else the same. Where's our question at? Here we go. Why is this not, let's see. Oh, I don't have that. So go to question, create or new, right? So it's question 2. Yep, apply that logic to all answers below. Then choose step, go to question. Number 3, which is apply this to all answers below. Current situation, boom, go to question 4. Apply this to all logic to answers, all the answers below. Then logic here, go to question 5, and then apply this to all answers below. And then next. Oh, here we go to submit form in one page for leads. Boom, next. Done, next. That right there is create form. Link, jdsetter.com/DQ, which would just be like a disqualified one. But you would put your own here. You just put them to a disqualified page. Create form. So now I have quality leads, right? I have a quality leads campaign and I have a volume leads campaign. If you can run $200 a day, I would run both of these. So I'd run a campaign that is specific to quality, and I would run a campaign for volume. Okay? So now we're gonna go down to creative, set up creative. We're gonna go to, we're gonna do 2 ad sets with videos and 2 ad sets with images. So for example, I'm just gonna throw this in there. Shoot, that's probably a long one. I should have done that. Uh-oh, it's gonna take a long time. So I'll go ahead and get into this specific part. Actually, let's see if I can exit out. Yeah, cancel, set up creative. We're gonna do image ad. I'm gonna do all images ads for the sake of the loading aspect, and it'll just be really quick. Oh shoot. So here's how we do this. You're gonna come to primary text. Remember, we already had ChatGPT write our primary text. So we have 3 options that we're gonna use. Here's number 1, need relief now, get off. It's all, and actually we're always gonna have the call to action be learn more. No matter what it is, it's gonna be learn more. Learn more. Now, the next one, being a landlord isn't what it used to be. Boom. We can go here and we'll click learn more again. We're gonna change this to learn more. To change this call to action button down here to learn more. And the last primary text is right here. We're gonna add one more. Tap below to get your offer. Tap learn more below to get your offer. Now we're gonna do our headline. So our first headline will be, now Facebook's gonna optimize for which one of these is working the best, just so you know. So we're just testing 3 so that we can provide more. Now we're testing, like these are very specific. These 2 are specific, these 2 are more broad. So whichever was getting us the cheaper cost per click, probably this one right here, that's what we'll do. That's probably what Facebook's gonna optimize for. And then the descriptions. Fast, private, as cash offer, boom, beautiful. 1, 2, boom, got it. All right, now we have all of our advantage creatives turned on as well, and your tracking is here. Now you would simply do this. Now you also, hold on, chat with leads from instant form, require FMS verification to submit. Great. We also don't want to do multi-advertiser ads, so we're going to turn multi-advertiser ads off, and then we're going to have single image or video there. Perfect. So now we're going to quick duplicate. We're going to change this to 2. We're going to quick duplicate this one, change this to 3. We're going to quick duplicate this one, change it to 4. Boom. So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to quick duplicate it. We're going to call this ad set 2 broad. And I'll probably put images here. So we did images on the first one. Ad set 1 broad images. Now we're going to copy this, ad set 2 vids, and then ad set 1 quick duplicate vids. So now your entire campaign is built out. All you have to do is replace these with all the images you want. So test 4 images here, test 4 images in this one, then you're going to 4 new images. So we're going to have 8 images total, and then we're going to have 8 video ads total. We're going to test all of those. And then we're going to optimize, we're going to turn off the ads. We're going to turn off the ad set that's, we're going to turn off the 2 ad sets that are performing the worst. So after 7 days, we're going to analyze. The 2 ad sets that are performing the worst, we're going to turn off. The 2 that are performing the best, we're going to duplicate. All of the best ad creatives, so your top 2 ad creative from each one, your top 2 ad creatives, you're going to turn off the bottom 2. So you're going to be ending up launching, you're going to end up having 4 ad sets again. So you're going to have the 2 that you deleted. Those are gone. So you should have 2 left. You're going to copy those, but you're only going to keep on the ones that are, and then you're only going to keep on the ad creatives that are producing the best, the top 2 in each ad set. That's how you optimize the ad account. So that is how you set up your Facebook leads, your actual Facebook lead forms. I optimize once a week. You have to let this run for a week to actually see results. So don't jump the gun. Just stay confident, stay composed, and then get after it, and then change when you need to. Okay, so you want to start running outbound campaigns. Well, outbound campaigns are also okay, but it's a volume game over a quality game. So with inbound leads, of course, like you're only talking to the best of the best people. With outbound, you're talking to as many people as possible, but you're having low income. It's a low income skill. It's basically casting a wide net instead of casting specific nets. So basically you're going to have VAs calling lists, specific lists that we'll get into, that are specific to the situation that you're going to go and call them and offer them a cash offer. So there's multiple ways you can get the team to do this. One way you can have your team do it is come to this website here. It's called Run It Remote. It's owned by a good friend of mine, Eric Klein, and a good friend of mine, Sean. And you can fill out a quote, and you can get you can see how many, you fill out your information, full name, company, phone, email, and then a little bit about your business. And then Run It Remote will actually call you, and they will determine whether or not, or what you need in order to hit the goals you're looking for. You can also call this number to get them. Their prices range anywhere from $5 to $7 an hour per dialer. And then don't forget you have lists that you'll have to pull, and they have the data for you if you want. You can provide your own list as well. And then in addition to that, you also will have a dialer. So there's a bunch of things that go into it, but they will walk you through this entire process. And their callers are already trained. They have an entire call center in Egypt that goes through, or a call center in Pakistan that goes through immense amounts of training. Now, you may be wondering, I don't really want to go that route. You can also go to Upwork.com. So on Upwork, you can actually search for specific people. Now, here's my thing about Upwork. I think that if you're going to do this in-house, it becomes way harder, okay? Because quality control, you have to have quality control. You have to listen to their calls. You have to make sure they're following the script and all that. But if you go through a company like this, they're going to charge you maybe $1 more an hour. So $6 to $7 an hour, for Run It Remote. And then look at here. This guy, real estate cold calling and texting specialist, is $6 an hour, and in the same country, and you have to quality control him, and you have to manage him, and you have to handle everything. You have to do all the work. You have to do all the management work for the same exact price of if you were to just go through Run It Remote. However, if you're like, JT, I really want to do this in-house, you can negotiate this price down, and you could hire the top tier talent. If you're going to hire anyone, though, if you want to know the honest truth, I would pick somebody from Central America or from South America or from North America. And I would try and get them as cheap as possible. So less than $6 an hour. If they have that on here, hourly rate, we're gonna go 10 and below. So right here, now you have Colombia. These people speak Spanish and English, would be a much better fit, but they're gonna cost a little bit more. So for me personally, if I were you, I would go to if I were you, I would go through a company that already has the systems in place, already has the culture, already has the SOPs for their callers, already tells them exactly what to do and keeps them held accountable. Because if you try to add this additional responsibility into your business, it's going to become extremely challenging. So now that you have the callers, now that you have the dialers, who are we going to call? So we're going to pull lists from kindskiptracing.com. Let's see here. So I'll log in really quick. Got it. Okay. So basically you can pull lists from here, and this is who they'll call. So 10,000 records is $300. Every single cold caller you have should have 15,000 records per quarter. So there's 4 quarters in a year. They should have 60,000 records each per year. And that is that's for each cold caller to really be able to get through the list. Okay? So how you're going to do this, you're going to come here, you're going to go list plus skip trace. All right, so there's a bunch of different ways you can go about this. Kind AI has some really cool really cool AI stuff that we'll get into in a moment, so you can pick your market. With these, I like to go hyper-local, but if you're going to do an AI list, you can still go statewide. But hyper-local tends to work best, especially when you're calling your stacked list. Okay? Let's do financially distressed. Yes. Let's do tax delinquent. Yes. Let's see. Ownership type individual. No, so that's combining them. So we could just do a tax delinquent list, which will pull 237,000 records off market. Or let's see. We could do just a financially distressed list, which would be 237,000 records off market. We could do just a tax delinquents AI, which would give you how many records off market? 4,000. So 4,000 people are actively tax delinquent, means they didn't pay their taxes here, right? We could try potential inherited, see people who've inherited their property. Okay, about 111 have inherited their property recently. And then let's see, let's AI motivation score. So let's do 7 to 10, right? So we'll take these people out, and you have 46,000 people that have like a 7 to 10 AI motivation score. So they have all these really cool lists. Now, if you don't want to do an AI list, you can simply go to your market. What I would do is I would go by zip code. So for me, I like to wholesale in 37918. Oops. Sorry, this is the state tab. I like to wholesale in 37918. All right. And then 37934. I would go through 37934. Add zip codes. So we got all these zip codes right here. And those are my favorite. All right. Now, I would go to property criteria. You can pick the property type. For me, I like residential. And I would just pick single family residential. You can also do single family with ADU. And if you want, you can do duplex, triplex, quadplex. But I wouldn't do like, I don't like condos. I don't like this other stuff. Let's see. This is blocked. You can see here, I don't like condos. I don't like townhomes. I don't like, I'll do mobile homes too, but I'm not a big fan of them. You're going to find better deals without that. So now we're going to go back to property. And we're going to put equity percent. We want to do value percent is 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. So now we got people in these zip codes with a good amount of equity. And that is the list I would pull. Let's also say, let's see, kind estimate of price. Let's see, kind estimate is anywhere up to 400,000. So we're going to just put from here 0 to 400,000. So now in all these zip codes, we have about 1 million properties that qualify. So you could spend about 30K on a list. Now, if you want to make it even more dialed in, which is what I would do. So here we go. We took Tennessee out and we just put in these specific zip codes. This is more of a list that I would pull right here. And you have 35,000 records. It costs you $1,000. And then you can have your VA team call this team specifically. Now, in the next portion, we're going to get into what the cold calling script should sound like. But this is how you have these lists right here. And this is how you pull the list. You can press proceed. It'll skip trace the list for you. You can upload it into your dialer. Your dialer you want to call on 10x speed. Like you want to call as many of these people as possible. Again, it is a volume game, guys. And the follow-up is super important. Remember, if they're interested, great. If they're not, don't push them forward. Because this outbound strategy, there's so many people who are going to say they want to sell their house. But do they want to sell their house realistically? That's probably about 1 out of every 100 people they talk to. So it's important that your VAs understand what a true lead is. Now, run it remote or a company similar will have quality control department to make sure that these are actually leads. If they're not actually leads, you shouldn't really be calling them because everyone will sell their house for $1 trillion, right? So make sure they're actually qualified leads. That's what I want to say. Quality control is super important with these outbound strategies. Again, if it were me, I would use a consulting company or company with it. But again, it's up to you.
All right, you want to see how simple it is to be a cold caller, right? This is what you're going to have the VAs do. VAs are not trained on to be closers. They're trained to be qualifiers. And the thing is with VAs is you can't really train them to close that well because they aren't American. And it's easier for an American person to close an American because they understand cultural differences. There are cultural differences. So we have the script that is created specifically for VAs because it's super simple, super natural, and just straight to the point, right? VA answers the phone. Hi, this is JT. I'm not sure if I have the right person, but I was calling about the property at 123 Main Street. Did I catch you at a bad time? Simple as that. I'm going to say it how the VA would say it from this point on. Hi, this is JT. I'm not sure if I have the right person, but I was calling about the property at 123 Main Street. Did I catch you at a bad time? Yeah, and the reason I was calling is because we buy houses here locally for cash, and I just wanted to see if you'd ever consider selling that property. Okay, and just to make this super quick and efficient, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about the house so I can understand a little bit more and see if we'd actually be a good fit to help you. Keyword is help. Okay, how's the condition of the property? Any repairs or updates needed? Okay, and if you were to sell, what kind of timeline would work best for you? Okay, and do you have a number in mind that you'd want for it? And just curious, what has you thinking about selling, right? If conversation goes well, okay, awesome. I'm going to send this over to the team right now. They will review your file and then match you with the person they think is the best fit to help you. Great. Yeah, thank you for your time today. If anything changes down the road, would you mind if you just, keep your info and check back in later? That's if they're not interested, right? If so, yeah, thanks for your time today. We'll be in touch soon. Now, if they're say they're not interested here, totally fine. I wasn't even sure if selling made sense for you in the first place, just to see if we can provide you some value so we don't, you don't waste your time talking to us. Have you been thinking about any repairs or renovations for the house? We know some good local contractors if you'd ever want a referral. Then you can take that referral to the contractor, send it to them, and actually get paid for the amount that they signed with the contractor. This is never pushy. This is more of a calm and curious sales. Like, this is just qualifying, calm and curious, and fact finding. The goal: uncover the 4 pillars very quickly: condition, timeline, price, and motivation. If no, exit with value. If yes, pass cleanly to the team. Just don't over-explain. This is simple cold call script. Should take 2 to 5 minutes for the cold callers to call and pass it on to the team. And speed to lead is key.
So we're going to go over some key terms within this calculator right here. It's all about comping. So there's 2 strategies you're going to use to exit this property, which is novation, which is wholesale. So let's start with the basic wholesale. What you need to know about wholesale is ARV, which is after repair value. What does the property need to look like when it is HGTV ready in order to be sold on the market as a completely renovated home? ARV is excellent condition. Everything's redone to the T. Looks incredible. Repairs, obvious. You figure out how much you need in repairs and how big the square footage is. A light rehab, think paint, carpet, maybe some flooring. An average rehab would be everything in light plus 1 to 2 additional big ticket items. Our kitchens, bathrooms, roof, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, siding, windows, anything like that. So if it's like, hey, you need to replace all the windows, you got to do the flooring, and you need to do a new kitchen, that's basically an average rehab. There can be in-betweens too, so you need to kind of estimate it there. Heavy rehab is 3 to 5. So plumbing, electric, roof, and kitchen and bathroom. That's 5. That's a heavy rehab. Full gut, anything more than 5 is a full gut. Okay? So you match it on there. Your desired profit is how much you want to make on the deal. That's for novation. For this wholesale portion of the calculator, a $40K fee, you would offer this much. A $30K fee, you'd offer this much. A $20K fee, you'd offer this much. And a $10K fee, you would offer this much. $10K fee is the minimum fee that you would want to make in a wholesale deal ever. So if it's a $300,000 ARV property when it's completely done, and we know that it needs $25,000 in repairs, your maximum offer would be $175,000. Now this property nearly needs $25,000 repairs, so it's probably in good condition. So we could probably list it on the market in its current condition at $250,000. If you were to do that, your maximum offer would be, let's do it, and for novation, your desired profit minimum has to be $20,000. And your maximum offer would be $210,000. So take a look here. If this property would be a wholesale deal, you'd have to have it under $175,000. If you're open to it being novation, it needs to be up to $209,000. The only thing that changes is time and access to the property. If you frame it right, like I'm going to teach you in the sales process, you should have no issue doing that. Now, when you put market value at $250,000, we're going to assume that we're going to list it at $240,000. Why? Because we want it to sell quick. We're all about our properties selling quick. So your listing price is what you'll be putting on the market for as an agent or when it goes on the market for novation. How you determine what you would sell the deal for to an investor is you take this number and add this number to it. So if you get it if you get under contract for $155,000, you add $130,000. So you would sell it to an investor at $185,000. That's where you'd be able to sell an investor with these numbers. Now, I'm sure you guys are like, JT, can I see an example? The answer is yes. Let's find a property here in Knoxville. Boom. So we're going to look for all renovated properties out here. I'm going to show you an example of what ARV would look like. Perfect example of ARV, unless this is new construction. You cannot comp new construction to ARV deals. So this is new construction built in 2024. So this is not technically an ARV deal. Let's see. So in order to determine that, we'll actually reverse engineer this. So let's find a distressed property first. So let's do like under $150,000. So here is our under $150,000. Deal right here. Awesome. Which one do I want to do? I would prefer one up here where I know more properties are getting renovated at in Park Ridge. Okay, so we have a 3-bed, 1 bath. That's a lot. So let's see. We're going to look for something that needs renovation right now. You know, theoretically, we could use this, but I would like to use something different. What could we use? You know, we'll just use the first one that we see that makes sense to renovate. This is going to be a great renovation property. How we're going to get this property and determine the ARV is we're going to actually copy the link to this. We're going to add another page with the same link. Why do we do this? Because it will now center this property on our map. We want to keep the, let's see here. We want to keep the other page open so we can go check the property details here. Okay? So we're going to go back to this page. We know it's a 3-1, 1,000 square feet. So we're going to press reset all filters. We're going to take it from for sale to sold. We're going to, however many bedrooms it was, so 3. Exact match. Match the bathrooms. Press apply. Home type. This is a single family property. Apply. Down. We know that the property is 1,000 square feet. So we're going to do 750, 150 square feet. So we're going to go 750, 1250. We want to split it down the middle because we know it's in the 1,000. So 1 higher and 1 lower. So now we're going to zoom in. We want to stay in this little subsector. We don't want to cross any major roads. We want to stay within that little neighborhood. So you can see these little neighborhoods, like this up here is Whittle Springs, right? This right here is Bell Morris. We want to stay within these little subsectors. So you don't want to cross any major roads. So this is a really good one. We're also going to take it. We're going to do sold in the last 90 days. See if anything's sold in the last 90 days here. Nope, nothing's sold here in the last 90 days. So in the last 6 months, things have sold. Great. We know that it was built in 1920 as well. So we're going to take it and we're going to go from 1900 to 1950. Boom. So we're going to just scroll in right in there like so. So here's going to be our best comps. So we're looking for a 3-1. Here's an excellent comp right here. Look at that. Fully renovated on the inside. Looks to be in perfect condition. And it's the exact same square footage and it's a 3-1 as well. You can see another property here. It's a little bit bigger on the square footage side, but it is also completely renovated on the interior. And another one is a little smaller on the square footage side, but it's perfect on the interior. Personally, I would split the difference between the two and put it at 280. That's what I would do. Or you can divide by square footage. So for example, you could do 270 divided by 1,025, it'd be 263 a square foot versus 290 divided by 1,005 plus 290 divided by 1,005. So 551 divided by 2. Oops. So we're going to divide all of that by 2 to get the average square foot that it's selling for. And that average square footage is 275 a square foot. And ours is 1,094 square feet. So let's see. Theoretically, it could sell 300. I don't like that. I would rather split the difference and be conservative because my investors would rather me be conservative. So I'm seeing this house sold at 290, this house sold at 270. What I would personally do is split the difference between the two because I don't see, this one sold for 297, but again, me personally, I would split the difference to be conservative for my investors. So let's go back here. So our ARV here would be 270 or 280,000. Split the difference, right? Now let's determine how much in repairs we need. So taking a look at this property, we know we have to put on a new roof. That's for sure. If this is a bathroom, well, we've got to redo this entire room. We got to do the entire ceiling. We got to do all the flooring. We got to do this entire bathroom. We got to do this entire room. They don't show the kitchen. So what does this mean? This means a full gut. So it's a full gut at 1,000 square feet. So that's going to take us to about $75,000 renovation cost. So my first offer here would be $81,000. And then my MAO, which is my maximum allowable offer, would be $111,000. Now I'm going to show you guys what I would do to comp a property that is for Novation. We're going to do something called as is instead. So I'm going to try and find us a comparable property that I can show you guys for an example here really quick. Let's see here. Like most of these are ARV properties. Most of these people are flipping their homes, but let's see if this one is. Come on. I need something that is not a flip. We have found a property here. It's in really good condition, but it is by no means like ARV. Like they didn't completely flip it, but it is in very good condition. This property is 3509 Tazewell Pike currently. So it's as is. It's a 5-bed, 3-bath, and it is 3,103 square feet. So we're going to copy this. And we're going to be comping this to as-is comparables. As-is is like, hey, what will this property sell for in its current condition? Like, what do the comps say? So we have a 5-3 here, and let's see, 3107. So we're going to do for sale to sold, beds to 5, use exact match, 3 bedrooms plus, right? Now we're going to scroll down to square footage. We're going to take it from 2750 to 3500, and we're going to scroll in. Now, guys, one thing I'm noticing is that we don't have that many comps, so we got to take it back further. Up, let's see. The closest comp we have right now is this property. It's sold, which is almost a perfect comp. This is like an excellent comp, actually, and it sold for $425. Now, where did it sell for? Where did it sell at? Oh, it sold up here, which I wouldn't actually use as a comp, but that's our closest one. Now here, this one isn't a bad one, right? This isn't bad. But again, this is completely renovated in ARV. So if I can't find what I think the as-is value is, I'll go back here. I'll take a little bit of a look at something else. I noticed that it's at 615. So it was listed at 675. It's been on the market for a while. It's already down to 615. So I'm curious why it hasn't sold unless it's overpriced. Now, for example, it's a bigger house. It's on a bigger lot than this other one. It's just not as good of quality. So if you want to sell this thing for speed, right? You want to sell this thing for speed, I would take a look at what's on the market currently. It's also a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, and everything on the market right now that's close is like 525. It's in the 500s. So personally, what I would do is I know it's not selling here, right? I know it's not selling here. So I would do my best to comp this property, but to be honest with you, I would keep it closer to the 525 mark because I can see that's what's selling currently and it's fully renovated. So I would come here and I put market value at 525 and I would see the MAO double close. Our maximum offer would be 465. Now, another way you can go about this is you go to PropStream. If you had this, now PropStream is a tool that we utilize a lot at our company, but it's just for situations like this when we really can't comp the property well enough because PropStream has a lot of data and they don't really publish all of their Zestimates. Or since Zillow didn't publish the Zestimate, is we're going to take the address here and we have the address. We're going to take this and we're going to upload it into PropStream. We're going to see what PropStream has the as-is value. So PropStream, it'll load, has the estimated value at 668, which is obviously not probably right. So for the wholesale price, they're saying 467, 600. So my MAO for this specifically for me on deals like this, my MAO would be roughly 467,000 for Novation. Okay, for Novation. Now, if this property was per se for wholesale, I would switch it to, I think the ARV of this property could be up like around 680,000. But it still needs a light rehab, and it's about 3,000 square feet. So I would put it in between 20 and 40K because it's probably a little bit bigger than that. So I put like $30,000 rehab, and then here would be my maximum wholesale offer price. Now, that being said, it comes hand in hand with our actual MAO we wrote down here, and it makes a lot more sense that we would be listing it at $504,000, and our max offer would be $465,545, which is only $1,500 off this price. So we could utilize this price for Novation too, if needed. I know it's a little bit confusing. This part is a little bit confusing. Utilize all your tools. Even ask ChatGPT for help. It helps me comp properties some too. But what you're looking for as is properties that are selling in the same condition as the property you have right now. What you're looking for in ARV is what are properties selling for when they're completely HGTV ready. And when they're HGTV ready, what repairs do I need to make and how much is it going to cost me to make those repairs in order to be able to get that? That is comping to a T. Okay, so you might be deciding, hey, when do I use Novation? When do I use Wholesale? When do I use other strategies? When do I pass, right? This is going to help you understand when to utilize each. I'm going to show you 5 different scenarios and I'm going to explain to you what you should use and why. First scenario, guy, he's in the 50s, he's out of state landlord, hasn't seen the property in 3 years. He just wants $150K and to be done because the tenants just keep tearing it up and he's tired of it. he doesn't know the condition on the inside, and the tenant is still inside, and he wants to close before Christmas, and that's a month away. I want you to think about that really quick. What would you utilize here? Wholesale, Novation, or would you just pass in general? Or would you need to gather more information? The answer here is wholesale. Why? Because you want to close quickly. The property is going to be in horrible condition because of the tenants, and it's going to be an investor-forward property. Scenario 2, they inherited a property that's half renovated. So their 30s, siblings inherited a house. They were going to fix it up, but they ran out of money. They were saying the Zillow says $320K, and they want it off their plate because they're overwhelmed, and it's 60% rehab, new kitchen, but bathrooms are gutted, and it's flexible. Wholesale, Novation, or pass. Or the strategy doesn't depend on deeper numbers. 5, 4, 3, 2, pause if you want, 1. Personally, I would pitch Novation here because the timeline is flexible. Get this property in the market and get as many people seeing it as possible, because the more people who see it, the higher the price you will get. That being said, they're not willing to let you do that because there's a bunch of siblings that are going to be dealing with heirs. Just wholesale it off market. You'll still be able to do so, but it will all depend on price. Scenario 3, right? Age 40s, they're 3 months behind on payments. All they're asking for is whatever it takes to pay off the loan. The motivation is high. They're trying to avoid foreclosure, and the condition is average but needs roof in the next year, and they must close within 30 days. Wholesale, Novation, pass, or be creative. Personally, I would ask them why they need to close in 30 days. And it's like, well, we're missing these payments. Then what I would do is I would actually call and negotiate with the mortgage company and try to get an Novation. Because if we did a Novation, we could probably get some money in their pocket, and I would love to see the seller walk away with some money. But if the bank will not work with us at all, and we must close in 30 days, we could probably wholesale it for this price because it's an average condition. It will be an excellent wholesale. Vacant, fire damaged house. He's in his 60s, he's been vacant for 2 years. Asking price, he doesn't know. You tell me. He doesn't want to deal with repairs. The fire damage to kitchen and smoke damage, and wants a quick close. This should be an easy one. Wholesale. And then the retail seller thinks your house is perfect. 45 years old. They want max value. I want at least $500K. My neighbor sold for that. They have no motivation. Condition, pretty good. 2015 built home. And timeline, whenever I find something I want to buy. You tell me. Pass. Those are specific scenarios that you would determine whether or not you want to use Novation, wholesale, or pass. Okay? Utilize it. Think. If the seller has time, get them more money, because logically and ethically, that's what we should do to be the best servant to the person. If the person they need speed more than they need the money, then at that point you want to offer wholesale. Be a problem solver. The better you can solve their problem, the easier it is to get them to sign a contract and accept and move forward with you. Okay, so how should your day look as a sales rep? So it kind of depends. Do you want a huge business and scale a team? Or do you want like a 20 to 40K a month solo/small team operation? So if you want a big business, your reps, I have them calling from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at night. Every time a new lead comes in, fits within those hours, they are dialing. Their goal is 80 dials per day, 2.5 hours of talk time, meaning actively talking to sellers for 2.5 hours, and also 3 offers out per day, like 3 offers given and tried to get closed every single day. That's if you kind of want to run a really massive business. That's what your sales rep should be shooting for. If you want to run like a 20 to 40K a month wholesale operation, work 2 to 4 hours a day, the only thing you really need to focus on is speed the lead, follow up, and moving just through your pipeline. So let's talk about lead priority. New inbound leads, beautiful. New outbound leads, second. Working leads, which are the new leads that haven't been contacted. So like if you call these people within 2 to 5 minutes and they didn't answer, they're still hot. You just want to try and get in touch with them. Those are working leads. Once you talk to the lead, you should determine what that lead is. Is it hot? Is it warm? Is it cold? Whatever it may be. And you will put it in its respective bucket. But the hot lead is the next one that's super important. Missed appointments. And appointments are the next most important because those people tend to have already shown a lot of motivation to be getting on an appointment. Negotiations meant you sent an offer but weren't able to get things together. But you were kind of close, but no cigar. Warm leads is they pretty much want to sell, but you don't know how soon or really if they're going to sell right now. And then cold leads is just kind of like, yeah, they're not selling for the immediate future. So lead status, hot, they will sell in 90 days to someone, whether it's to you or somebody else. Follow up, they're not ready yet, but they're still interested in selling. And dead, they basically told you to never call again. So let's talk about what looks like a good day. A good day is 3 offers sent and 2.5 hours of talk time and 80 dials. If you get, like say you do 3 hours of talk time and 40 dials, I am much more happy with that than 80 dials and 1 hour of talk time. These two are the most important metrics. But if you have 2.5 hours of talk time and you're only at 20 calls, you keep dialing. Speed lead, which is the most important skill here. You're going to call every new lead within 2 minutes, never more than 5. Because you're literally 36 times more likely to close that prospect if you call them within 2 minutes. Always use the sequence, double dial. So call them once, Call them again, text if no answer, and leave a voicemail. You're going to double dial every single time. If it's late at night, like maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, you call them at 9 a.m. sharp the next morning. And weekends are those same rules for new leads. As soon as the lead comes in, if it's the weekend, you are calling that lead. If you do touch the lead, so if you call that lead and they answer, you update that lead. If you call that lead and they don't answer, you move it to its prospective pipeline bucket. You always update the lead. You touch it, you update it. Notes, status, everything. There are no exceptions to that. Something a lot of people don't understand as well is the follow-up system. We call it BAM FAM. Book a meeting from a meeting. Every conversation, you should know the next time that you'll be talking to that prospect. And the prospect should be knowing the next time you'll be talking to them too. It's way more professional, it's way more organized, and it keeps everyone in the same feedback loop. For older leads though, without set times, maybe spend 1 hour a day following up and clearing old follow-up tasks. Maybe people who didn't answer when their booked appointment. People who you're trying to get moved through the pipeline, but are a little bit colder on the leads. And again, if you have a new lead and you double dial them every day twice and they don't answer for 2 weeks, move them to a monthly follow-up and just spend like 1 day per month calling through that list. Also, a lot of people do pre-call prep for every call. Hell no. We only do pre-call prep for appointments because we have enough information to actually prep. And it takes 5 minutes max. Before that appointment, you want to quickly review your notes from the first call and your setting call. You want to go over the motivations because we're going to frame this as a motivation sell. We're not doing a logical sell here. We are doing an emotional sell. So we have to get really in depth on motivation. We want to make sure we have all the property details, square foot, bed, bath, acreage, year bill, all of that aligned properly so we can comp accurately. We want to make sure we know the lead source, where they came from, what that last touch point looked like. That's why it's so important to update every time you talk to a lead. You want a quick look at ARV, like, hey, what's this property actually worth? And then a rough idea of your offer. Like, you want to have kind of your offers ready to go. Of course, you can tweak it once you're on that offering call, though. You want to have your lead profile in the CRM ready so you can update notes. You want your script ready before the call. You want your offer calculator ready before the call. And you want to be in a quiet environment with no noise so you can stay focused. Standing or sitting doesn't matter. I prefer to stand, but what matters is you stay focused. The mindset here, it's me and them versus the underwriting department. My job is to help find them the right solution. It's not, hey, let's get this under contract for cheap. It's, hey, my job is to help them find the right solution. And if we're really helping these people, sales is not an issue. It's just problem solving at that point. So let's talk about the philosophy behind it all really quickly, because this is the real key. You contact people fast. Speed equals money. When they fill out the form, whenever they come to your system, that is the time they are the most motivated. That's when they're feeling their most point of pain. Your job is to emphasize pain in order to close the deal. Follow up like a professional. Rich wholesalers, they follow up. Broke wholesalers don't. And the richest wholesalers book a meeting from a meeting, meaning their prospect is aware and understands the next time they'll be contacted, just like you need to know in the next time you'll contact them. And then the biggest principle is make more offers. The more money you make, the more offers you make, and vice versa. The more offers you make, the more money you make, because the best salesmen offer the most time, period. So that is my update on that. Good luck to you. On to the next part. We're about to go super in depth into sales right now, into the script and why sales is how it's so important. So here you go. One thing I want to work with you, since you're here early, I want to work with you really on the sales process and like how we work sales and specifically. Okay. Sure. I'm going to share with you the link to the script here, and we're going to go line by line on the introduction. Okay. And I'm going to be brutally honest. I'm going to be harsh, but it's going to make you really, really good. Just so you know. Okay.
Okay.
Because you're here to make money, correct?
Yeah.
Good. Let me send this over to you really quick. I just sent the script to the chat. Good morning, Tony.
Hey, good morning, JT.
I'm going to do the intro role with him. I know you've had some pretty good success being able to get people to open up, Tony. So we're going to go line by line again. I think it's super important to go line by line, just critique everything so we can figure out exactly what we need to do in order to be like perfect when it comes to the script. So I'm going to share my screen here. All right. So Ethan, we are going to pretend we're going to do every single one of these intros, right? I'm going to walk through it once, then you're going to walk through it. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So it's going to sound just like this. Hold on. Let me get everything ready here. All right. Let me grab this really quick. I want to go for a ride. Rock your body. Okay. Let's get into it. All right. So It's gonna sound something like this. Hey, we're gonna role play. You're gonna have to role play with me. Hey, Ethan.
Yes.
Hey, Ethan. This is JT. I'm confused here. You want to be curious? You want to sound you want to sound curious here. You want to sound curious and confused. So instead of like a lot of people will get on this call and they'll be like, hey, Ethan, my name is JT. I'm calling you from the loan home buyer. No, wrong, wrong, wrong. Right? What you'll say instead is, hey, Ethan, this is JT. So try that out. We're gonna try that.
Hey, JT.
Yeah.
Hey, JT. This is Ethan.
Really good job. Like actually really good job. That was really good. Okay. So I'm gonna now show you how to combine. I'm gonna now show you how to combine this with the intro. So when you're combining this with the intro, it'll sound like, hey, Ethan, this is JT. It looks like you filled out one of our forms about receiving a cash offer on 123 Main Street to see if we could help with foreclosure. We're gonna use the word, we're just gonna use the word, let's play downsizing here. Let's say downsizing, right? So we're gonna role play this. We're gonna do the cold call one first. So the cold call one will sound like, hey, JT, this is Ethan. It looks like you spoke to one of my assistants, Carlos, a little bit ago about your property on 123 Main Street. He said you might need help with downsizing. So try the first intro with hey and then cold call. I'll be the seller.
JT?
Yeah.
Hey, JT, this is Ethan. It looks like you spoke to one of my assistants, Carlos, a little bit ago about your property on 123 Main Street. They said you might need some help with downsizing. Downsizing.
Yeah. So the only thing I want you to change there is I want you to sound a little bit more curious at the end. So a little bit more of an upward inflection. So you would say like, they said you might need help with downsizing. Do you see how I sound like more empathetic, more curious? You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, yeah.
So try that one more time. You don't have to say, hey, JT, just go from, it looks like you spoke to one of my assistants. Try that.
It looks like you spoke to one of my assistants, Carlos, a little bit ago about your property on 123 Main Street. They said you may need some help with downsizing.
Really good job. Really good job. Really good job. The only thing I want you to change there is you're going to slow it down just a little bit, right? So to see if, we can help you with downsizing. You just don't rush that part. Like really pace that part out. Really pace that part out. Give it a try.
Just the last bit there.
Yeah, just the last bit. Like they said you might need help with downsizing. Just pace it like that.
They said you may need some help with downsizing.
Downsizing. Try one more time.
Okay. They said you may need some help with downsizing.
I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm very picky.
Yeah.
They said you might need help with downsizing. So instead of going downsizing, say downsizing. Make sense? Like go take it more into a empathetic tone of voice at the end. Downsizing.
Okay. They said you may need some help with downsizing.
Really good job. Really good job. Really good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, boom. So that is with cold call. So with a cold call lead is if you were to have like a VA call a random list and they were to send that lead to you, that's how you would answer the phone call. Does that make sense? Does it make sense?
Yes.
We don't use cold call leads much at our company. The one that you're going to be using most often is going to be inbound. Okay. So inbound has the same structure here. So it's going to sound something like this. It looks like you filled out one of our forms about receiving a cash offer on 123 Main Street to see if we can help with downsizing. Try that.
It looks like you filled out one of our forms about receiving a cash offer on 123 Main Street to see if we could help with downsizing.
Beautiful. Really good job. Really good job. That was great. One more time though. I just want to make sure you really got it deep. That's really good. Really good job.
It looks like you filled out one of our forms about receiving a cash offer on 123 Main Street to see if we could help with downsizing.
Really good. Okay, awesome. So next thing, this would be for an appointment. So for an appointment, this appointment would be something that, for example, if you ever hire a lead manager or a follow-up specialist or whatever, they might set you an appointment with a seller. Okay, so if they set you an appointment with a seller, what you're going to do is you're going to call them and say, Carlos had scheduled me a time to give you a call today about 123 Main Street to see if we could help with downsizing. You see how I'm a little bit more fact of the matter here, like a little bit more fact of the matter. Sure. So I want you to give me your best shot at that.
Carlos had scheduled me a time to give you a call today about 123 Main Street to see if we could help with downsizing.
Good. The only thing I want you to do is pace out to see if we can help with downsizing. Just pace it out longer. That's all you're missing here is the pacing. Like your tonality was really good there, but what I want you to do is pace it out longer, a little bit longer.
Carlos had scheduled me a time to give you a call today about 123 Main Street to see if we could help with downsizing.
To see if we can help with downsizing. A little bit longer, a little bit longer. Think a little bit slower on this last part. Just say to see if we can help with downsizing. Just say that line.
To see if we could help with downsizing.
Good, good. So next would be an aged lead. So this means like if once your pipeline is filled with leads, okay, you're going to have a point in time. So say your pipeline is filled with leads, right? And some of them don't answer, or maybe you talked to one a month ago and they weren't ready to sell at the time, right? So here's how you approach them. It looks like you spoke with Ethan back in March about your house on Main Street. And at the time, I believe the timing wasn't quite right. I guess I should ask, do you still own Main Street? Yes, I still own it. Yeah. And at the time, it looks like you were looking to see if you qualify for a cash offer. Are you still looking to see if you qualify? This is more just curious, right? Can we help this person? That's the mindset you need to have on this call. Should I even really want to help this person? Do they really need my help? Have that. So give that a shot. And let's try and go from there.
You spoke to JT back in April about your house on Main Street, and at the time, I believe the timing wasn't quite right. I guess I should ask, do you still own Main Street?
Yeah, I still own Main Street.
And at the time, it looks like uh, you were looking for a cash offer. Are you still looking to see if you qualify?
Yeah, I'd still be looking to see. One more time. I liked it. I like it. I just want you to change your inflection a little bit more.
Okay. So it looks like you spoke to JT back in August about your house on Main Street, and at the time, I believe that the timing wasn't quite right. I guess I should ask, do you still own Main Street?
Yeah, I still own it.
Okay. And at the time, it looks like you were looking for a cash offer. Are you still looking to see if you qualify?
Really good job, Ethan. Really good job. Really good job. Really good job. Really good job. Okay. So, sorry. This next one is for sale by owner. So this is the second most common one you're going to be using because when you don't have leads, like if you don't get a new lead from our campaign we're running for you, I want you to be calling for sale by owners to get your numbers up. So what you would say here is, hey, I saw your house or I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there? Or would you want me to check with our team to see if we can get you approved for an all cash offer? Try that.
I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there, or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all-cash offer?
This one is a little bit different because you have to think about these for sale by owner people. For sale by owner people tend to be really, really egotistical, and they tend to like not have, they don't really, how do I put this? They tend to not really understand like what their property's actually worth. Like they think it's worth way more than it is. So I would be a little bit more direct here. I'd be like, I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there? Or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all cash offer? Be way more curious. Like be curious here, but also be direct. Try that.
I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there? or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all-cash offer?
Yeah, the pacing's wrong. The pacing is
Okay.
wrong. I'm really big on just how you say, like, I know it sounds tedious, bro, but if people don't remember what you say to them, they remember how you made them feel. And the way you make them feel a certain way is through tonality. So I want you to understand something. Ethan, I'm going to give you 4 examples of the same sentence, and I want you to tell me how they make you feel. Okay?
Okay.
Your mom died? How does that make you feel?
Um, I think you're pulling a prank on me.
Yeah. Versus like, your mom died.
Yeah, that sounds serious.
Exactly. Right? I said the
Yeah.
same thing. I said the same exact words. The only thing I changed was how I inflected my tone of voice, and it made you feel 2 complete different ways, right?
Yeah.
So imagine how you're talking to these sellers, right? Especially when you're giving an offer. Imagine you're saying like, hey, they're asking for 200. Hey, imagine if you go, hey, your property's approved for $100,000. They're going to say, well, fuck this guy, right?
Yeah.
But if you're like, hey, unfortunately, it came back a little bit lower than you and I were hoping for. It ended up getting approved for $100,000. It's no longer like, hey, this guy's an ass. It's like, damn, this guy wasn't able to do what we were both hoping for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so stingy on your tonality and your pacing, because it makes such a big difference. So let's try again here. The tonality is not bad. I want you to pace a little bit differently. So I'm going to tell you where I don't like where you pace, and then you will fix it. So basically, I saw your place on 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you still looking to sell to someone planning to live there? Or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all-cash offer? So this right here, between owner and were, that's where I didn't like. So I want you to fix that part right there. Give it a go.
I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner.
For sale by owner? For sale by owner? Upwards here. Don't say for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell?
Okay.
No. For sale by owner? Go like that.
Okay. I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner.
Yes.
Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there? Or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all-cash offer?
One more time. That was excellent, brother. Really good job. Try it one more time for me.
Okay. I saw your place at 123 Main Street was listed for sale by owner. Were you looking to sell to someone planning to live there? Or would you want me to check if our team can get you approved for an all-cash offer?
Really good job, dude. Really, really good job. Okay, now we're gonna go to driving for dollars. So this is how we would use this one. Honestly, bro, Ethan, I'm extreme. Like, this is really good. Like, I'm really proud of you on this, by the way.
Thank you.
So driving for dollars. I'm holding this one has to be really, really curious. I'm holding a copy of your tax records here for the property at 123 Main Street, and my team wanted me to ask, would you be open to a cash offer, or are you just planning to hold on to it for now? You see how slow and paced that was? Try that.
I'm holding a copy of your tax records here for the property at 123 Main Street. And my team just wanted me to ask, would you be open to a cash offer, or are you planning to hold on to it for now?
Would you be open to a cash offer, or are you just planning to hold on to it for now? Just that part.
Okay. Would you be open to a cash offer, or are you planning to just hold on to it for now?
Great job. One more time. Hit it. Great job, though.
The whole thing?
No, just let's do the whole thing. Let's just do the whole thing.
Oh, okay. I'm holding a copy of your tax records here for the property at 123 Main Street. And my team just wanted me to ask, would you be open to a cash offer, or are you planning to just hold on to it for now?
Really good job, dude. Really, really good job. Okay. So next thing we get into is good news, right? It's going to sound like this. So, good news. It looks like I was assigned to your file because they thought I'd be the best fit to try and figure out a solution to help you. Did I catch you at a bad time? Try it.
So, good news. It looks like I was assigned to your file because they thought I would be the best fit to try and figure out a solution to help you. Did did I catch you at a bad time?
Instead of saying solution to help you, you sound a little bit too proper here. I want it to
Oh,
be a little bit more conversational, right? So, like, hey, so good news. It looks like I was assigned to your file because they thought I'd be the best fit to, try and figure out a solution to help you. Like, make it sound a little bit more conversational. You sound like you're really proper. And I think as a person, you're very well put together, but I want this to sound more conversational, okay?
okay. So, good news. It looks like I was assigned to your file because they thought I'd be the best fit to try and figure out something to help you. Did I catch you at a bad time?
Really good job. One more time. Do it one more time for me. That's a really, really good job.
So, good news. It looks like I was assigned to your file because they thought I would be the best fit to try to figure out something to help you. Did I catch you at a bad time?
Really good job. Okay. So pretend they say yes, it's a bad time. You're gonna say this. Okay, no worries at all. I can squeeze you in between my appointments today at either 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those times works best for me to give you a call back? Try that.
Okay, no worries. I can squeeze you in between appointments at 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you?
Sound a little bit more certain. Sound like you have authority here. I'm gonna explain to you why in just a moment, but explain why you have authority here.
Okay. Okay, no worries. I can squeeze you in between appointments at 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you?
Um, yeah, let me explain to you why we do this, and then you try it again. The
Okay.
reason we do the reason we do this is because imagine this. How much more authority and how much more serious does it sound if I'm like, hey, I can squeeze you in between appointments. Let's see, either 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Which one of those works best for you? Versus like, hey, I'll call you back sometime this evening. What's the best time for me to call you? Notice how I'm giving her all the control, but we need to have all the control. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The way we earn respect is by keeping an authority frame. In order to have an authority frame, we have to have control of the conversation. So, you knowing what you know now, try that again.
Okay, hey, no worries. I can squeeze you in between appointments at 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best with you?
Sound more confident. 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you? That last part. Which one of those works best for you? Really, really have confidence there.
The whole thing?
No, just the 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you? Really stick that.
Okay. 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you?
Good. One more time.
2 p.m. or 4 p.m. Which one of those works best for you?
Good job. Good job. And so next, if no, so we're gonna go to if no. So yeah, great. Like this first call, it's really pretty basic. It's more for us to find out a little bit more about the property and your situation to see if I can even do anything good to help you.
Yeah, great. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, great. And this first call is pretty basic. It's really more for us to find out a little bit more about the property and your situation, see if I can even do anything to help you.
Good. And at the end, when we find a solution, keyword is when here. And at the end, when we find a solution that makes sense for you, we'll go ahead and send you over a simple agreement to approve so we don't keep you waiting and waste your time because I'm sure speed is important to you, right?
And when we find a solution that makes sense for you, we'll go ahead and send you over a simple agreement to approve so we don't have to keep you waiting and waste your time because I'm sure speed is important, right?
Exactly. Really good job there. The only thing I want you to do is at the front end, I want you to pace faster. You're still being a little bit slow. You're being a little slow at this point. I want you to say, and at the end, when we find a solution that makes sense for you, this stuff right here is professional, like back to the matter, right? And at the end, when we find a solution to help you, this part is more about the diction. What words are we using? And then we're saying it with assertiveness. So try that again.
At the end, when we find a solution that makes sense for you, we'll go ahead and send you over a simple agreement to approve, so we don't have to keep you waiting and waste your time because I'm sure speed is important, right?
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is so don't say so we don't keep you waiting and waste your time. Say so we don't keep you waiting and waste your time. Because you see how I ended it? It's almost like a sentence there. Like, so we don't keep you waiting and waste your time. Right? Because I'm sure speed is important to you, right? Pace that out a little bit differently. So we don't keep you waiting and waste your time. Period. Because I'm
So
sure
we don't keep you waiting and waste your time.
So we don't keep you waiting and waste your time. Still have assertiveness there and waste your time. Try that.
So we don't keep you waiting and waste your time.
Yeah. Now, because I'm sure speed is important to you, right?
Because I'm sure speed is important to you, right?
Yeah, good job. So now say, so we don't keep you waiting and waste your time because I'm sure speed is important to you, right? Put it all together.
So we don't keep you waiting and waste your time because I'm sure speed is important to you, right?
Yes, good job. Good job. And then once they say yes, be like, perfect. I mean, are you in a position to be able to move forward once we find a solution that makes sense for you?
Perfect. And are you in a position to be able to move forward once we find the solution that makes sense for you?
One more time. Perfect. Disarm, like perfect. Like boom. Think like this. Boom. Perfect. And are you in a position to move forward once we have a solution that makes sense for you?
Perfect. And are you in a position to be able to move forward once we find the solution that makes sense for you?
Good job. Good job. And they say yes. So next thing you're going to do is, all righty, like clap, like think like this, like all righty. In case we get disconnected here, I'm going to ask you to pull out a pen and paper really quick, or just like your notes and your phone. So I can tell you a couple things that you're surely going to want to know, especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes. So say that. It's going to be like very like, hey, this is standard procedure. In your head, think like, hey, this is standard procedure. This is what we have to do in order to get to the next step. So go ahead.
All righty. Just in case we get disconnected here, I'm going to ask you to pull out a pen and paper or like a notepad or something like that, so I can tell you some things that you surely want to know, especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
It's not personal enough, brother. It's like
Yeah.
right here, like, hey, and just in case we get disconnected here, I'm gonna ask you to pull out a pen and paper. So make this more personal. I think you're missing that personal aspect of things.
Okay. All righty. Hey, just in case we get disconnected here, I'm going to ask you to pull out a pen and paper or a notepad so I can tell you some things that you really want to know, especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
Good job until the end. Let me know, or sorry, especially if we get you approved. Especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes. Pause, big pause between that. Make sense?
Just that part, especially if we get you approved.
Yeah, especially if we get you approved. Big pause. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
All right. Especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
Great job. One more time.
Especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
I like an there. So especially if we get
Okay.
you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
Okay. Especially if we get you approved. Let me know when you're ready to take notes.
Beautiful. Really good job. Really good job. Really good job. Okay. So then you're going to say, okay, I'm ready. So first things first, my name is Ethan. Really simple. Ethan. Say it like that.
All right. First things first, my name is Ethan. Ethan.
Smile when you say this, please. Smile. Put a smile on your face.
Okay. All right. First things first, my name is Ethan. Ethan.
Beautiful. And our company name is Fast Cash Offer Now.
All right. And our company name is Fast Cash Offer Now.
Beautiful. And then our website, really simple. fastcashoffernow.com, where you can see all of our testimonials, reviews, and see how our process works.
And our website, super simple. It's fastcashoffernow.com. And there you can see all of our testimonials, reviews, and see how the process works.
Good. Then my phone number is 123-456-7890. So in the case we do get disconnected here, you can call or text me here at any time. Could you repeat that number back to me really quick, just so I know you have the right number?
Phone number is 123-456-7890. So in the case we get disconnected, you can call or text me anytime. Could you repeat that back to me just so I know you have the right number?
Great job. And then I would say 123-456-7890, and then you would say, okay, thank you. And for you, is this a landline or a cell phone?
Okay, thank you. And for you, is this a landline or a cell phone?
Good. And now on this here, I need to add a part to the script. It's going to say, and finally, the most important is your file number. Your file number is JC-1234. This is where, oh shit, hold on. This is where you can call back at any time to ask for updates on your file. So you'd be like, and finally, the most important, your file number. Your file number is going to be JC-7890. This is where you can call back at any time and ask for updates on your file.
And finally, your most important, hold on, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Right there, can you do the beginning right there again?
Yeah. This part?
Yeah.
And finally, the most important is your file number. Your file number is JC-1234. This is where you can call back at any time to ask for updates on your file.
And finally, the most important is the file number. Your file number will be JC-7890. This is where you can call back at any time to ask for updates on your file.
This is where you can call back at any time to ask for updates on your file. A file, like boom, file. Try again.
This is where you can call back at any time to ask for updates on your file.
Great job. Great job. Now, that is all we're going to do for today, but I want you to understand how to transition into the next piece, which is the most important part of the script, which is the reveal. So we've gone through the entire introduction, and the purpose of this introduction is to build rapport. We're going to do a pattern interrupt by breaking that cycle of traditional sales calls. We're going to set proper expectations and instill scarcity by saying, can they qualify? But how you get into the next part, and this is the only thing we're going to do from the next part. I just want to show you how you transition. You go straight from, okay, Nave, Ethan. Okay, Ethan, and that should be all you need for now until we find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? Like, do you currently live here? Are there tenants? Like, what's going on?
Okay, JT, that should be all you need to know for now until we find out if you're approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? Do you currently live here? Are there tenants? What's the situation?
Say what's going on here. I like what's going on better.
Okay. What's going on?
Yeah. What's going on? Not what's going on. What's going on? Up higher. Higher.
The what is higher?
No, on. What's going on?
Okay. What's going on?
Good. So I want you to do that one more time. And I want you to pace it out a little bit longer. So, okay, Ethan, and yeah, that should be all you need for now until we find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit more of a rundown? Do you currently live here, or are there tenants? Like, what's going on? One more time.
Okay, JT, that should be all you need to know for now until we find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? Do you currently live here? Are there tenants? What's going on?
Beautiful. Really good job, Ethan, today. I'm really proud of that, brother. I know it's very picky. I know it's very stingy, but in order for me to get you perfect and be able to close deals at the same level that I do, we have to have execution that is perfect every single time and is repeatable. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Following this call, I'm going to send you a voice. I'm going to send you the recording of this call. I think it's excellent. I think it would be great for you to rewatch again. And I'm also going to add this to the sales training too, because I think this is a really, really valuable call for.
We're gonna do just the reveal portion. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
And we're gonna go line by line. I'm gonna make you perfect at this by the end of this damn call.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna say the reveal. We're gonna start the reveal. I'm gonna share my screen with you guys. I'd like for you guys to pull it up as well, so you guys can literally copy this to a T. But I'm gonna every single word I'm going to tweak. Don't feel like I'm being nitpicky, Mike. I am gonna be very nitpicky. I'm gonna be very harsh, but we're all about making money here. So let's figure out the best way to make money, and we'll do that by being perfect. Okay?
Absolutely.
So let's try it.
Okay, JT, that should be all you need for now until we find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? Do you currently live here, or are there tenants? What's going on?
Everything was good up until the part of, do you currently live here? Are there tenants? What's going on? I want you to have a higher inflection in your voice. A higher inflection here. So the first part, good. But I want you to repeat, do you currently live here? Or are there tenants? Like, what's going on?
All right. So do you currently live here, or are there tenants? What's going on?
One more time. A little bit higher. A little bit higher.
Okay. So do you currently live here, or are there any tenants? What's going on?
Better, better. One more time. Or are there tenants? Like, just sound way more curious.
Okay. So do you currently live here, or are there any tenants? What's going on?
Really good job. Really good job. Now, say for example, you already know. Say for example that you already know there's a homeowner. It would sound like, but until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now? So pretend that you know they're a homeowner now.
Okay. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
One more time. That was not bad. Just
Okay.
make this move now. Emphasize
Okay.
now.
I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Good. One more time. I know you live here and all. Just pause, comma. I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Okay. I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Good. And then imagine they have tenants, right? I know you
Okay.
have tenants and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
I know you have tenants and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
One more time. Now. I want you to emphasize now better.
Okay. I know you live here. I know you have these tenants at all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
One more time. I want you to fix you started.
Okay. I know you have these tenants at all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
I know you have these tenants and all, not tenants at all. Tenants and all.
Okay. So I know you have these tenants and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Good, good. Vacant. I know it's been vacant for a little bit, but what made you decide to go ahead and sell it now?
I know it's been vacant for a little bit, but what made you decide to go ahead and sell it now?
Good. One more time. I don't like to sell it now. Fix that part. Like sell it now. Slow it down. What made you decide to go ahead and sell it now?
Got it. I know it's been vacant for a little bit, but what made you decide to go ahead and sell it now?
Good. So this next part, we're gonna have to role play. So
Okay.
let's pretend that I'm a homeowner, right? Your job during this reveal portion is to get like 15 to 20 minutes of them talking about their problem. Okay?
Okay.
So let's pretend I'm a homeowner. So say to me, I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Okay. So I know you live here and all, but what made you ready to make this move now?
Oh, I want to get closer to Florida. That's where my family lives.
Oh, closer to the family?
Yeah. Yep, closer to the
Okay.
family. My mom's getting a little sick and I want to be closer to her.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. I would say sick. How long has that been going on? Right?
Sick? How long has that been going on?
Oh, she's been sick for like 6 months now, and she's getting like worse by the day.
I'm sorry to hear. Help me understand the plan here is go take care of her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try and be closer to her. I don't know how much longer, she'll be here, so I want to try and spend as much time with her as possible.
Gotcha. So, based on this, looks like time of the essence here. You want to get this done as soon as possible.
Thought process right there, Mike, is great. Your thought process right there, Mike, was great. The one thing I want you to change was be more empathetic. So you'd be like, instead of being like, sounds like the timeline needs to be quick, it's time is of the essence. Instead of saying it like that, you would say like, so how soon do you need to get down there?
Okay.
Right? Do you see how one
Got
is
it.
more conversational?
Yep, absolutely.
So try that. So say that.
Oh, so how soon do you need to get there then?
Like honestly, as soon as possible.
Gotcha. So is there a deadline that you need to be there by?
Good. Say like for that, I'd be like, is there like an absolute deadline you need to be there by? Like your tonality is so key right here. I think you're
Okay.
missing a little bit of tonality. Like this is very empathetic. You have to be empathetic here.
Okay. So is there a deadline that you need to be there by?
So is there like a deadline that you absolutely have to be there by? If like make it seem like they're like make her have some urgency here.
Okay. So is there a deadline that you need to be there by?
I say absolutely. Like, is there a deadline that you
Okay.
absolutely have to be there by?
So is there a deadline that you absolutely have to be there by?
No. I just need to get there quickly, but there's no deadline.
Okay. So have you looked at places or you gonna stay there for a bit?
Good. That is a great thought process. I just need you to understand how to ask the question a little bit better. So you
Okay.
could so you could say like, um, so you could say like, do you kind of already have a place picked out down there, or like where are you gonna be staying at?
Got it. So do you have a place to stay there or where are you gonna wait, sorry about that.
You're good.
Let me repeat it. So have you looked at a place to stay at or still you need to find that out? I kind of forgot the sentence.
You would say like, it doesn't have to be word for word, but you'd be like, do you already have like a place picked to move, or like do you at least have a place to stay, right?
Okay. So do you already picked a place to move to or um do you still need to look for somewhere?
I'm probably gonna stay with my mom. She has a house down there, so I'll probably just stay with her.
Gotcha. So just so here's what I got. Your mom been sick and you need to go spend some time with her and you're gonna be staying with her and I'm sorry, so did I miss anything important here?
Don't recap like that there, right?
Okay.
So I would want you to go to this portion of the script. Motivation is clear, right?
All right.
So for this, what is the motivation, Mike?
The motivation he needs to go like stay with his mom and it
Why?
needs to be
Why?
as soon as possible.
Yeah. Why?
Uh because his mom is sick and she doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah. Great. So the motivation is clear here, right? Like the
Yeah.
motivation, there's a big reason for motivation. So you would say, just so I can understand the rationale here, what's the main reason you're reaching out to us for maybe a quicker close or an easier transaction versus, I don't know, taking a chance and listing it with a realtor and going through all that hassle?
Right. Just so I can understand the rationale here. What's the main reason you're reaching out to us for maybe a quicker close or easier transaction versus, I don't know, taking a chance, listing it with a realtor and going through all the hassle?
Really good job on
Like,
that. That was
thank you.
fantastic. That was fantastic. Um, Now, say for example, Mike, Your biggest thing is going to be probing questions here. So like, how can you probe these people to tell you? So most likely here, they're going to say, honestly, I don't really have time to deal with the realtor. I don't want to deal with all the showings. I don't want to clean. I don't want to do that. I just want to get closer to my mom, right? So if I said that, what would you say?
Well, that makes sense. Oh, no, wait a minute.
Don't, this is closer to, this is only for this part.
Yeah, for the clear motivation.
So if I
So,
was to say, so Todd, like, she's like, I just want to get down there as soon as possible with my mom. I care about getting, I don't want a bunch of stress. I just want to get down there. Right. And be like, and then I'd be like, Mike, 100%, I get it. You know, it seems like speed is the most important thing here, right? Yes,
got
speed
it.
is the most important thing. Okay, so really it's like the sooner we can get you down closer to your mom, the better, right? Yes, I just want to be so much closer to her, yada yada yada. I miss her. I want to make sure she's safe. Safe. I mean, what do you mean by safe? Well, she's like only got weeks left to live. Weeks? Oh no, we need to get this done as soon as possible. You see, like
Got it.
we're really diving, like we're probing. And
Yeah,
probing training will be good, like if you read that book, Never Split the Difference, you know, and How to
okay.
Win Friends and Influence People. That'll help you probe a lot. So that's for if motivation is clear.
Okay.
So say for example, there's clear motivation, no urgency, right? So for example, if I was like, yeah, I want to move down to Florida to be closer to my family, right? Maybe she hasn't told, or maybe I haven't told you that she's sick or that my mom is sick yet, right? So imagine I'm like, yeah, I want to get down to Florida with my family, but she's not telling you about her mom being sick. You would say
Got
like,
it.
so besides you know wanting to get closer to your family in Florida, what was it that made you look at possibly moving on from this house now? So what was it that came up? Like what caused you to make this happen now, right? So
Yeah.
role play this part with me.
Okay. So besides wanting to move to Florida to get closer to family, what was it that came up that made you want to look at possibly moving on from this now?
Well, be a little bit more empathetic here, but I'm gonna
Okay.
go with you anyway. Well, my mom is sick.
Sick.
Yeah, she's got this really bad cancer and she doesn't have that much longer. So I need to get down there as soon as possible.
What, how, like, sorry to hear. How long are we talking? Like, when do you need to be there by?
Close. Again, I would just be a little bit more empathetic here. Less words will be better, right? So be like, "Oh no, Mike, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has that been going on?"
Okay.
Right? And she'd be like, "Oh, it's
Yeah.
been like 6 months, but I don't really have that much more time." So say that, like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, JT. Like, how long has that been going?"
Sorry to hear that, JT. How long has that been going on?
It's been going on for like 6 months, but it's just progressively getting worse, and I've really got to be down there.
Got you. So is there a deadline you need to be there by?
Well, there's not really a deadline, you know, but I want to be there as soon as possible.
Okay, so we're talking in a matter of weeks.
I mean, if it could be days, I would love that, but yeah, as soon as possible.
So it looks like speed is the most important thing here.
Yeah, speed and ease. Really good job, Mike. That's good. Now,
Thank you.
probably the prospect will be talking more than I'm talking. Like I don't have like an actual story. I'm just making this shit up, right? These
Yeah,
prospects will have actual stories. So you need to be able to um reflect that specifically. Does that make sense?
absolutely.
Um so the next one would be if there's no clear motivation, right? So if they're like, "Hey, I just want to move." They're like, "I want to move." They don't tell you any details, right? I'd be like, "Mike, it kind of sounds like it's going fairly well for you here. Like, what's the rationale behind wanting to sell rather than, I don't know, just like staying in this house and keeping it how you have right now?" Or if there's tenants, you could say, you know, rather than I don't know, just keep renting it out and dealing with the tenants. Or if it's vacant, right? You could say like possibly sell the property rather than, I don't know, just keep holding it until you get bored of it, right? So let's pretend it's a homeowner again. It's the same situation, right? But you don't know the motivation. You don't know the motivation. You don't know anything. So
Okay.
just go for it. Try this.
Right. So, JT, sounds like things are going fairly well for you here. Help me understand, what's the rationale behind wanting to possibly sell this property rather than, I don't know, um, keeping it and like staying in the property,
Yeah, just be like, just stay in there. Like, just, I don't know, stay in home.
staying
Like,
there.
stay in. Yeah.
Okay.
Try one more time.
Okay. Sound like things are going fairly well for you here. What's the rationale behind wanting to possibly sell the property rather rather than, I don't know, just stay here?
Well, I want to get closer to my family in Florida.
Oh, well, that all makes sense. But why take care of this now, though?
Well, my mom's sick. My mom is sick.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, she's going through cancer and she doesn't have that much longer, and I want to be closer to her.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear. How long has that been going on?
Really, 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 really good job there. Really good job. Your probing questions, your thought process, Mike, is fantastic, right? Your thought process is fantastic. The one thing I do want you to work on is going to be how you ask probing questions, right? So we're just going to do
Okay.
I'm going to have ChatGPT write
Mhm.
us probing question training right now.
Okay.
So chat, create me a probing questions training for my sales reps right now for real estate wholesale, talking to sellers, inspired by Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, and How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. So that it's going to create us a probing questions training, and we're going to do it together. I'm going to do it with you as
Cool.
well. Did that, for everyone, Mike, you specifically too, did that help you a lot?
Absolutely.
Great. Everyone else, you guys get value from that. You guys see how important it is to have tonality and pacing and how you ask questions and why you ask those questions. Everything makes sense?
Yes, sir. That makes sense.
Good. Okay. You've reps in this RAM career. Yeah. No. I need you to give me a practice. I need you to give me a practice. Give me practice scenarios. Damn, that's long. Okay, so I'm going to give you a practice scenario on this. You can see my screen on chat, right?
Yep.
So I'd be like, I'm going to say something and I want you to keep probing. I'm going to have a real issue, right? I'm going to have a real issue at hand. I'm going to actually stop sharing. I'm going to have a real issue, but I don't want you to understand. I want you to find the issue out yourself, right?
Okay. Cool.
So I'll just say, yeah, I mean, I've got this rental property that I wanna sell, and the numbers, like I get good rent every month, but I'm just tired of having a rental.
How long have you been landlord for?
I would say like, and how long have you been thinking about getting rid of this rental?
Okay. So how long have you been thinking about getting rid of this rental?
Just a couple months here.
A couple months?
Yeah, I'm tired of dealing with the tenants, obviously, or honestly, I'm tired of them.
Like, what's the issue here?
That's a little bit confrontational. So what I would say
Okay.
there is like, yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, it's just been, you've owned this property for 5 years, right? What kind of made you decide that you were tired of these tenants now? You see how I use the word
Right.
now?
Yeah.
That's
Now.
like, yes. So try that.
Okay. Right. So, I see you've been owning this property for 5 years. What made you want to take care of this now, though?
Good. A little bit different. A little bit different. Like, you've had these tenants for a while, Mike. I mean, what makes you tired of them now? Like he said tired of them, so you want to repeat that, right? So try
Okay.
that.
So you have these tenants for quite a while now. What made you, I don't know, ready to like tired of them now, though?
Say it one more time. Don't say ready to tired of them. Be like, what made you get tired of them now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I see you had these tenants for a long time. What made you tired of them now, though?
Good, good. Honestly, man, 2 months ago, they just stopped paying rent on time. They haven't been answering my calls, and they're not being communicative, and they're just kind of ghosting me, and I'm honestly sick of it.
2 months. I'm sorry.
You're good. That was good. That was good. Like you could say like 2 months. Like how much rent have you lost in those past 2 months?
2 months. So how much rent have you lost in these 2 months?
Well, that's $4,000 they haven't paid me in the past 2 months, and I can't get a hold of them or anything.
4,000. Um, any costs on top? Any taxes?
So good, good. You're going on the right path. Just be a little bit more confident when you ask, right? So
Okay.
curious but confident. So be like, oh, and they didn't pay 4,000. What about your insurance and your taxes and your mortgage? What about all that?
Okay. So, what about the, uh, I'm sorry,
You're
well, one
good.
minute.
You're good.
So 4,000, what about the taxes, insurance, and mortgage?
Yeah, man, I've been paying it, but I don't want to keep taking the loss every month, you know? Like this is ridiculous.
Totally. Um, so, what made you wanna, one second.
You're good.
Uh,
Here, I would say
that's
something along the lines of I mean, it sounds kind of like they just aren't respecting you at all. And he's gonna go on a tangent, right? Like
labeling.
you have to, yes, you want to label them. Why do we want to label them? Because we want them to feel like we understand them, right?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah,
it is us. We're on a team. Like Mike, you want to feel like you're on the seller's team fighting against the problem. Does that make sense?
absolutely.
It's you and them versus the problem. And if you can solve the problem together, you will get a solution. Okay?
Sure.
And then you could say like, and I guess so say for example, you label them. It seems like, they just don't respect you at all. Oh, they don't respect me. They don't do this. They don't do that. Ah. So, I mean, are you wanting to sell the property with them still there, or are we going to try and evict them? Like, how's that going to go down? Oh, I don't want, I got to evict them, like, okay, we can definitely help with that too, especially if we can come to an agreement today. Like, we want to help you. Like, focus on being a help to them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So try that now. Let's go from there.
Okay. So sounds like they don't respect you.
Yeah, honestly, they don't respect me. They're not paying. They don't do anything right. I mean, I'm kind of sick of it.
What changed? Like when they were paying before, right?
Yeah, yeah, great question, Mike, by the way. What changed? Honestly, I don't know. I think they're just like they might be going through something, but if they're not going to be answering me, they're just going to ghost me. They're not going to pay. I can't help them.
So what's the plan here? Are you gonna sell it with the tenants or you planning to evict them?
I ideally evict them, but man, honestly, I don't know if I can afford it.
Oh, well, we can help with that, especially if we come to like an agreement today.
Yeah. Okay. I would be a little bit more empathetic there. Be like, Mike, I'm sure we could help you with that, especially like pace it, especially if we can come to an agreement today. Try
So,
something. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure we can help with that, especially if we come to an agreement today.
I don't like it. I would say like,
I mean,
I'm Mike. I would say their name. So you can say JT, right?
okay.
JT, I'm sure we can help with that because I want this to be, like a good process for you. We want to help you. I'm sure we can help, especially if we come to an agreement today.
Okay. So JT, I know we can help with that, especially if we can get on an agreement today. Oh, wait a minute.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. So JT, I know we can help with that. It's part of the process, um, especially if we can get to an agreement today.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One more time.
So JT, I know we can help with that. It's part of the process, especially if we get to an agreement today.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So that was the first one. That's a tire landlord example. We're gonna do one more example, Mike. Right? And then what I'm gonna do is
we're gonna get off this chat. We're gonna hop on another one. I'm going to show you a specific, we're gonna do one more example now. Then I'm gonna get you onboarded onto the power dialer. Okay. And then I want you to go through and get some reps on the phone with sellers while I'm on another meeting. And then I want you to bring
Okay.
some call recordings to me. Okay. But in the meantime, I want you to figure out why I'm selling this property. I'm not gonna give you anything. Just ask me questions about why I want to sell.
Okay.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
So that's a new one, yeah?
Yeah, complete new. This is completely new.
Okay. So just a sec. Okay, that should be all you need for now, until we find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? Do you currently live here, or are there tenants? What's going on?
I currently live here. Yeah, I currently live here.
Oh, where are you headed next?
I don't really know yet. I haven't really decided where we want to go, but probably somewhere like pretty close.
And how does that compare to where you are now?
Well, I mean, it's just another house. I mean, so.
I get that. Just help me understand, like, what would make you want to move, especially that it's close now.
Good job. Good job. I mean, we're just going through some things, and I need to sell this house, and I'm gonna sell it.
Going through some things.
Yeah, we're just not in the best, financial spot right now, and we need to get this thing sold.
Oh, how long has that been going on?
Well, it's I guess 3 months now.
3 months.
Yep. I think 3 months is, we've missed the past 3 months of payments. And it's not fun to say that, but we got, a little bit of stuff we got to pay off.
So, like, what will be your position if that took, like, I don't know, 90 days?
So you were on a really good track. Don't say that quite yet. Be like, oh, 3 months. What happened 3 months ago? Right?
Okay, so 3 months. What happened 3 months ago?
Well, I lost my job, and I couldn't figure it out. I messed up, man. I couldn't pay. I couldn't make the payments, and now they're threatening to foreclose on us, and we just need to get this thing done.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear, JT. So did they give you a deadline?
Really good job. Really good job there. Yeah, I only have 2 months. I have 60 days to figure this out.
60 days. If you didn't sell by 60 days, they take the house.
Yeah.
So sounds like speed is of the essence here.
Yes, it's very important.
Okay. I think I can help with that. Just so I have all my ducks in a row here. You're in you're about to the house is about to go into foreclosure. You lost your job, and you need to get from under as soon as possible. If we do it in 2 months, would less be better for you, or is it gonna be?
I don't like the recap. I don't like the recap. If you're gonna go for that, go for the motivation. Go to clear motivation, right?
Clear motivation.
Yeah. So don't recap. Try to go to clear motivation instead.
Okay. Just so I understand the rationale here. Oh, if motivation is clear. Oh,
yeah, that's right.
What's the main reason you're reaching out to us now, for maybe a quicker close or easier transaction, versus, I don't know, taking a chance, listing it with a realtor and going through all the hassle?
Yeah. Well, I really don't have the time anymore. Like I said, I only have 60 days, and we can't go through this foreclosure, right? So we just need to get this thing going. We just got to get it going.
Gotcha. And if nothing changes between now and 60 days, what are you walking into then?
I don't know. I don't really have a choice. I've got to get something done within 60 days.
Okay.
If you ever take pauses like this, right?
No,
like, hey,
I can't.
No,
Okay.
If you ever do, though, if you ever get like a little bit lost, be like, okay, let me update these notes because I really want to make sure we're able to help you, right? And
Right.
then think of what you're going to say next, but just like act like you're taking notes. Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Um,
Nice.
so a really good job today, Mike. I'm gonna add you to the power dollar here in a moment. One thing I want you to understand currently is I'm gonna give you like a couple things, like a couple of good probing questions, right? That will just help you in general, right?
Okay.
Um, here's a good one. What have you kind of tried so far in order to be able to achieve dream outcome? And what's the main reason you're looking to move on from this now? Always say now, right?
Okay.
What's most
Noted.
what's most important to you? There's just questions like that. I think that if you just like really you're labeling really well and you're mirroring really well too. But I just want you to focus a little bit more on uh the
Probing.
yes, the probing.
Okay. Got it.
Otherwise, you did a really good job there. We're going to go over the assessment portion of the script because my computer
Cool.
cannot handle all this shit right now. So
Okay.
so we can still make this beneficial. I want to go over just the assessment portion.
Okay.
So okay. So the purpose of the assessment portion of the script is to avoid the how can you buy my house over the phone objection. It's going to make them feel like you're the real deal. So think about this, right? If someone called you on the phone and they just offered you for your house, right? You'd be like, you haven't even seen it. How would you know like how much you can offer, right?
Yeah.
But think about it this way. If you ask more details than any other company's ever asked, if you're more strategic than any other company's ever asked, if you're talking more in depth than any other company's ever asked, who sounds like the real deal? The person just saying like, "Hey, I'll give you 100K for your house," or the person who's asking every single detail that you could possibly want to know in order to make an offer,
Yep.
right?
Makes
So
sense. Yep.
so the purpose of this portion is literally just fact finding, right? We're fact finding about the property. We don't want to go super in depth here. We want them to make everything seem tangible. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So, for example, we're going to go line by line again. This part, you don't really have to focus that much on tonality. You want to sound more curious than concerned. It's more of just like fact of the matter stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you how I want the tonality to sound, and then you can just follow after that. All right.
Cool.
Okay, Mike. So, thank you for sharing all that with me. That's truly helpful, and it's going to help the chances of you getting approved. But before we get into the inside of the house, can you tell me a little bit more about the outside, like the neighborhood, and how are the neighbors? Go ahead. So try that.
Okay. Thank you for sharing all of that with me, JT. That is truly helpful and will help the chances of getting you approved. Now, before we get into the inside of the house, can you tell me about the outside, like the neighborhood? How are the neighbors? They take care of their home?
Yeah, good job. Good job. Really good job.
Cool.
And then they'll tell you about the neighbors in the neighborhood, right? Now, next is going to be like, what about the windows and doors? Are they all weatherproof?
What about the windows and doors? Are they all weatherproof?
Good. And the road, is it a double yellow line?
And the road, is it a double yellow line?
Do you know what that means, Mike?
Yeah, double yellow is highway.
Yeah, yeah, good. And then, yeah, and what's the speed limit of the road out front? Do you know that?
And what's the speed limit of the road? Do you know that?
Good. And then, are there any power lines crossing through the property?
Are there any power lines crossing through the property?
Good. Okay. Oh, by the way, Mike, if anyone asks where you're from Tennessee, okay? And you're
That's what I say.
Spanish. And you're Spanish.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Do I sound Spanish?
No, you don't sound Spanish. I mean, you
Okay.
sound honestly, you could pass for Spanish, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. So that's what you're gonna say. Yeah, I'm Spanish.
Okay. Cool.
And then the structure, is it in good condition? Or do you know anything wrong with the structure right now?
And the structure, is it in good condition, or do you know of anything wrong with the structure right now?
Good. And the roof. Any leaks, missing shingles, anything like that?
And the roof, any leaks, missing shingles, or anything like that?
Good. Next one. How about the HVAC? Is it in good operating condition or does that need to be replaced too?
How about the HVAC? Is it in good operating condition, or does that need to be replaced too?
It's in pretty good condition. Now, is there anything
Hmm.
that I can't see from the front of the house that you may have in the back, like
a shed, a pool, any other structures I would need to know about?
Now, is there anything that I can see from the front of the road that you may have in the back, like a shed, pool, or any other structure?
No, no. Say that one more time. I don't like that one. Say like, be a little bit more curious there.
Okay. Now, is there anything that I can see from the front of the road that you may have in the back, like a shed, pool, or any other structure?
Good. And then they answer that. Then you say, great. Yeah, that should be everything I need for the outside for now. So this can segue us into the next portion, which is the inside. For this, I'd like for you to walk me through like the layout of the house as detailed as you can. Would you do that for me?
Great. Great. That should be everything I need about the outside for now. So this can segue us into the next portion, which is the inside. For this, I'd like for you to walk me through the layout of the house as detailed as you can. Would you do that for me?
Yeah, it's as detailed as you can. Pause. Would you do that for me? Try one more time. Just say as detailed as you can. Pause. Would you do that for me?
As detailed as you can. Would you do that for me?
One more time. Bigger pause.
As detailed as you can. Would you do that for me?
Good job. And then they walk you through that and be like, okay, Mike, so the interior, would you say if it was built in 1920, you would say like, would you say it still looks like the
The
1920
20s.
build? Or would you just say it's been all updated since then? Yeah, you can say the 20s
And
too. That's good.
yeah, okay, cool. And the interior, would you say it looks like the 20s or has it been updated at all since then?
Good. And what type of flooring is it currently?
And what type of flooring is it currently?
Good. And then is it sheetrock? Is it sheetrock or is it paneling?
Is it sheetrock or is it paneling?
Good. Okay. And what kind of countertops are in the kitchen?
And what kind of countertops are in the kitchen?
Good. What and then appliances. What type of appliances are in the kitchen?
And what type of appliances are in the kitchen?
Good. The bathrooms. What type of shower? Is it like tile? Is it, stone? What kind of shower?
And the bathrooms, what type of shower is it? Is it like tile or is it stone?
It's yeah, good. That's fine. If they're like, well, it's the fiberglass, they could say fiberglass too. Just write this stuff
Okay.
down. And has the plumbing been updated at all since it's been built? Like, is it PEX pipe, PVC, copper, galvanized? Like, what kind of piping is it?
And has the plumbing been updated at all since it's built? Is it PEX, PVC, copper, or galvanized?
Good. What about electric? Is it a breaker box or is it the old tube and knob style?
And what about electric? Is it a breaker box or is it tube and knob?
I would say, is it the old tube and knob style?
Is it old? Okay. So is it a breaker box or is it the old tube and knob?
Good. Now, thank you for all that. Yeah. So, Mike, let's say I gave you a 50,000. Laugh a little bit here. Say I gave you like a
Okay.
$50,000 gift card to Home Depot. What exactly would you do to get this property HGTV ready?
Thank you for that. So let's say I gave you a $50,000 gift card to Home Depot. What exactly would you do to this property to get it HGTV ready?
Good. Good job. Really good job there. I like how you see the change in tonality though. Like
Yeah,
you're definitely improving there. So just keep focusing on like the change in tonality, the change in pacing and all that, depending on the portion of the script, right?
right.
That part is the easiest part of the entire script.
True.
Like it's literally just like asking questions and getting an answer. So this one is
Yeah.
not super detailed. Yeah, that's literally it. Do you guys have any questions about that portion of the script at all? Ethan, Mike, anybody?
Not at all.
Yeah, very simple.
Secure positioning. This is one of the most advanced techniques in sales, and it's called pre-handling objections. So a lot of people are like, JT, how do you handle objections? How do I objection handle? And truth be told is I don't really get many objections because I handle them before they could possibly give me the objection in the future. Let me ask you something, Mike. Do you think it's harder? Do you think it's harder to get someone to accept a price if they're super clear on the process and already bought into the process? All you have to do is figure out price, or if you tell them the price and then try to figure out everything else.
The first, of course.
Exactly. So what we do here is We are trying to secure the position. We're trying to secure our position as being the company they work with. We're trying to avoid all the smoke screens like I need to talk to my attorney, I need to talk to my wife. All of that's bullshit. And we're avoiding all the objections after the offer by pre-handling them up front. And we're getting the seller to confirm that they want to move forward with our process before we present the price to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say this line once, and then I want you to follow it here. So let's make sure everybody gets it. Okay, perfect. So thank you so much for being detailed. Now, in just a few minutes, I'm going to be running this back to the underwriting team. Is there anything else you need to figure out before you truly know if you can close on this property? Try that, Mike.
Thank you so much for being so detailed. Now, in just a few minutes, I'll be running this back to my underwriting. Is there anything else you would need to figure out before you truly know if you can close on this property?
Good. I want you just to sound a little bit more curious right here.
Okay. Thank you so much for being so detailed. Now, in just a few minutes, I'll be running this back to my underwriting. Is there anything else you would need to figure out before you truly know if you can close on this property?
Good. And then they're going to say, well, they might say like, oh, I need to make sure I can move in time, right? They might give you an objection here. And you're like, oh, okay. How long do you need to move? Now you have the time frame. Does that make sense?
Yep.
They might say something else and you can pre-handle that objection that they may have in the future. So the next thing would be, so do you have a deadline this absolutely has to sell by?
So
So just,
do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by?
good. So just paste it a little bit more right here. So do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by?
So do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by?
Pause after has. So do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by? You see how I emphasize absolutely has?
Yep. So do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by? Sorry.
Try one
Let
more
me
time.
try again. Okay.
Absolutely has.
So do you have a deadline that this absolutely has to sell by?
Good job. No, there's no deadline. Okay. And is there anyone else that might be a tiny bit concerned you're going to be selling the home?
Okay. Okay. And is there anyone else that might be a tiny bit upset, concerned that you're going to be selling the home?
And is there anyone else that might be even a tiny bit, emphasize a tiny bit, concerned that you're going to be selling the home?
Okay. And is there anyone else that might be a tiny bit concerned that you're going to be selling the home?
Excellent. No, no one else. Now, if they say yes, someone, then you don't have to say this line, right?
Yep.
But if they say no, then you would this is going to be a playful tonality. So no realtor or no crazy ex-girlfriend or anything like that.
So no realtor or ex-girlfriend or anything like that.
Yeah, or if it's a girl, you could say no realtor or crazy ex-boyfriend or anything like that.
Cool.
And then next. Okay, great. And this needs to be really curious and empathetic here. So, okay, great. And after all mortgages and liens have been taken out, how much do you need in your pocket at closing in order to be able to achieve dream outcome? So let's say the dream outcome is getting down to Florida with their family, right?
Yeah.
So you would say, or let's pretend there's bad tenants, right? I would say, okay, great. And after all mortgages and liens have been taken out, how much do you need in your pocket at closing in order to have to not deal with those stressful tenants anymore? Say that.
Okay, great. And after all mortgages and liens have been taken out, how much do you need in your pocket at closing in order to get rid of the tenants, the stressful tenants that you have?
Let's think about the dream outcome here, right? So if you have bad tenants, they're tearing up your property, right? You don't want them. You don't want them in that house anymore, right?
Yep.
So their goal is to what? Get them out, like, is to not have to deal with those stressful tenants, right?
Yep.
So if that's their goal, you would say, in order to not have to deal with those stressful tenants anymore, right? If their goal was, I want to move to Florida, so their goal was to move to Florida, you would say, in your pocket at closing, in order to get moved down to Florida, right?
Yep.
If their goal was to pay off all their credit cards, right? You would say, you know, in your pocket at closing in order to be able to pay off all your credit cards. So so I want you to frame it like that. So we're going to do the tenant one. And the goal is to get rid of these stressful tenants.
Okay. Okay, great. And after all mortgages and liens have been taken out, how much do you need in your pocket at closing in order to get rid of these stressful tenants?
Good. Okay, and how much? And they say 50,000, right? So, okay, and how much is currently left on your mortgage?
Okay, and how much is currently left on your mortgage?
If they say 100,000, then how much do we know that we need to offer them in order for them to be able to achieve dream outcome?
150.
Great, great. So, Mike, here's what I'm going to do next. Is I'm going to do something called a price anchor, right? So a price anchor is a low ball to set an expectation of super low, like that we're going to come in way lower than we are. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it would be like, but instead of us taking the blame, Mike, so instead of me saying, hey, I'm going to offer you $100,000 for your $200,000 house, I'm going to say, hey, other investors would offer you $100,000. That's not our offer, but it's probably theirs, right?
Yep.
So let's say Zillow is saying that the property's worth $200,000. Here's how we would do this. So, Mike, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but I see other investors are buying similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000. Again, that is not our offer. Just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants?
Okay.
Try it.
So, JT, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties at 80 to 100,000. Again, that's not our offer, just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to achieve getting rid of the tenants and the stressful tenants? Sorry.
That was okay. The one thing I want you to fix here is your tonality. Your pacing was good here, but your tonality was not empathetic enough. Like, you want to be caring and concerned here. Caring and concerned. Really focus on that for this.
So, JT, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind that this is by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties at 80 to 100,000. Again, that's not our offer, just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. If they offered you something like that, you still be able to get rid of those stressful tenants?
Try again. It just doesn't emphasize it more, right?
Okay.
Mike, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties. Change your facial expressions.
Okay. So, JT, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties at 80 to 100,000. Again, this is not our offer, just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. If they offered you something you like that, would you still be able to get rid of those stressful tenants?
Much better. Here's what I want you to emphasize. I want you to emphasize this word here. So I want you to say, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer. Emphasize the word our here.
Okay.
So try that, just this
Keep,
part.
okay. Keep in mind, this is by no means our offer,
Good.
but
No means our offer, but other investors are buying properties, similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000. Say dollars.
okay. But other investors are buying similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000.
Good. So say
Need
now
to
we're gonna
get
do this
better.
whole thing.
Okay.
We're gonna do this whole thing right here. Keep in
Okay.
mind this by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000. Again, that is not our offer, just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. That's what I want you to say right now.
Okay. So JT, I just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but other investors buy similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000. Again, that is not our offer. What other investors are buying properties for cash at.
Good.
If they
I need you to emphasize this. I need you to every time.
the other hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the hours in this need to be
Yeah.
emphasized. This, yeah, go ahead. Try that again.
Okay. So JT, just want to let you know, I see other investors, and keep in mind, this is by no means our offer, but other investors are buying similar properties at $80,000 to $100,000. Again, that's not our offer, just what other investors are buying properties for cash at. If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants?
This sounds too curious. This part,
Okay.
more concerned. If they offered you
concerned.
something like that, would you still
Okay.
be able to get rid of those tenants?
If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants?
Still a little bit too curious. Here's what you sound like, Mike. It
Uh,
sounds like
uh,
if they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants? Versus if they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants? Do you hear
if
the difference?
yeah, I hear it. I'm trying to get it. Okay. If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to achieve getting rid of those tenants?
Good. Much better. One more time though.
If they offered you something like that, would you still be able to get rid of those tenants?
Good. Good job. Next line. And really, that is by no means our offer. I'm just trying to understand what I should do in the case that our underwriting team comes back a little bit lower than you and I are hoping for. What is the key? What is my
Our
biggest?
and you and I,
Yes,
you and I.
yes. Great job. So go for it.
And really, that is by no means our offer. Just trying to understand what I should do in the case that our underwriting teams come back a little bit lower than you and I are hoping for.
Good job. Good job. Really good job. So here is the most important part of the entire script. This line is the most important part of the entire script. It is giving you the opportunity to pre-handle any objections, right? Mike, I'm actually going to do this with you a couple times. I'm going to be the buyer. I want you to be the seller. Okay?
Okay.
So, Mike, that $50,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing, if we can get you close to that, close in a time frame that works for you, and make sure you're able to get rid of those tenants as soon as possible. Would you have any concerns at that point?
No, just a time frame
The time frame. And what time frame is most important to you?
to get this closed as soon as possible.
Yeah. And let's say like a deadline for you. What would your deadline be?
Beginning for the year.
Okay. So let's say we were able to get you close to that $50,000 in your pocket, close by the beginning of the year, and make sure you're able to get those tenants out by the beginning of the year. Would you have any concerns at that point?
No.
Good. So you see how I found out your other objection? You said, and I don't
Yep.
have any concerns, but I want this timeline. Then I find out your timeline and I solve that. Now, when we make the offer, she can't be like, oh, I wanted to close this date instead, because you already told us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want you to give me another one here. Give me another one. Like, would you have any concerns at that point? They might say like, oh, I want to make sure that you're a reputable company. Let's try that. because this one,
Okay.
like, or like make sure that you guys are actually the real deal. Okay.
Okay.
So, Mike, that $50,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing, if we can get you close to that, close in a time frame that works for you, and make sure that you're able to get those tenants out as soon as possible. Would you have any concerns at that point?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys are the real deal.
Yeah. If I were you, I definitely would want to do the same. Mike, what would help you feel more confident that we're the real deal?
I don't know. Maybe your reviews.
Yeah, perfect. What I'm going to do really quick is if you'll check your phone, I'm going to send you over our website where you can see some of our reviews, testimonials, and people we've worked with in the past. That way you understand that what we tell you is something we can firmly stand behind. So, Mike, say we show you, you go look at these good reviews, we get you close to that 50,000, and we're able to close in the time frame. I mean, to make sure you get those tenants out as soon as possible. What other concerns would you have at that point?
No, that would be all.
Good. All right. So what I do, here's the strategy here. When they have a concern or a question, I don't answer the concern or question. I ask them a concern or question. Because if they, like here, you don't know how to, they will tell you how to answer their question, right?
Yeah.
Because Mike, if I'm like, if you tell me, how do I know if you ask me, how do I know you're the real deal, right?
Yeah.
And if I say, oh, I've closed hundreds of homes, they might not want to hear that. They might
get defensive.
Yes, they might want to hear something else. So you ask them, what do you want to hear? Basically, like, what do you want to see? Right? If they say, I want to make sure you can close, you said you wanted reviews, right? But what if they really wanted more earnest money?
Yeah.
So we're going to practice that a little bit here. So you're going to, instead of answering the question, you're going to ask another question to solve their current question. Make sense?
Makes sense.
So give it a shot.
So JT, that $50,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing, if we can get you close to that, close in a time frame that works for you, and make sure you get rid of those stressful tenants, would you have any concerns at that point?
I just want to make sure you guys will actually close.
Oh, got you. And what will make you be sure that we'll actually close?
I would just want to see like a good amount of earnest money down.
Okay. How much are we talking?
$5,000.
So that $50,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing with $5,000 earnest money. And if we can get you close to that and close in a time frame that works for you and make sure you get rid of those tenants, would you have any concerns at that point?
Well, I just want to make sure that also I want to make sure the time is good too. Like that you guys are closing in my time frame.
And what's the time frame you'd like to close in?
Within the next 2 months max.
2 months. Okay. So that $50,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing with $5,000 earnest money, if we can get you close to that, close in maximum of 2 months and make sure you get rid of those stressful tenants, would you have any concerns at that point?
Nope, no other concerns. Really good job, Mike. The one thing I want you to change here is you're saying the same exact thing over and over again.
Yeah.
I want you to say the same thing, but not the word for word same thing. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So it would be like, so that $50,000 you said you need in your pocket closing, right? Instead of saying that again, I would say, okay, so we get you close to $50,000. See how I said the same thing, except I just framed it different, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you did a good job. Really good job. On to this next part. If they say nothing, here's what you're going to say, Mike. Okay. Mike, what do you want the next steps to be from here?
Okay. Then, JT, what would you like the next steps to be from here?
I'm ready to get an offer. That's what you're looking for. You want them to tell you to move forward. Make sense?
Okay. So what I can do do I continue or you want to say first?
Go for it.
Okay. So what I can do from here, if you feel like it would help, is run down the hall to the underwriting department to see if we can get you approved for one of our cash offer programs. And within the next few minutes, I'll either have you A, an approval with an offer attached to your file number, B, denial with the reason why. So just hold on a few minutes for while I put you on a quick.
Okay, two things. If, emphasize the if here, right?
Okay.
So you would say like, here's what you said. If you feel like it would help, run down the hall to the underwriting department to see if we can get you approved, right? Here's what I want it to sound like. If you feel like it would help, is run down the hall to the underwriting department to see if we can get you approved for one of our cash offer programs. So just say this line.
Okay. So if you feel like it would help, is run down the hall to the underwriting department to see if we can get you approved for one of our cash offer programs.
Good job. Good job. And within the next few minutes, I'll either have you A, an approval with an offer attached to your file number, or one thing I didn't have in here is the or. I want to make sure you emphasize or
Okay.
a denial reason why.
Okay. So in the next few minutes, I'll either have you A, an approval with an offer attached to your file number, or denial, B, denial with a reason why.
Good. Now, so just hold on a few minutes while I put you on hold.
So just hold on a few minutes while I'll put you on hold.
Okay. So there's two holds coming up. The first hold is to comp the property and to build suspense, right? We're building suspense. The second hold is to finalize numbers based on when we know the rest of this information. So here's what we're going to do from here. We're going to say, hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I can.
Boom. So I do not have good or bad news quite yet. They just had a few more specific questions they wanted me to ask before we give you an offer that we can firmly stand behind. Keywords here.
Okay.
Firmly stand behind.
Okay.
So try. Give me a shot on this.
So I don't have good or bad news quite yet. They just have a few more specific questions they wanted me to ask before we give you an offer we can firmly stand behind.
Good. This first part though, I want you to pace this out more. So
Okay.
I don't have good or bad news quite yet. You see how long that was? Try it again. Try that.
Yeah. So I don't have good or bad news quite yet.
So I don't have good or bad news quite yet.
So I don't have good or bad news quite yet.
Good.
I guess.
The only thing I want you to change there is the quite yet. Emphasize those. Quite yet.
Okay. So I don't have good or bad news quite yet.
They just have a few more specific questions they want me to ask before we give you an offer we can firmly stand behind. So ask, pause. Before we give you an offer, pause. We can firmly stand behind.
They just have a few more specific questions they wanted me to ask before we give you an offer we can firmly stand behind.
Firmly stand behind.
Firmly stand behind.
Good, good. Now this next part, I don't need to teach you how to ask these questions. These are literally just questions about the property, right? I'm not going to teach you how to do that.
Yep.
Now, the next important part. Here, so we've got them bought in on us. We've already said if we do X, Y, and Z, if we give them the offer they're looking for, they're ready to move forward. They told us they want to move forward, correct? We remember that.
Yeah.
So now what we're doing is getting them bought in on our process. So let's get into that. So, all right, perfect. That is all they needed. Before I take this back to them though, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Right. Perfect. This is all they needed. Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Try one more time.
Okay. All right. Awesome. This is all they needed. Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works? Well, again.
Again, yeah.
Right. Perfect. This is all they needed. Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Good. This is too paced out though. This is too long. Before
Okay.
I take like good tonality though, really good tonality, just too long. Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Too long of pacing again.
Okay. Before I take this back, do you mind if I share with you how our process works?
Good job. Awesome. So you do, if you do receive a final approval, it's going to be attached to that file number, JC-1234, like we discussed earlier. Go ahead.
Awesome. So if you do receive a final approval, it will be attached to the file number JC1234, like we discussed earlier.
So if here, big if.
Yeah. Awesome. So if
That's a little
awesome.
that's a little
Awesome. So if I'm sorry.
but that was
All
good.
right.
That was good. That was good.
So if you do receive a final no, so if you do receive a final approval, it will be attached to the file number JC1234, like we discussed earlier.
Good, good. I will then send you a super simple 3-page agreement that we will go over together. That outlines how the process works. And luckily for both of us, it's written in 3rd grade English. Not to insult your intelligence, but to make sure everyone can easily understand it.
I'll then send you a simple 3-page agreement that we'll go over together that outlines how the process works. And luckily for both of us, it's written in 3rd grade English, not to insult your intelligence, but to make sure everyone can easily understand it.
Try one more time.
I'll then send you a simple 3-page agreement that we'll go over together that outlines how the process works. And luckily for both of us, it's written in 3rd grade English, not to insult your intelligence, but to make sure everyone can easily understand it.
Here's what I'm not liking. You don't sound confident enough. You don't sound confident enough in this, right?
Okay.
So sound more like professional. Like you're like you know this, like this is you. You do this thousands of times. You're the freaking boss. So
Okay.
sound a little bit more confident.
I'll then send you I'm sorry. I'll then send you a 3-page agreement that we'll go
Simple.
over together.
Say simple. Simple 3-page agreement.
I'll then send you a simple 3-page agreement that we'll go over together that outlines how the process works. And luckily for both of us, it's written in 3rd grade English, not to insult your intelligence, but to make sure everyone can easily understand it.
Good. Then once it's approved, I'll send a member of our team out to your home within the next 72 hours to take some pictures so our team can get ready to start the closing process.
Where did it go?
Sorry, my bad.
Then once it's approved, I'll send a member of our team to your home within the next 72 hours to take some pictures so our team can get ready to start the closing process.
One more time, be more confident in what you're
Then
saying.
once it's approved, I'll send a member of our team to your home within the next 72 hours to take some pictures so our team can get ready to start the closing process.
Okay. One more time. It's like almost like it is what it is. Think just like shrug your shoulders. Then once it's approved, we'll send a member of our team out to the home within the next 72 hours to take some pictures so our team can get ready to start the closing process.
Then once it's approved, we'll send a member of our team to the home within the next 72 hours to take some pictures so our team can get ready to start the closing process.
Good. Once we have pictures in hand, we're going to share them with our contractors first to get an accurate repair budget. And then possibly to the open partner market to make sure we can get you the price we say we will in the time frame that we promise you.
Once we have pictures in hand, we will share them with our contractors first to get an accurate repair budget, and then possibly to the open partner market to make sure we can get the price we say we will in the time frame we promised you.
Good job. We will then schedule a couple of walkthroughs with our contractors and retail partners, but our team is used to this. So for you, the process is completely hands-off, so you don't have to stress about repairs, renovations, cleanings, or anything like that.
Then we'll schedule a couple walkthrough with our contractors and retail partners, but our team is used to this for you. So for you, this process is hands-off. You don't have to stress about repairs, renovations, cleaning, or anything like that.
Try it one more time.
Then we'll schedule a couple walkthrough with our contractors and retail partners, but our team is used to this. So for you, this process is hands-off. So you don't have to stress about repairs, renovations, cleaning, or anything like that.
Good. And from that point, you sit back, relax, and get paid.
And from that point, you sit back, relax, and get paid.
Do you have any questions or concerns about the process before I take this back to get final approval?
Do you have any questions or concerns about the process before I take this back to get its final approval?
Mike, ask me, what's the open partner market?
What's the open partner market?
Great question, Mike. What the open partner market is when we are making sure we get you the price we promised you and the time frame we promised. Sometimes we have to cut cake different ways just to make sure we can get you that cash. So by putting on the open partner market, we're able to market the property with our investors so we can surely get you that price in the time frame we promised. And then they might say something along the lines of, oh, so you have to market the property? And then I would simply say, yes, ma'am. That's just how we've always done it. Okay. Simple as that. The more confident you seem and the less explaining you try to do, the more likely they are to trust you.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And if they're like, what do you mean by retail partners? Same thing. We partner with different people sometimes when we don't have enough cash at the time to purchase the property because we want to help you. But at the end of the day, we're helping a lot of families out. And in order for us to ensure that we get you the price we promised and the time frame we promised you, we'll cut the cake however it takes in order to be able to give you something that we can firmly stand behind.
All right. What if they say, because I got this on a call, are you a wholesaler?
Say, no, we're end buyers. We buy these properties cash. Yeah, we buy these properties cash. Now, have we done assignments in the past? Yes. Are we willing to do assignments now? Yes. Are we open to doing assignments? Yes. We're going to cut the cake however it takes to get you the price in the time frame we promised you. That's what we're here to do.
Okay.
Make sense?
Makes sense.
The biggest key words that you want to repeat over and over again is getting you the price we promised in the time frame we promised you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then if they say nope, no other concerns, you're going to say, okay, awesome. Just give me a few minutes here with the team and I'll see if we can get you approved. Finish that off.
Okay, awesome. Give me just a few minutes here with the team and I'll see what I can do. I'll see if we can get you approved. I'll try again. Okay, awesome. Give me just a few minutes here with the team and I'll see if we can get you approved.
Done. That is the secure positioning phase of the script. That is the most important part of the entire script. Getting them bought in on the process and on you before you present the price. Because if you present the price at or before you handle their objections, it's going to be so much easier for them to say no. But if you've already handled everything before you present the price, how are they supposed to say no at that point? They would have to make up a lie. But if you've already pre-handled the objection, you can call them out on what they said earlier. The offering is kind of it's not the most important part because actually the pre-handling is the most important part, but we do need to know how to effectively offer in order to be able to get people to accept the number we're going to be presenting to them. So a couple things I definitely want to go over, and I'm going to wait till Mike gets here because I'm going to be training him specifically. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to go over the offer and the close. So the offer is just a small portion, and then we will have to go through how to actually close the property too. So we're going to get into both of those in 1 second. I want once Mike gets in here, we'll go for it. Thank you, Tazi. I got absolutely thrown by a bull this weekend. Look at this. This was insane. I wonder if y'all be able to see it. Let's see. This was literally insane. That was insane. I got absolutely bodied. Okay, Mike's joining up in 1 second here. And once he joins, we will go directly into this specifically. I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing my screen. Oh, I'm sore every day. I still limp. I limp when I walk. It's kind of embarrassing. Let's see here. Come on, Mikey. Join up. Hold on. I didn't tell him for a second. It would take me a second to get him on here. So I'm just trying to get him uploaded so we can train this. It's going to be pretty beneficial. We're going to do the offer and close together because they kind of go hand in hand. Here we go. Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let's run it, brother. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the offer and close portion. Okay. So I'm going to quickly frame the reason we're going to do offer and close together, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. So specifically, the reason we do the offer and close together is because the offer is just one small portion. It's the first, like, hey, does this make sense for you? Right? And then after that, the close is handling all the objections and the negotiation. So we're going to go over all through all of this. But the purpose of the small portion of the offer is just to make the seller feel like they've qualified. So how, like, you know how we talk throughout the whole time, hey, if you qualify, if this is something we can help you with, right? We're emphasizing the word if. So when we get here, they truly feel like they qualified to work with us, right? It's also reinforcing that they need us, not the other way around. So step one is complete. We've got them to agree to everything. The only thing we need now is about finalizing the minor details. So there's two types. One is the good news. One is the bad news. So if you remember earlier today, the motivation was they needed $50,000 and they would walk away from the property with their bad tenants, right? So if you could get them approved for $50,000 in their pocket, which in this specific scenario would be how much?
150.
Correct. Which in this specific scenario would be 150,000. Then we would say good news. If unfortunately it came in less than that, maybe like 125, then we would use the bad news script. We're going to go through both. But if you're close, so for say, for example, on the good news, right? If you're like at 42,000 and they're at 50,000, I would use good news, right? But if you're at like 25, I would not. So let's just go through it. The first offer is going to be 45,000. That's what I'm going to give you. I know you wanted to tell me 50. And then we're going to do the bad news. I'm going to do one at 25. But let's start with our good news one first. Okay. So Mike, tonality is going to be completely different. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Congrats, Mike. It looks like we are able to help you with this. It looks like the best you can get approved for was 145,000, which will put $45,000 in your pocket and allow you to never have to see those troubled tenants again. So present that offer to me.
Congrats, JT. Looks like we're able to help you with this. Looks like the best you could get approved for was 145,000, which will put 45,000 in your pocket and allow you to get rid of those tenants.
More excited. Smile, sit up in your chair, smile, like, congrats. You know, like, yes, this is exciting for you.
Okay. Congrats, JT. Looks like we are able to help you with this. Looks like the best you could get approved for was 145,000, which will put 45,000 in your pocket, and that will allow you to get rid of those tenants for good.
I want you to emphasize the word "are" in this. Congrats. It looks like we are able to help you with this. So emphasize "are" there. So go by congrats, JT. That's good. Next thing. Looks like we are able to help you with this.
Okay. Congrats, JT. Looks like we are able to help you with this.
Good.
It looks like the best you could get approved for was 145,000, which will put 45,000 in your pocket and allow you to get rid of those tenants for good.
Yeah, I would emphasize that last part a little bit more and allow you to never have to see those horrible tenants again. Like,
and allow you to never have to see those tenants again.
Make it more dramatic.
Dramatic.
Never have to see those horrible tenants again.
Never have to see those horrible tenants again.
More dramatic.
So you want to have and allow you to not have to see those horrible tenants again.
Allow you to never have to see those horrible tenants again.
Allow you to never see those horrible tenants again.
And giggle a little bit at the end. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So allow you to never see those horrible tenants again, and then just like have some fun. Like this is good news for them.
Yep.
One more time, just the end.
And allow you to never have to see those tenants again.
Great job. Great job. Great job. Okay. The next one would be bad news. So you'd be, hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, unfortunately, it did come in right around where I was thinking it would. It looks like the best you could get approved for was $125,000, which will put $25,000 in your pocket so that you could still never have to see your tenants again. Now, I know that's not what you were expecting, but will that at least put you in a better position than you are now?
Okay.
Try that.
Hey, GT, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fortunately, it did come and right around what I was thinking it would. It looks like the best you could get approved for was 125,000, which will put $25,000 in your pocket so that you could get rid of those tenants for good. Now, I know that it's not what you were expecting, but will that at least put you in a better position than you are now?
That was not bad. There's one thing I definitely want to change here. You said like in your pocket, so that way you could never see those tenants again. You see how you had an upward inflection at the end?
Yeah.
Right? I want it to be like in your pocket, so you would never have to see those tenants again, right? Like sound like almost treat it as like treat it like you are like feeling really empathetic for them.
Correct. So unfortunately, JT, did come in right around where I was thinking it would. It looks like the best you could get approved for was $125,000, which will put 25,000 in your pocket. Now, I know that's not. Wait, where did it go?
You don't see it?
No.
Really?
Yeah, it's not there.
What does it say?
The part where it says so you don't have you never see those tenants again.
Wait, what the hell? Oh,
There
you
you
go.
go. Okay. Hey, GT. Unfortunately, it did come in right where I was thinking it would. It looks like the best you could get approved for is 125,000, which will put 25,000 in your pocket so that you could get rid of those tenants and never have to see them again. Now, I know it's not what you were expecting, but would that at least put you in a better position than you are now?
Good. The only thing I want you to change is this line. Now, I know that's not what you were expecting, but will that at least put you in a better position than you are now? Emphasize at least.
Okay. Now, I know that's not what you're expecting, but will that at least put you in a better position than you are now?
Good. Good. Okay. And then we're going to role play both of these. So that is the offer, right? That is the offer.
Okay.
So with the good news one, we're going to assume the close, right? So I'm going to role play with this with you, seller. Mike, you're going to accept the good news and you're going to deny the bad news. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Congrats, Mike. It looks like we're actually able to help you with this. It looks like the best you can get approved for was $145,000, which will put $45,000 in your pocket and allow you to never have to see those troubled tenants again.
Okay.
All righty. So congratulations. I am super grateful that we're able to help you. Now, next thing, I just need your email really quick. I'll take it down the hall to the team and we'll write up this simple agreement for you and I to go over together. What is the best email for us to send this agreement to?
Okay. Mike, gmail.com.
Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. So give me just a couple of seconds here. I'm going to take this back to them. We're going to send this over in just a moment. Quick hold. Come back. Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Hey, Mike, I just want to confirm all this stuff before I send it over so we make sure we're on the same page. Just to confirm, Mike, I spell your name Mikeeraafat.
Yeah, that's correct.
Perfect. And the address is 123 Main Street, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914.
That is correct.
Purchase. And the number that will be going into your pocket at closing is $45,000, bringing our total purchase price to $145,000. The closing date we agreed on is before January 1st of 2026. The company we will be using to handle the closing and wiring your funds, we will let you know via email within the next 72 hours. Question: do you prefer your funds via a wire or a check at closing?
I'll prefer wire.
Awesome. We will be also covering all closing costs, and we just need a couple times to walk through the property in order to make sure it's in the condition we said. Of course, we believe you 100%, but we just have to make sure of things, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No, I guess that's all.
Awesome. So I just sent it over to your email. Will you pull that up for me, please?
Yeah, I see it here.
Awesome. So press view documents. Do you see that?
Yep. View documents.
Okay. Now press sign in the top left corner.
Okay.
Now press the red flashing box. And once you press the red flashing box, it's going to say adopt and sign. If it is a novation, they're going to have to press another red flashing box. Then they're going to press share back with you. Or for me, it's share back with Jackson S. For you, it might be share back with Mike, right? They're going to press that. You're going to say, great, I saw it just come through. Our team will be reaching out in the next 72 hours to schedule the initial walkthrough. It is a blessing being able to help you. Talk soon. Okay?
Nice.
Notice what we did there. We assumed the close. We didn't go super in depth into the contract. We literally just went over, hey, here are the key things of the contract that you care about. And that's it. Because if we start reading them every line of the contract, what's that going to do? Scare them away.
Yeah.
If we just are honest with them and tell them the key things that they care about, send it over, walk them through how to sign, capiche, right?
Yep.
Now, we're going to say bad news. I'm going to do this with you really quick, right?
Right.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, unfortunately, it did come in right around where I was thinking it would. It looks like the best you could get approved for was $125,000. Now, I know that's not what you were expecting, but will that at least put you in a better position than you are now?
No, that's too low.
And Mike, I apologize that, their offer was a little bit lower than what you and I were hoping for. What were you hoping I was at least going to say?
Maybe 35, 40.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like you need a bare minimum of $35,000 in order to be able to get those tenants and never have to worry about them again, right?
Yeah.
Mike, I'm not saying I can do this, right? But if I was able to, get you that $35,000 in your pocket and maybe go talk them up, would you want me to see if I could, get you approved for a program where we get you that price, but maybe it takes an extra, 20, 30 days?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not
Okay.
in a hurry.
Okay. So as long as we kind of can get you this like price in your pocket, like the extra 20 or 30 days really wouldn't affect you?
Yep, not at all.
Okay. There's one program we have. I can check to see if you qualify for it. Not every property does, but if we do, we may be able to get you that number. Mike, let's say if we are able to get you that amount in your pocket on closing day, no strings attached, would there be any other reason you wouldn't be ready to move forward today?
No, give me that 35 and we're good.
Okay. 1 second here, Mike. Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, congratulations. I'm grateful that we're able to help you. We actually were able to get you approved to put $35,000 in your pocket. The only thing that changes is we need like an extra 20 to 30 days. No big deal at all. I know you're not in a rush. So now, next thing I need is your email. Take it down the hall to the team. They'll write up a quick agreement for you and I to go over together. And then we'll get this thing squared away. What's the best email for us to send the agreement to?
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, it's the same thing. Just to confirm, Nate, the addresses. 123 Main Street. Do you see the difference though?
Yeah.
So a key part of the closing is something called give and take, right? So if we do this, then we do this. So if I was to say, Mike, I'm going to offer you $100,000 for your house, and then I don't change any terms, but then I offer you 150, you would think, damn, this guy's been trying to scam me, right?
Yeah.
But if he was like, hey, I can maybe get you more price, but I need longer to get you that price in return, or I need more inspection period, or I need something. If you're taking and giving, what is that doing for them?
Makes sense to like make them know they're getting something out of it.
Yes, it makes it feel like a trade-off, right?
Yeah.
So instead of it feels like we can just increase price and we feel like we're just trying to take advantage of them, it feels like we're actually changing our solution that's best to try and find the best fit for them. That's how we do the offering and the closing portion. It's not super complicated. The big thing is you say every single time, hey, if we can get you this price in your pocket, but we have to increase it by XYZ, if we have to do this trade-off, is there any reason you wouldn't want to move forward? Nope. Okay, brief hold. Literally the hold, you go in here, you just wait a couple minutes, you come back, you congratulate them. If you come back and the price is still not good, you do very incremental increases until they give you a price that works. You never want to offer them a price that you don't want to offer them too high of a price until they give you a price that works, right? Because if you want them to feel like it's their idea, because if they feel like it's their idea, then why would they not work with you? But if you have to convince them to take a cheaper price, they're not going to want to do it. But if they suggest the number, but it's just your excellent negotiating skills based on our Chris Voss, never split the difference strategy, they're going to be happy to work with you because they feel like it's their idea. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That is the offer and close portion of our sales process. What questions do we have about either that or about our process in general, or just general Q&A questions that I can help answer for you guys in order to help you feel more confident? Nothing. Well, but yes, that is the specific, guys, of the sales process that you guys really need to focus on too. The offering and close portion is not by any means the most important, but it usually is the most difficult because it's the most challenging portion of the conversation. Who wants to give somebody a low ball cash offer? Not really anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's something we have to do in order to help them achieve their dream outcome. Make sense?
Makes sense.
And we will get on to the next part.
I'm going to go over the biggest wholesaling real estate objections and how you actually handle them. If you're in real estate or you're about to get into real estate, you should know that objections are inevitable. Sellers are going to test you, they're going to push back on you, and they're going to try and stall you. But there is a secret. Objections are not rejection. They're just questions in disguise. They're uncertainty. So in this guide, I'm going to walk through the best objections, the biggest objections you'll hear as a wholesaler, and the best ways to handle them. And then I'm going to show you how I personally handle them in my business, and I teach my closers to handle them in our business. We're going to master these, and then you'll turn those roadblocks into opportunities because no one else is going to be able to handle these objections. I also want to go over one thing really quickly. Every single objection is handled the same way. Acknowledge, disarm, overcome. You just have to know how to apply that principle into the specific objection. I've heard literally every single objection that you can probably imagine, whether it be on the phone, in the kitchen, or in follow-ups. I have heard it. The strategies you'll see here, they're not theory. They are battle tested. They're the exact frameworks that I use and my team uses to use when sellers push back, and we're able to overcome that and close them. Talk about the biggest thing here, and it's really not objection handling. It's actually called pre-handling objections. So a lot of people get into the mindset of like, oh, how do I handle this objection? The biggest reason we win so much is because we almost never get objections. The reason we never get objections is because we are not reactive. We are proactive. We eliminate those objections before they ever come up, right? So before we even move into the actual offer portion of the script, you'll see something like this. I'm going to give you guys a quick example of how this would be used. That $10,000 you said you needed in your pocket at closing, if we can get you close to that, close in the time frame that works for you, like the 2 weeks you said you needed to get down to Florida, and to make sure you're able to actually get down there and see the birth of your grandchildren, I mean, would you have any concerns at that point? If they say yes, with confidence, perfect. Move into the next portion. If they say no, or they don't sound confident in the yes, you're like, here's an example for a pushback. Would you have any concerns at that point? Well, I just want concerns that you guys are actually going to close. And I would say, oh, well, Mr. Seller, what would give you confidence, right, that we would actually be able to close? Well, I would want to see that you guys put down $5,000 earnest money. Oh, that's no issue at all. So, Mr. Seller, if we can get you that $10,000 in your pocket like you said you needed, and we can, at least get you close to that, close in the 2 weeks so you can get down there and we make sure you're able to see the birth of your grandchild in Florida. And we also put down $5,000 earnest money so you guys
know we are confident and you can be confident in us in closing. Would you have any concerns at that point? And they're probably going to say, nope, not at that point. Now you've pre-handled the objection that would have came up later. At the point you get to the price, the only objection you should be dealing with is price. There should be no other. You want to stay on this question until they have absolutely zero concerns. This is the most important part of the entire script, because once the seller says no concerns, you've easily cleared all the road ahead. But it's important that they have 100% confidence when they say they don't have any concerns, so you can actually use it, right? And then earlier, if they give you an objection, you'd be like, well, earlier you had kind of said that if we got you at least close to that number, and then in the 2 weeks, like we were promising you now, and you're able to get down there and make sure you can watch the birth of your grandchild, I mean, would you have any concerns at that point? I mean, you wouldn't have any concerns. I mean, now, do you know notice my tonality there? I think a lot of people miss out on this portion too, is how important that tonality is. So tonality is like extremely important. And you want to be able to actually make these sellers understand that we are there for them, and that we actually want to problem solve for them. So make sure you're matching the tonality that I do in these objections as well. So now I'm going to give you the most common objections and then how I actually handle them, right? So a big one you're going to get when you first start, or when you're talking to these sellers, like, just give me your offer. I'm going to say their name is Jamie from now on. Trust me, Jamie, I want to get to the offer just as bad as you. But the last thing I want to do is be like all the other guys throwing out just lowball BS offers. Let me just ask you these specific questions so I can go to my underwriting team and bring you back an offer that we can firmly stand behind. This shows we're not like the other companies. We're actually here to get business done, and we're setting the framework of like, hey, we're going to be asking a lot more. Next, what makes you think I'm going to lowball you? And then they're probably gonna say, oh, these other companies, they only come and lowball me. Want it? And I would say, yeah, I'm the seller. That's why we ask so many questions about the property condition, the situation, to see if we can even help, right? And if we can, I'll take it to underwriting to get you an offer that we can stand behind and actually close on, right? It's because most of these other companies, they'll burn people, and they probably heard horror stories, so that's what they're trying to avoid. Okay. The next thing is, I need to talk to my wife, my attorney. I need to talk to family. I need to think about it, right? They handle this, right? You should pre-handle this objection, and I'm actually it shouldn't even be, I guess you can, I wrote you a way, I guess you can overcome it, but it shouldn't be an objection because you should have already pre-handled all that. Decision makers were on the. However, what you could do is something like this. Oh, no, I totally get it. If I were you, I'd want to talk to your attorney too. Let's go ahead and book an appointment for tomorrow so you have time to talk to your attorney. 3 p.m. tomorrow sound. Okay, good. I'm writing you down right now for 3 p.m. tomorrow. And just while we have a second here, I mean, before you go, what questions do you think might arise when you're talking to your attorney that we're prepared for our next call? Then they're going to actually open up to what the actual objection is, because I need to talk to my wife, my attorney, my family. I need to think about it. Those are all something we call smoke screens. Those are just an easy way out instead of actually confronting the real objection at hand. And guys, if you've made it this far into the video, what I'm asking you is to please press subscribe. Not only press subscribe, I'm also going to put something into the description. It's going to be really nice for you. We're going to do 90-day free strategy blueprint calls. It's completely free to you. We're going to break down your business, determine what exactly you need to do to move forward and become successful. It'll either be with me or one of my coaches, and we're going to invest at least 30 minutes to an hour into you to try and figure out something to help you go from zero to hero really quickly. We've been on the front lines. We've understood it. We've done over $30 million in deals. Help you get there too. Okay. Now, how can you buy my house over the phone? Why they say it is, like, let's be honest here. They can't imagine buying a house over the phone. They probably have never bought only 1 or 2 houses in their life, right? And how I handle that is like acknowledging it. Like, yeah, that's a fantastic question. And then overcome, right? Luckily, we do buy 100 homes per year, so acknowledge we're disarming them here. Luckily, we buy 100 homes per year, and then we're going to overcome it. So it sounds like this. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And luckily, we buy over 100 homes per year. And we know repair costs to a T, which is why we ask such detailed questions. I'm just going to take all this info you shared with me to the underwriting team, and they'll calculate everything for that we can actually stand behind. Next is, why wouldn't I just list it? We handle this is you actually push them away. You say, honestly, that
probably might be the best fit for you. I mean, if you can wait 6 months, pay for repairs, cleaning, showings, and fees, and then yes, list it with an agent, honestly. But if you don't have the time or the money, or you just want to avoid showings and uncertainty and selling direct to selling the property, that makes more sense. Now, they might still give you some pushback. Like, well, the house down the street sold for, $250. I'm sure you've heard that a ton of times. Like, the house down the street sold for so much. And I'm like, Mr. Seller, do you mind if I share with you the difference between listing price versus walkaway price? And they're going to say, yeah, of course. I'm like, look, $100,000 on the market you see right now. Well, you didn't know that they had to put $10,000 to redo the kitchen, because their kitchen's really nice if you didn't get to see it. You're also going to have to pay 6 to 7% in realtor commissions. Not only that, they had to make other repairs that came up on the inspection. They had to pay title fees, transfer fees, attorney fees, and buyer loan closing costs, buyer title closing costs. And there's probably more fees I forgot about the document transfer fee, right? There's way more fees that go into it. So although they may have been listing it for $100,000, they probably walked away with around $80,000 to $85,000. Now, I mean, that's obviously not ideal. Is it worth waiting six months with some uncertainty and having to do all the repairs and cleanings yourself just for an extra, I don't know, like $15,000 in your pocket max? Then you might get hit with your offer's too low. That's when they say the expectations are higher. What their expectations should not be higher, and the way we can go about that, and my favorite way to go about that, is something called the price anchor. So we actually have all of these within our scripts. If you want access to our scripts, you can hop on that 90-day blueprint call. If you qualify, you can get on that call, get with us, and we'll actually provide you all the tools and stuff you need in order to be able to like skyrocket your wholesale business as soon as you join. Like, we're literally going to give you like applicable steps to take that day to go out and be successful. So you really shouldn't get the offers too low because their expectations are higher. Instead, they should just be like, like they were a little bit disappointed. However, we're still able to get to the end. We're still able to get the deal closed together. I would say something like this. Yeah, I'm sorry that they're off lower than you and I were hoping for. At least put you in a better place than you are now. And then they're going to answer. They're either going to say yes or no and be like, well, I'm sorry, it's not. Let me see what else I can get you approved for. Now, we also have like really strong negotiating tactics in how we actually negotiate, like experts in FBI, in the FBI and the top negotiators in the country. So what we actually split the difference. However, we've created a proprietary offer sequence that we can also get you that on that 90-day blueprint or free call as well. The next is, I'm not ready to sell yet. I need more time. And this could not be an objection, but instead this could be just like someone who's not ready to sell, right? And I would handle it like this. Yeah, totally fine. I mean, take your time. Now, this only works in certain circumstances, and I'll explain that in a moment. I'm just a little bit confused. I mean, you had mentioned it was important to achieve, like, it was important that you had mentioned that it was important to get down to Florida to watch the birth of your granddaughter within the next 2 weeks. I mean, if we keep pushing it back, I mean, what happens if you don't get to see that, right? Or what happens if you don't get to experience that? That only works in situations where there is urgency. If they don't have anything pushing them to sell or anything urgent, like having them wanting to sell, it probably isn't the best fit. It probably just is not the best fit. Honestly, it's not the best fit for you, for them to move forward right now. It's the best fit to work with us. That's why we have to qualify them. I don't want to pay closing costs could be the next one. I would just kind of be confused. Like, well, Mrs. Seller, what made you think that we'd make you pay closing costs? Yada, yada, yada. They're going to say this. Oh, no, Jamie, we don't charge any closing costs. In fact, the number that I tell you is actually what you take home at closing, minus any mortgages, taxes, or liens or anything like that. But if I say $100,000, that's what goes into your pocket, directly into your pocket at closing, as long as you bank if you have a mortgage left on the property. The next one, this is one of my favorites because I actually have tended to get properties under contract when they already have other investors at higher offers. One good story of this is we had a woman, she had offers for $570 from 3 people, and I was at $500, and she accepted our offer because I asked her the question, like, what would actually, like, I know you got those offers, like, what held you back? They're like, oh, well, they didn't want to open up due diligence for 2 weeks. And I was like, oh, I mean, would it make you feel more confident if I put in $5,000 earnest money tomorrow morning? We're confident. And I ended up getting her at $500. So I would say, what what held you back from moving forward with them? Then they're going to say like, oh, I didn't trust them, or their process is too slow, or they wanted to list it on the market, or all that. And then you say like, well, what would make you feel confident that someone can actually not do what they did? So if they said like the process is too slow, like, well, what would make you feel confident that the process wouldn't be too slow? Or if they said that they want to actually close on time, that someone could actually close on time. The next is, how do I know if you're legit? A lot of, because there's so many scams going on nowadays, right? And I don't blame them. I mean, I would want to know too. So I would literally come in from like my point of view. I would say like, yeah, great question. I mean, if I were you, I'd want to know who I'm selling to as well. I can send you our website and past clients. You know, we've worked with licensed title companies and even helped hundreds of families. But let me ask, what would help you feel most confident we're legitimate? Then they're going to tell you what would help them feel most confident that they're legitimate. And then we would give them that. That's literally all we're going to ask, and we're going to give. We're going to give them whatever they ask for. The next is, I don't want to sign anything right now. Again, this is why I tend to only give people, see, because if they don't, you have no leverage. However, you could say this here. You had mentioned it was important to get down to Florida within the next weeks to watch your granddaughter be born. I mean, if we keep pushing it, do you believe you'll still be able to get down there in time? Right, I'm really concerned here. My tonality tends to be really concerned throughout the call. I speak with something called the late night DJ voice. If you ever read the book Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, I highly recommend you listen to it. But if you haven't, or then utilize all of my tonality and use that when you're handling your next objection. Next is, my house is worth more than that. Oh, I can't tell you how many times I've heard this one. And I would say, yeah, I completely understand. And memories here you've had, like, this house means a lot to you. And from our side, it means a lot to us too, you know. But updated homes in the area are selling for, $200,000. And they've already absorbed, 10 to 12% in closing cost, and probably 10 to 15, maybe even 20% for prep cost. I mean, if you want the highest price, listing probably is the best idea, especially if you can afford the showings, if you can afford the cleaning, if you can afford to make the necessary repairs in order to make this thing perfectly market ready. But if you're looking at speed and convenience, this is where we need to be at. And then the last one is, I can just fix it up and sell it myself. And this is the truth. If they can fix it up and sell them themselves, then that's what they should do. However, a lot of people can't do that. So you say, again, push them off here, like we don't need them, they need us, right? So you would say that might be the best option if you can afford it. I mean, really. But let me ask you this, Ms. Seller. I mean, it's another 6 to 8 months of stress and repairs, mortgage payments and taxes, and also uncertainty. Is that worth $1,000? If yes, do it, please. If not, this solution will save you time. So those are the biggest ones that you're gonna see. If you need help practicing a specific objection, of course you can hop on that 90-day. You should go apply right now and see if you qualify for that. But these are all really, really good ways that you can utilize it. And if I were you, I would try and hammer the tonality first. Tonality is the most important part of any portion of this, in fact, which is the craziest part. It's not really what you say, it's how you make them feel. And the way you make them feel things is not actually, it's actually with tonality. So that's what you should focus on, is your tonality. Objection are signed, the seller is still engaged though. So if you pre-handle them early, stay calm, and always number, timeline, and dream outcome, you're going to find that objections
Look, sales is the most important part of this entire business. Nothing else matters if you can't talk to sellers and close deals. This is the part that separates the people who win and the people who stay stuck. And before we get into live calls where you're going to hear me close real sellers in real time, I need you to know something. I am willing to train you every single morning, and I literally mean every day. Like me, hopping on a call with you and personally training you on sales will fix your tone, your objections, your questions, your close, all of it. So if you want that, book a call at the link below and we'll see if you're a good fit.
Hello. Yes.
Hey, it's Jake Chi or Jackson from Novation. We had an appointment last week. I wanted to see if now was a better time.
Yes, now is a better time.
Awesome. Perfect, man. Yeah, great. So, I kind of have like a little bit of an understanding about, what's going on with 108 Avenue J, correct? 108 Avenue J? Okay, awesome. Perfect. Yeah, what's kind of going on right now that wanted you to get you into selling currently?
So just been really, really busy. It's hard to be a landlord with everything else I got going on. So just trying to just sell it.
Yeah. Is it like work or like entrepreneur stuff you got going on, or is it real estate stuff? What?
It's a little bit of everything. So the schedule's just so busy,
Yeah.
and sometimes like if I have work that needs to be done, it's hard for me to get on site and monitor everything. So yeah, it's just easier to just sell it for right now until my schedule free up.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And is it currently like tenant occupied, right? Or I think they said they're not renewing, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, they're not renewing. They just ended their lease. So yeah, so it's vacant as of the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what were they paying?
They was paying about $650 a month.
Okay. Okay. And correct, it's a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom?
It's a 1-bedroom.
Okay. Awesome. Perfect. It's a pretty big 1-bedroom though, no?
Mhm. Yeah, it is.
Okay. And just like, have you been there recently or?
Yeah, I've been there recently.
Okay. Perfect. And were those tenants, how long were they there previously?
They've been there for about 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a long-term tenant.
And do you plan on once you're done with this one, I mean, are you investing in like another property, or do you just kind of take a one-way trip to Vegas?
Probably eventually investing in another one. Some of the main thing I look at is land for the time being because it's less maintenance.
Yeah.
I just pay the property taxes, but yeah, eventually get another rental. Once my schedule free up, this is a little bit more.
Yeah, awesome. Perfect. Thank you. There we go. Okay. And so besides like the fact that it's vacant now, I just want to make sure I understand the rationale here. Like, what's the priority? Like a quicker close, an easier transaction, or I don't know, would you rather just take the chance and list it with a realtor? I mean,
I just want a quicker close to go ahead and get it off. And
yeah.
I don't want to list it with a realtor because commission fees.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. Okay. So ideally, like I know that it is more of a priority. I know you've got a lot going on to get this done quicker. So ideally, like what's the time frame for you?
If I could get it sold in the next 30 days, that'll be good.
Yeah.
If it takes a little longer, that's fine as well. But yeah.
Yeah, awesome. I'm just writing this stuff down real quick, just so I have it. Okay. And have you tried anything to take care of this so far, or this just kind of happened to be right place, right time kind of thing?
Yeah, right place, right time.
Okay. Awesome. Now, with the 1-bedroom, like, could you describe to me the layout? Is there an opportunity for another bedroom or no?
Yeah, it could definitely be another bedroom, because the bedroom is so big. It could be a wall that create two separate rooms. Yeah, it's really big.
Awesome. Perfect. And could you know the square footage off the top of your head?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but let me see. I think I have one of my records with me. Let me check.
That'd be great.
Yeah, this one's 680 square feet.
Okay, perfect. No worries at all. Thank you for that, by the way. Awesome. Great. So, let's say that you are able to, sell it and you're no longer having to deal with finding a tenant. I mean, are you currently trying to find a tenant right now, or are you just kind of like, I'd rather sell?
I'd rather sell it, but if I can't sell it for my price point, then I'll just get another tenant in there.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And do you have other properties currently, or this just your only one? Or?
Yeah, I have other property as well. Yeah, but most of what I own is just land. But yeah.
And how far away is this one from where you're at?
It's about an hour away.
Okay, so it's about an hour drive every time. Okay.
Mhm.
And in terms of like the condition, right?
Mhm.
What would you describe it to me as if you were in my shoes? What would I want to know?
I would say it could have some renovations done, like as far as flooring and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's pretty good shape. I have some new appliances in there. Like I got a new water heater.
Yeah.
And the roof is good. So it's just some small things that can be done to bring it up to date.
Yeah. Perfect. And when it's all said and done, like after closing costs, after fees, after everything like that, what do you need in your pocket in order to be able to to part ways with this and get on with the other stuff you're prioritizing right now?
Yeah, so 45,000 is the bottom line.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can't get that, then I can't make a deal.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, it might not be the best fit for you to do that in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You might be better off keeping it, or listing it, one of the others, to avoid all the fees. But knowing what I do right now, it's not unrealistic, So that 45,000 you said you needed, I know it's your bottom line. Let's say I go back to the team and I tell them that you need the 45,000, and let's say they're at like 32. That I don't know, it's probably 32, and that's just kind of what I'm seeing other people buy properties for. I mean, should I just tell them to kick rocks, or would you want me to come back and see if we can figure something out?
Yeah, I feel we could figure something out possibly, but
okay.
But yeah, hopefully they can settle on the 45. That's ideally.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm not sure if I can yet, because like I said, I have to get them to approve it. I mean, worst case scenario, say we could do a little bit more in price, but we had to wait like 2 to 3 months. Is that something you'd want to do, or would you?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, so really, it's the bottom line is a little bit more important right now than.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. And I should probably just make sure of this, just in case. Are you the only one on the deed, or are there?
Yeah, I'm the only one on the deed.
Great. Okay. And would anyone else want to know that you're selling the house? Like maybe a family member or a realtor you'd want to review the offer with?
No.
Okay. Perfect. So let's just say I can get you, the 45,000 that you said you needed. We give you it probably takes 30 to 60 days, and we're able to get you out of this thing, so you don't have to worry about finding a tenant for it anymore. Would you have any concerns at that point?
I wouldn't have any concerns. Nope.
Okay.
That'll be good.
Perfect. I mean, ideally for you, like with your timeline, what would you want the next steps to be?
So as long as we can get it closed, probably somewhere in my area would be convenient. But yeah, other than that would be good.
Okay, so like as long as we're like trying to get it closed, make sure you can close in your area, you get the good price at least, and then you come, then you're able to get out of this thing within the next, few months. Then everything's good at that point.
Everything's good. Yep.
All right. Perfect. So just so you know, I'm going to go take this back to the team. I'm going to just shoot. I'm going to tell them, look, he's not really in a rush. I'm going to shoot for a little bit higher than your price. Maybe they come up. I don't know. Maybe they shoot more. I don't know. I'm going to shoot a little bit higher just to see if we can land on your number.
Okay.
And then I'll tell them, hey, he's basically not in a rush. Maybe if we we have a couple of programs we work with. Maybe if we do our family placement program, we can do the 45,000. I'm not sure, but I'm going to run it by them. I'm going to try and talk it up and see if I can get you that price. Okay.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah. Give me about 2 minutes here. I'm just going to put you on a brief hold.
Okay.
Hey, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Perfect. So good news, right? We're actually very, very close. And as you know, as I mentioned before, we do have multiple programs that we work with, just depending on the specific goal of the transaction, right? After initially running it by them, they liked the family placement program for this, which is where we do something called a pre-sale. So basically, like in a normal transaction, you'd have to pay for realtor fees, you'd have to pay for closing costs and all of that. However, in this specific scenario, we basically do a realtor process with no fees. So when a family's looking for a home, they're obviously they're going to ask for repairs done. They're going to ask for all of these upgrades done to the property, or maybe a deep clean, whatever it may be, right? And instead of making you eat those costs, what we do is we actually double close on the property. So say, for example, we found a buyer on, let's say, June 1st, and it was a family. They wanted to move into it by the end of the month, right? So basically they were like, hey, would you guys put in new flooring, or would you guys paint the place, or would you guys fix this, fix that? They're going to get an inspection most likely, right?
Yes.
And when you do that, we don't want you to have to pay for those things. So we actually make those repairs for you. And most of the time we actually work with a buyer's agent realtor to come and bring the buyer or bring the end buyer or the family. And so we will actually pay them their commission out of our pocket as well. So basically it's almost like a partnership. Like we'll make any repairs they request. If they want anything done, we'll actually help them to get that done. In return, we just take the difference between what they purchased it for, which is, to be honest with you, what we're assuming, with repairs to be about $65,000 and probably a few thousand, $5,000 in repairs. And then we would take care of the closing costs as well. So we'd probably be trying to get a modest profit of about, $8,000 to $12,000. But with that being said, you got qualified for $35,972.
Okay. And with this price, what estimated time frame would the closing be?
So based on this market, it looks like the average is 52 days. But
Okay.
I would probably plan on 60 to 75, worst case scenario.
Okay. 35 now. Do you think they can do 40?
I mean, I have nothing to lose by asking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'll give it a shot if you would like.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna tell them you're saying your rock bottom is 42, and I'll see if I can get them to 40. Cool. We'll try. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're very close. To 40.
Mm-hmm.
We are at 37,000. So they came up 2,000. $37,975.
Okay. That'll work.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and send all of these details over to the team, and they are going to write you up a simple agreement stating all that we just discussed. The $37,975. Ideally, we do it within a shorter time frame, but we'll do it as soon as we possibly can. How will we end up accessing the property when the time comes?
I have a lockbox on it, and then I'll give y'all the code.
Okay, awesome. And then ideally for you, would you rather have a cashier's check or would you rather get a wire at closing?
A wire.
Okay, awesome. And I'll make sure that we get a place that will close down closer to you. We'll need to come check it out and get some pictures within the next 72 hours. But it's vacant, right? So there shouldn't be really an issue.
That's right.
Okay. Awesome. Perfect. So I'm going to make sure all that gets written into a simple agreement, and then I will send it over to you. What is your email? Perfect. Give me about 5 minutes here. They're going to write this up, and then I will come back from a hold, and we'll go through it together. All right?
Okay.
My brother, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So I just sent that over to your email. Will you make sure you got it for me? wtrenton5@gmail.com.
Okay. Yep, I think let's see.
Perfect. So just to confirm, the purchase price, $37,975. We will pay the property transfer tax in the state of Georgia, but you still are responsible for your own, taxes in general. The latest we would close would be 7:30. However, we're shooting to close before then. We can change the closing date to any time before then. I'm sure that closing date really doesn't matter to you too much as long as it's before. And then our title company will be determined. We don't know exactly where we're going to close yet. The reason being is we want it to make sure they can come local to you, because I know you don't really want to drive forever to get to the title company.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure it gets done. And where exactly do you live?
So I live in Byron, Georgia. So
Okay, cool.
Yeah, South of Atlanta.
Yeah, awesome. Perfect. And then we'll need access here in about 2 days or 72 hours usually to come in, take some photos, and we'll keep you updated there. And this is also approved for our family placement program, which means we'll basically be partnering with you, trying to get this buyer, and we'll handle any repairs or any cleaning that needs to be done. in order to get this thing finished. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
You have any questions for me?
No, sir, I don't have any.
Perfect. So there should be a button that says start signing.
Okay, yeah, I see. It's a signature. Click here.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So there should be 2 signature spots, one on the second to last page and one on the last page.
okay. Let's see that.
Okay. Let's see here. Make sure I got this here real quick.
Okay.
Perfect. I got it. So we will, within the next 72 hours, I'll be reaching out to you to make sure that we can get in. Do you know the lockbox code already?
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it. It's on one of my. I might be able to text it to you.
Yeah, no worries, brother. And you can text it to me at this number. So I'll make sure I get it if you need it.
Okay.
But yeah, within 72 hours, we'll reach back out to you. We'll do an introduction call with our like closing woman. She's awesome. Her name's Maria.
Mm-hmm.
She will make sure that everything gets to the closing table on time, and she'll ask you any questions you need. Like she might, she'll connect you with a title company and get you all set up there. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Perfect. You have a great rest of your day, and I'm looking forward to talk to you soon.
All right. Talk soon.
Here, brother.
Hello. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Hey, this is JT. It looks like Tony had scheduled me a time to give you a call today about property to see if we could help you get an offer and get you moved out to that new 20 acres you got.
Okay.
Yeah, well, did I catch you at a bad time?
No, absolutely not.
Perfect. So, good news. It looks like he assigned me to your file because they thought that I would be the best fit to try and figure out a solution to help you. In this first call, it's really pretty basic. It's more for us to find out just a little bit more about the property and the situation to see if we can or what we can get you approved for with our company. And then by the end of the call, I really should have all the information I need to take back to the underwriting department to see whether or not we can get you that final approval. If they do get you the approval, I'll come back with a qualified file number that I'll give you here in just a moment, as well as the terms of the program that you got approved for. And if for some reason it doesn't fit our buy box, we will at least give you a formal denial and we'll point you in the right direction. Sound fair?
Okay, sounds fair.
Perfect. So just in case we get disconnected here, if you don't mind, just pull out either a pen and paper or like something you can take some notes on. I'm just going to tell you some things you'll surely want to know, especially if we do get you approved. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is JT. Or Jackson. It's really simple, just 2 letters. And then our company is Nalone Home Buyers. It's Nalone, Home Buyers. It stands for Never Alone because God is always with you.
Okay.
And then our website is simply nalonehomebuyers.com if you want to look up any testimonials, reviews, and then, of course, see how our process works.
Okay.
And then if you want to ever give me a call back, you can call me back at this number, which is and in the case we do get disconnected, again, you can call me, text me, anything at this number, and I'll make sure to get back to you. Could you repeat that back to me just to make sure you have the right number?
My number or your number?
My number.
Is
Yes, sir. Perfect. And for you, is this a landline or a cell phone?
my cell phone.
All righty. And then most important, the one you're going to want to know, is your file number.
Okay.
And that will be
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
All right. Making sure I get that uploaded in here. Perfect. Okay. So that should be all you need for now until we can, find out if we can get you approved for an offer. But until then, could you give me a little bit of a rundown? I know you currently live here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what made you kind of ready to make this move now?
Well, like I said, I have that 20 acres down, and
Okay.
I want to move out. And I want to move out there ASAP. The reason I got to jump on this now is I got to have a cabin built and put on that property down there.
Okay.
And in order to do that, I got to get out from underneath this one.
Yeah, and hopefully we can help you do that. And this one, is it currently on acreage or is it just like a lot?
It's a lot. It's a quarter-acre lot.
Okay.
And the
awesome.
lot, there's actually 5 lots around me that are for sale, but that's owned through the HBL because it's an HOA.
Oh. Okay.
So I know they can wheel and deal the property here around me anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And how long have you owned this land for?
I've had it for 5 years.
Really? And so now it's just like I'm ready to get out there and finally enjoy it, right?
Yeah. It took me that long to cut out a road to it, because it's like way out in the boonies.
Really?
And I finally got the road cut in and opened up piece of land, and I have some equipment out there. I got a sawmill out there and everything. And I was just sitting here, and I'm like, you know what? I've had this land for like almost 5 years now. I want to get out there. And so I started looking around, and I found a guy. He's got a cabin. It's already built, but he said in order to do it, it'd take him 2 weeks to get it to me and everything. So let me try to sell my cabin real quick so I can pay off that cabin there, and then move on out there and everything. But I want to do it before wintertime because I got to set up electricity, plumbing, all kinds of stuff, before wintertime hits.
We'll make sure we can get that done. I'll put that in here to make sure we can get it done before wintertime. I guess I just to make sure, say we, for example, were able to get you approved today, would you, like, maybe we put 60 to 90 days on it, would that give you enough time to get that cabin on the new property or no?
Yeah, I really don't want to go that far. I want to do this within like 2 weeks possible.
Okay, so the quicker the better.
Right.
Okay, so let me get this in here, quicker the better. And say we were able to do it in 2 weeks, would you be able to be out by then or no?
As soon as I get an okay and somebody puts cash in my hand, I can be out of here.
Yeah. Okay. So say we put the cash in your hand, what would the timeline be for you to move out at that point?
Probably 2 weeks because I'm going to need for them to bring it there. But I got my shed out there already, and all I got to do is just take my stuff out of here. So probably a week. I can live in a tent a week.
Okay. Got it.
It's going to kill me.
Perfect. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we get all that down because the last thing I want to do is kick you out to the streets, Good stuff. Okay, awesome. So just so I can understand the rationale here, I mean, what's the main reason, you're reaching out to us for like the quicker 2 week close versus, I don't know, just like taking a chance and listing it with a realtor and going through that hassle?
Well, I was going to list it with a realtor, and they gave me a nice price, but they did the same thing. They said, it takes 60 to 90 days. And I'm like, I don't want to wait that long.
Right.
I want a quick sell. I own it outright. There's nothing wrong with it. Everything in it's brand new. There's no reason why somebody wouldn't want to buy it.
Right. Okay. And it's site built, correct?
What's that?
It's site built?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Perfect here. And so when you kind of talked to the realtor and they were kind of giving you that longer timeline, what were they kind of expecting to, get it sold for?
Well, they were going to list it for like 125, and I could probably walk away with about 90,000. They said.
Okay.
And I said, that's fine and that's dandy, but I need money like right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So it sounds like what's the most important thing is just getting you that cash in your pocket, instead of taking the chance and waiting maybe 3, 4, 5 months,
Right, and it might not even happen then, Hell, when I had my house up, it took almost 2 years for it to sell.
Yeah. And especially in this market, like in this real estate market, over the past, I'm sure you've seen like the prices rose a lot.
Oh yeah.
And then the interest rates still haven't come down. So over the last 3 months, man, it has been a real hard time to sell some houses.
Right.
And the last thing you want to do is go on the market and hope it sells when you have these 20 acres you've been trying to get on for the past 5 years.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. When I take this back to them, I will make sure that we try and get this done as speedy as possible. I know they're still going to I know they'll still probably we've been able to do 7 days before, but I just want to say I would probably expect, and I don't know what they're going to say, but I would probably expect 21 to 30 days. If I was you, they could possibly do 14 days, but I just want to set a more realistic expectation in the case they do come back a little bit longer than, you and I are hoping for.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for sharing all of that with me. It definitely is helpful, and that does help the chances of me figuring out, a possible solution for you. But before we get into the inside of the house, could you tell me a little bit about the outside, the neighborhood, the HOA? Tell me kind of about that.
The HOA, that's $125 a year.
125, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're all paid up and up to date. Let's see. They got water here. They got bathhouses here. They got Well, my cabin's right next to a lake.
Oh, really?
The neighborhood's not too bad. You know, every neighborhood's got some wackadoodle in it.
Yeah.
Me personally, I've been here 5 years and I haven't had a bit of problems. In fact, my road here, I could probably count on one hand how many people actually came down it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of secluded where I'm at.
It sounds like it. That sounds nice. A lot of people like that seclusion aspect. Yeah. And in terms of like, I know there's always a wacko, right? But in terms of like the actual neighbor's condition of the house, what would you say is like, do they keep up with their home, and how does that look?
Do they keep up with their homes?
Yeah.
Well, some do, some don't. Some look like they should be bulldozed over. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Here on my lot, down my road, there's only four cabins. There's 4 cabins, and ours are all nice.
Yeah. Okay, good. So your road is much better. Okay, good. And I know you did like a really good renovation over a couple years ago, but what about like the windows and doors? Are they all weatherproof? Did you redo those? Or
Oh yeah, everything was done by Anderson. Anderson windows, Anderson door.
Awesome. Okay. And
guaranteed for life, for as much as I paid for them.
Yeah, you got that expensive stuff, huh?
Yeah, three windows and a door cost me $11,000.
Wow. Okay, that is a lot of money. That's some expensive stuff.
I mean, they're the best of the best. I spared no expense when I built this cabin.
Yeah. So when did you build it?
I started back in 2000. I want to say 2008.
Okay.
2009. So somewhere back in then.
Yeah. Okay. And that private road, how long is that? Like how big? I'm just trying to find out how far are you away from like a main road.
Well, there's Tower Road. That's the main road coming into here. I'm probably maybe 500 yards or so, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. And do you know if there's any power lines going through your property?
Going through it or to it?
Well, no, not like the not your power, but like have you ever seen like those power lines, those big power lines that go through properties?
Oh no, yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, there ain't none of that crap here.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure because sometimes, like we had this house in Florida, and it was like 5 acres, but 3 of the acres we couldn't use because it was all power lines,
Right.
So we just wanted to make sure that's okay, but that's fine. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, there is what you're talking about, but shit, that's I want to say at least 2 miles away.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's no worries at all. We just want to make sure like it's not on the property because for one, sometimes insurance doesn't like that. And
no, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then the structure, honestly, I'm assuming based because it's not that old, the structure's pretty good. But what would you like rate the structure? Do you know anything wrong with it?
No, there ain't nothing wrong with it. I keep up on everything.
Yeah,
and
I assume so.
Like I said, everything's brand new.
Yeah, even the roof.
Yeah, that's less than 2 years old.
Wow,
metal roof.
That's fantastic. Okay. Yeah, then I guess I'm assuming the HVAC and the electrical, all that's brand new too, for the most part.
The electrical is 100 amp service. That's all updated. That's new. The HVAC system's a split air system I installed because it was cheaper. But I bought the most expensive one I could find. But yeah, it's all updated. It's all brand new. Works fine.
Beautiful. Okay.
Got a wood burning stove in it. Didn't I send you pictures? Did I send you pictures?
You did not send me pictures quite yet.
All right. I can send pictures. I can send pictures to this phone if you want.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. And I guess we'll get this a perfect segue into the talking about the inside. I mean, what's the flooring currently?
The flooring is Prego, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
It's it was the most expensive because it cost me about $4,000 to do it.
Wow.
Looks like wood planks. I mean, texture wise, it's weatherproof, waterproof, it's all kinds of stuff. And the underlayment, it's that gold underlayment, whatever it is.
Yeah. And are the walls is this like a true cabin? Like, are the walls like? Is it like log cabin?
Nah, I wish it was a log cabin. In fact, that's what I'm putting down at my other place is it's a log cabin.
Yeah. So
but
what
anyway,
is your walls? Are they like sheetrock or paneling? Or
no, they're 16 on center 2x4 studs, insulated. What I did was I took wood planks and made it look like a rustic cabin.
Yeah.
And everything. Okay. And I made the wood look old. The wood is actually brand new. Like I said, everything in the cabin is brand new. I just made it look old.
Yeah, like you made it look like a cabin,
Right.
like a rustic kind of cabin. Okay.
Like something you would see, I don't know, back in the 50s or 60s, maybe even 30s, you know, if you go back that far.
Yeah.
That was kind of my goal with it when I started it.
Good stuff. All right. And the appliances, are they like the stainless steel ones, or are they like black, or what kind of appliances are they?
They're black.
Okay. And in the bathroom, is it like tile, or is it a tub insert, or?
The bathroom's not even installed yet. I have the stuff to do it. Is what I was gonna do was like a rustic bathroom. But the toilet's brand new.
Okay.
And it's black. Let's see what else. The
and
tub.
What do you think would it take to finish the bathroom?
I'd say, off the top of my head, because I got everything for it. I mean, I'll leave it here.
Yeah.
If you guys buy it, sweat equity.
Yeah.
And you figure that part out. Like I said, I got everything for it.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be too big of a deal. I'm sure we can probably knock that out. It's not a huge bathroom, is it?
No, it's 10 foot by 6 foot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a pretty good size though. And the countertops in the kitchen, are they what are those?
Those are 3-inch slabs that I milled off my other property and brought down here. It's black walnut.
Oh, cool. That sounds beautiful.
Yeah, you'll see the pictures.
Yeah. That's gonna be awesome. And then I know about the plumbing. I know all that stuff's new. Is it PEX or PVC or copper?
PEX.
Okay, good. And then we got the electric. Awesome. So let's say that, I mean, I know it's in excellent condition now, but say I gave you a $10,000 gift card. I mean, is all you need to do the bathroom, or would there be anything else you'd do too?
What's that now?
Like, say that I gave you a $10,000 gift card, right?
Okay.
Like, I know that there's not much work to be done, but if you could do anything besides the bathroom, what else would you do?
Probably trim out the bottom bathroom, but I don't think it'd take $10,000. Like I said, I can mill most of the wood off my property.
Yeah. So there could be 2 bathrooms?
No, just one bathroom.
Oh, okay.
The cabin's only 600 square feet.
Yeah. Right. That's what I remember. What's the siding of the house?
Shit, I can't even think of the name of it. It looks like wood, but it's not. It's insulated.
Is it hardy board?
Yeah, it's kind of like hardy board, real thick.
Yeah.
But it looks like wood planks straight up and down.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Straight up and down. Perfect.
Yeah, I want to say it looks like T11, but it's not. It's that hardy board or whatever.
Yeah.
Real thick. I know it's heavy.
No, I'm getting the vision now. I like to ask a lot of questions on these calls because, I rather get all the details so we don't come asking questions later.
Right.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you for being so detailed, because that will definitely help me when I'm trying to explain to them and try and justify the price for you. But in just a few minutes, I'll be running this back to the team. Is there anything else you would need to figure out before you could truly know if you can close on this property?
Just that I got enough to give that guy a call with my cabin and have him start making arrangements to have it moved out there, and I can start moving out there,
Yeah, okay.
If I can get a guarantee and say, okay, we're going to close on this date, blah, 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 what have you, I'll start making arrangements and getting it all done.
Yeah. So good news is what we'll do is following, once we come to an agreement, once we agree on price, everything like that, we'll send our team out to verify and just do some walkthroughs in order to make sure, not that we don't believe you, right? But just to make sure that it's in the condition it's in, and that it's in the mart. We have to check out the neighbors and all that. And then we will give you a confident, hey, we're closing on this date guaranteed, or hey, we got to figure something out before we can close. We will not have you moving, or we'll not have you do any of that until we're hey,
this is the real deal. Like, we're guaranteed to close now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I don't want to start moving stuff and it not go through, you know.
Yeah, and that's the last thing we want to do, because, you know, a lot of these companies, they'll tell you they're going to close, and like a week before, you've already got all your stuff packed up, and then they're like, hey, you know, and we do not want to do that. You know, we try to keep a really good reputation.
Right. Well, that, what was it, Tennessee Home Buyers? They did that to me.
Really?
Yeah, they had a closing date. It was set for 2 weeks. And so I had my shed moved out to the other property. That's why the shed's at the other property.
Oh, yeah.
And everything from the shed is in my front yard. And, you know, all my stuff is still here. I mean, I've been moving it down there slowly but surely, but it takes me like an hour and a half to get down there.
Yeah.
And then they called back and said they couldn't, that they were backing out of the offer. I'm like, we got a contract. And he said, well, I can break the contract. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah. There's a lot of these people don't set really clear expectations, and they just kind of like, I don't want to say, how do I put this? I don't want to like talk bad about anyone else, but it's almost like they aren't completely honest with you. They make it seem like everything's a guarantee and everything, you know. And with us, I will never guarantee anything until we have done like all of our due diligence, right? And say we did, like, say for example, we come through there, everything's fine, everything's exactly how we planned. We have no problems. We'll say, hey, like, it's time to go. Here's the exact date. Here's the time. Here's the title company that, like, do you want to wire or do you want to check? That's kind of how that will go.
Right.
But we're not going to sit here and tell you, hey, it's guaranteed until we 100% know. When we put in an agreement, we'll have a inspection contingency in there that just says like, hey, we want to buy your house at this price in this time frame, but we need a short period to go through the property, go through the neighborhood, and make sure it's in the, you know, just what we're expecting. All right. So, I mean, anyone else, like, is anyone else a decision maker? Anyone else might be a tiny bit concerned that you're going to be selling the home?
No, just me.
Okay.
Me and my dog.
Oh yeah, you and the dog. No, like realtor, crazy ex-girlfriend or something like that.
No.
Well, yeah. Do you have any mortgages or liens that need to be taken care of, or?
Nope. Everything's taken care of.
Awesome. Okay, so how much do you need in your pocket to be able to move to that 20? Because when we give our offers, we tell you exactly what we're going to put into your pocket at closing, minus any taxes you have to pay.
Okay.
But what do you need in your pocket at closing in order to be able to move on to this 20 acres and get that new cabin there?
Well, I'd like as close to 60,000 as possible. To actually go through, you know, if you came in with a cash offer, say 45,000, I'd jump on it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And, you know, I was kind of going to say, I see other investors, and I know you worked with Tennessee home buyers before, and I'm not sure what they offered you, but we kind of saw other investors being a little bit lower than that at, like, you know, 25 to 30. And by no means is that our offer. I'm just, when I looked a little bit earlier, you know, that's kind of what we saw. I mean, what would you say if they offered you something like that?
Well, I turned them down. Tennessee home buyers, they were going to give me 47,000, and then, like I said, I don't know why they backed out of the deal. It like blew me away when they did it. But you know, like I said, I want to have enough money to pay off the cabin that I want down there.
And how much is that?
I'm going to need at least I think it came to 31,000.
Yeah. Okay. And like I'm saying, I'm go ahead.
I was just going to say the rest is just going to be gas with me taking everything back and forth.
Yeah. And like I said, by no means, you know, that 25 to 30 our offer. I'm just, you know, I was looking at what we kind of saw other people at.
Right.
But that, you know, that money you said you need in your pocket at closing, if we can get you close to that and also get it done within, like, you know, the quickest time frame possible, and that we can, and make sure you're able to get out there, pay off that new cabin, and move on those 20 acres. Would you have any concerns at that point?
No, if you can do it, and like I said, if we can do it within a couple of weeks, I'd jump on it in a heartbeat.
Okay. For you, what do you want the next steps to be from here? Are you ready for me to go see if I can get you an offer?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get me an offer, you know, like I said, I'm ready to go. I want to get out of here. Not that I hate this place, because I like this place, but I like my 20 acres down there. You know,
I'm not
down
gonna lie
there.
to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, Shim. I think I would also like the 20 acres. You know.
You know what I mean? It's peaceful, it's quiet, and when I cut out the road, I found the middle of that 20 acres, and I found a beautiful spot. Sits up on a mountain. I can look out. I don't have to look at anybody. Have no neighbors. You know, I bought a 20,000 watt solar system that I want to install. You know, it's just completely off grid.
Yeah. Well,
And,
you know, that's perfect, man. My goal is to help you get down there as soon as possible. What I'm going to do right now is take it to the underwriting department, and I'm going to take it through everything you just told me. It's just going to be a brief hold, and then I'm going to see which one of our programs that we can get you approved for, and then what that price would be. And then within the next few minutes, I'll have with you either an approval with an offer attached to that JC8285 number, or a denial with a reason why. And if it is a denial, I'll point you in the right direction of what, or one of our, like maybe one of our partners we think you should work with, or, you know, somebody that we think can help you better. Okay.
Okay. Sounds
Just
good.
give me like maybe 2-3 minutes here, and I'll be back, and hopefully I'll have an approval by then. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
1 second.
All right.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So I don't quite have good or bad news quite yet. They wanted me to verify a couple things before that we can give you an offer we can firmly stand behind. But the good news is I do think that they are very interested, so I think I'm going to be able to at least get you an offer. Do you know what the schools are out there? I know it's a little bit rural, so I just wanted to see if you knew what those schools.
Yeah, there's 3 schools, but shit, I can't remember their names. I haven't been in school, God knows how.
It's fine. We'll call the county.
I know schools are in. That's what I do.
Okay. And then, where do you guys like shop for groceries? How far away is that?
About 30 minutes away. If you go to Dixon, I go to Dixon. Unless you go to Hole and Wall, or you go to Hell, they got a place in Centerville. Which you can go shopping. I mean, there's plenty of spots to go shopping, but if you need like home supplies or anything like that, Dixon's your best bet.
Yeah. And then let's see, what else do they want to know? Okay. Septic, I'm assuming?
No septic. Nope.
Okay, so what is it on?
It doesn't have septic. This is non-restricted land, so you can actually build your own septic without having it inspected and all that.
Okay, so what is there currently? What is currently the situation with like the pool, with like the
a dump station, and what I use is a composting toilet.
Okay.
Until the bathroom's done.
Yeah, until the bathroom's done. So what was your plan for that?
Like I said, I bought a tank. I was gonna have the tank installed. Dig it out myself.
Yeah.
Everything, and do it myself.
But so your plan was to put in a septic, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, here, and then last thing, did you dig what about water?
The water, there's 5 wells around here. You can have a well put out here, but I think they want too much for it, and we use IBC totes and just load them up. I got 600 gallons of water at any given moment, and the main well is probably less than 100 yards from me, so anytime I need water, I just go and fill up an IBC tote.
Perfect. And then let me make sure that's all they wanted. What about internet? Do you guys have internet out there?
Yes.
And do you know it's satellite or?
It's through MLEC.
Okay.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
I know they ran a fiber cable out here and installed it on my cabin.
Awesome. That is exactly what I like to hear. Perfect. So, okay. What I'll do for you, I'm about to take this back to them, but before I do that, do you mind if I share with you how the process works?
Sure.
Awesome. So, we've kind of gone over this, already, but I just wanted to make sure you're totally comfortable in the process. If you do receive that final approval, like I said, it'll be attached to that JC file number. And then after that, once we come to an agreement, I'll then send you a 3-page simple agreement that we'll go over together. It outlines how the process works, and luckily for both of us, it's written in 3rd grade English, not to insult your intelligence, but to make sure everyone can easily understand it,
Right.
And then once it's approved, we'll send a member of our team to the home. probably within the next 72 hours, just to take some of their verified pictures and also to kind of get an understanding for like installing the septic and then, of course, the well situation, getting the neighbors, all of that. Okay?
Okay.
Once we do have the pictures in hand, we will share them first of all with our contractors, mostly for the septic installation and the well that we discussed. And then also just to get the repair, or I guess the sweat equity, but just the repair budget for our labor for the bathroom.
Okay.
And then basically what we'll do from there is we'll have our team underwrite that, share it with our investors and partners just to make sure we can get the price we say we will in the time frame that we promised you. We'll then schedule a couple of walkthroughs if needed. If our contractors need a little bit more information or our investors want to make sure that it's something that they can lend us money on, then we'll have to schedule a couple of walkthroughs for that. But our team is used to this process, so it's hands off for you. If anything, we have to come into the property. You don't have to clean. You don't have to make repairs, no renovations, anything like that.
If you guys come in, don't mind all my stuff in here.
Yeah, no, we don't care about that at all. This is just like these guys. They're real good. Our team is like really good people. We're not a very big team. We're about 10 of us. But we really care about our clients and people we work with, and we're super focused on just giving this like a seamless process. So don't stress about cleaning, don't stress about clutter, none of that. We've got that handled, okay?
Okay.
And then basically at that point, you sit back, relax, and then get paid. Do you have any questions or concerns about the process before I take this back to see if I can get final approval?
No, not that I can think of. Just hope that goes through and we can work out a deal.
Well, give me just a few minutes here with the team, and I'll see what we can do to get you approved.
Okay, sounds good.
Be right back.
All righty.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good stuff. So, good news, we did get you approved. And not only was this the first cash as-is approval of the week for our quicker close, which is approved for 21 days, it also came in a little bit higher than what you had initially said. So that's cool. But keep in mind, this is what you walk away with in your pocket, minus your mortgage or prorated taxes, which is just kind of a state of Tennessee thing. But you don't have to pay any closing costs, no realtor commissions, and the property will be sold as is, which means you do no repairs, you do no cleaning, and as well, of course, giving you that like week after closing to be able to move out to that new property on the 20 acres and give you a little bit of time. Okay?
Okay.
With that being said, your property qualified for $34,285.
Okay, we can work with that.
All righty. So the next steps from here is I'm just going to send you over a simple 2-page agreement or a 3-page agreement. It might be, I think it's 3 pages agreement. We'll go over all the we'll go over all the terms together. So basically, the short inspection period we discussed. I'll confirm your address. I'll confirm your the purchase price, and then I'll confirm whether or not you want a wire or a check, and then we'll confirm our estimated closing date, and then I will confirm when we'll have somebody out to the property, and then we'll go ahead and get that approved and get this process started. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Perfect. So give me a couple minutes here to send this to them to get you this agreement over. Do you have any questions for me before I send it over?
The only thing I'm asking is okay, you said 21 days to close, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a guarantee?
So,
I don't want to start moving stuff and then day 20 come and then you guys back out of the contract.
I'm not telling you to move your stuff quite yet. So let us come to the property, do our due diligence first, and then once we do that, so this agreement is saying, hey, I'll buy this house from you for this price, contingent upon us coming out and making sure that it's in the condition we said, right? So once we do that, we've come to that agreement. Before closing, before you start moving anything, we will say, hey, this is our guaranteed closing date. This is that guarantee. This is exactly what we'll do, but we're not going to tell you the guarantee today because, of course, it takes us a little bit of time to do due diligence. And the last thing I want you to do is spend all your hard-earned time out there, and the next thing you know, I come back and do what Tennessee home buyers did and leave you stranded, you know?
Right. Like, I really don't want to move anything until I got a definite answer.
Don't move a thing. I will tell you exactly when to move something. All we're doing now is just locking in a price with our underwriting team and letting us have access to the property.
Okay.
And then when we're ready, like we've already put the money in the account waiting for you, then at that point I'm going to say, hey, man, it's time to start moving your stuff, you know.
Oh, okay, cool.
Make sense?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So give me a couple minutes. I'm just going to have them put all the stuff onto the agreement like I had told you a little bit earlier. And then I'll come back, confirm it with you, send it over, and we'll get it done. All right?
Oh, okay, sounds good.
1 second, brother. Be right back.
All righty.
All right, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So, first of all, let me make sure I have all this correct. It is The purchase price, $34,285 US.
Okay.
Buyer, well, us, we're going to pay all the closing costs.
Okay.
We're purchasing the property as is, where is, basically, it's going to be sold in its current condition.
Okay.
We will give you the guaranteed closing date within the next 14 days. So you're not going to touch or move anything for the next 14 days until we say, hey, this is guaranteed and our money's in the account. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
We're also going to be sending you the title company we'll be working with. Basically, the one that gives us the lowest fees is kind of who we use.
Okay.
Would you prefer a check or a wire at closing?
Let's see, wired right into my bank account, right?
Correct.
We could do either or, whatever's the easiest.
Okay. We'll let the title company decide that when the time comes. You'll be in
Okay.
communication with them too, and because they'll just need some information from you. And then at that point, you can share your information with them, and they'll get you your money paid to your pocket, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
And then also, we are giving you access to the property 1 week post-closing to get your, be able to move your stuff out and have a little bit of extra time so you're not, in a rush, and we don't want to just kick you out to the streets. Make sense?
Okay.
And then final thing, the spelling of your name. I just want to make sure this is right, which is S-H-E-M, the third.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay, awesome. Now I'll assign this to you. Perfect. And then what is your email? All that confirmed. Sure, you get this here. Boom. So we have all of that done, making sure you know everything you need to know. And then, the only thing you're going to be responsible for is your taxes, okay? I just also want you to know that. But otherwise,
they're all paid up to date, so I'm not worried about that.
Okay. I just want you, I don't want anyone to be caught off guard,
Right.
All righty, brother. So I will go ahead and send that over to you. And if you'll check your email, I'll walk you through how to approve it.
Okay. Let me need my glasses. Hold on. Okay, I got it.
Perfect. So you'll see where it says view document.
Yes, I'm looking at the documents now. Well, I opened up the PDF.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the PDF, that won't allow you to approve it, but you can pull up and view the document if you press the blue button, view document. Okay. You can confirm all that stuff is there, but if you press that view document, it'll give you the ability to do an e-signature.
The blue one. Okay. Okay. I think I'm there.
Good. And then in the top left corner, it says, there should be a little pin, and it should say sign.
Okay, sign.
And then it'll pull up a flashing red box.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so you'll click that.
Okay.
And then it should say your name, and then up in the right corner it should say adopt and sign. And then after that, I think it'll say share back with Jackson T.
Yes.
All right, brother. Got it. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to go ahead and send this over to our team to schedule somebody to come out and view the property, hopefully within the next 72 hours. I know usually if you have any specific times that make more sense for you, we will just feel free to text me those times. We should be able to have it done by Saturday, but I know it is a weekend by the end of that 72 hours. And hopefully we can have it done by then. Do you have – go ahead.
I was just going to say any time in the morning would be fine, or whatever is good for anybody.
Awesome. So I will make sure to give you – what I'll tell them is to schedule in the morning so you have a little bit because that's probably more ideal for you. We'll schedule in the morning, and then we'll get all that stuff back. We'll start our process, and we'll go ahead and get title open so you can, in the case we do get you approved a little bit quicker, we'll actually close it quicker if we can.
Okay.
All righty, brother?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. So I will be in touch with you here. You will hear from also my transaction coordinator or one of our coordinators on our team here soon as well. She may have some more questions. She'll just tell you, hey, I'm with no loan home buyers, and I will give you a heads up as well, just so you're not caught off guard. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, sir, brother. Talk soon, and hopefully we can get you that guarantee so you can get cash in your pocket.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a great day.
All right, guys. So I'm about to explain to you how to fill out these contracts. I'm not going to explain to you every single portion of the contract. And the reason being is because I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a legal advisor. I am simply a real estate guy who does a lot of deals and uses these contracts. So I'm going to show you exactly how I fill them out. First, let's start with Novation. Okay? So purchase and sale agreement. It's today's date. So for today's date, it's December 1st, 2025. The property address. You would type in the full address here. 123 Main Street, Knoxville, TN 37934. Next, you would put in the parcel ID. You'd put the parcel ID that comes with the property. So let's look up, let's go to Zillow really quick and just put in a random parcel ID. We'll use this one. Imagine this is 123 Main Street. You'll scroll down all the way down here to show more, and it's going to give you the parcel number and the details of Zillow. You'll just click that, make sure you have the correct address. You'll come back and you'll paste it here. Next is the purchase price. The purchase price of the property to be paid to the buyer at closing is the total purchase price you agree to. So if they say that if you tell them you're going to get them $50,000 in their pocket at closing and they owe $100,000 on their mortgage, then your purchase price is going to be $150,000. So make sure you know whatever the total purchase price you're agreeing to, that's what will go here. The closing costs will exceed zero, and then the buyer will pay to earnest money holder. So who is that? That's the title company. If you don't know what title company you'll be using it, you'll put in here. Title company to be determined by the buyer. And then you'll put in however much earnest money you want here. You can do $100, you can do $250, I'll put $100 in here. Most sellers never even ask about this, but if they're professional and they ask about it, just ask them how much they want and then give it to them basically, because you don't even have to deposit it till the end of the due diligence period, and your buyer should be here in time to cover that cost before the end of the due diligence period. If you don't have a buyer by the end of the due diligence period, you just back out. Taxes. So buyer shall pay the state of blank property transfer tax. If this property is in Texas, you put Texas. If this property is in Tennessee. Timing and closing possession. This means that the property will be closed on this date. So if you wanted for a novation, you're going to want to have a minimum of a 60-day close. So for me specifically, the earliest I would put on here is 1/30/2026. It can be closed on or before that time. And in the event of unforeseen circumstances, we, the buyer, hold the right to extend the closing date another 15 business days. Now, that is just for this portion for the closing date. Now, buyer will pay title company, TBD by the buyer. So we'll come here and it'll say title TBD by the buyer. It's basically just going to be to be determined by you. Basically, that is saying they're going to give us general warranty deed, which is saying we're going to get fully insurable and marketable title. We have the right to an inspection, and we have a due diligence period. So a general due diligence period for however many days from first access to inspect the property. If it's 60 business day, or if it's a 60-day close, I do 45 business days. If it's a 90-day close, I do 60 business days. Honestly, that's what it usually looks like. At the end of the time, guys, what's more important, if you want to know the truth, is that you try and find somebody by the end of this period. If you don't have a buyer lined up by the end of this period, you're not going to get the deal done, most likely, and I would not take the risk of it. This is binding, and it is assignable. This is surviving. The agreement is going to survive until closing, right? We have the right to execute a memorandum of contract. This property should be delivered vacant at closing unless otherwise stated in the special stipulations. We have the right to list this property in the multiple listing service. The buyer to receive access to the property, you can put 3 days, one time per week. But what I usually do is just 3 days, one time per week. If the seller's like, what does this mean? Just be like, hey, it's what we usually do. They're not going to say anything usually. They say, worst case scenario, we come 3 times a week, 1 hour per visit. But I just say, that's what we usually do. And if they're not cool with that, ask them what they're cool with. Maybe it's 1 day per week. That's fine. This is not that big of a deal. Time limit of offer till tomorrow. We never do longer than tomorrow. For this, I have continued involvement. This is disclosing that I do have my real estate license. You don't have to have this in your contract, but using ours, it just might make sense. Okay. Anything in special stipulations. They might ask to stay in the property another week after closing. They may ask for you to pay for a clean out of the property. They may ask for you to pay their move. All of that can go within the special stipulations tab. If they're on the phone, they're ready to agree to the contract, you're going to say hereby accepted on today's date. So the first day of December or 2025. Okay. And then you would put the seller's printed name here. So let's just say Maria, and then John, or John Jones for this guy. These are the two sellers. You would have them sign top and bottom. Boom. You can use software like esign.com to use this for free. I use .loop because my whole system's in here. Then you could update this closing agent info. What you also want to do is have ChatGPT write a notification to the seller stating you'll be closing this title company. And then you can say, since it's a novation, you have to get authorization to sign listing docs and offers. This is a limited power of attorney, the second page. You can just tell them that it's an authorization to sign listing docs and offers. in order to be able to get them the price that we guarantee and the time frame that we guarantee, we have to do this. And usually they say nothing about it. As long as they get their price, they don't really care. So you put the first person's name here, and then the second person's name here, and then have full power and authority to undertake and perform the following acts on my behalf related to the property. 123 Main Street. So this is the address. Knoxville, TN 37914, whatever zip code I put. What did I put up here? 7934. Sure. So we'll go back. Make sure those addresses match. And then simply you sign here, and you assign each box to them. Now for me, my name is Jackson Sutterth. I'm the managing member of Excel Home Marketing. You can do whatever you need to do in order to make it for your company. You guys have access to this stuff. So that's how you fill out the Novation one. So we'll save that, for example. You can press share and walk them through your contract. But that is for Novation. For Wholesale, it's pretty similar, except you don't have an attorney in fact page. So this contract is dated today's date, which is December 1st, 2025. We're going to offer to purchase from the sellers, Maria and John Jones. And this is the buyer's name here. So this would be your company name or your personal name in general. And again, describe your real estate located at subject property address 123 Main Street, Knoxville, TN 37934, and APN. Again, this is just the parcel ID number that we talked about a little bit earlier from Zillow. Now on this one, remember we said that the purchase price, this would probably be lower than the price that we put for Novation, because you can't pay as much for Wholesale as you can Novation. So we'll say $100,000 on this one. And this long box, you'll spell it out in words. So $100,000. And then in this box, you'll put the numerical version. And then again, we're paying all the traditional closing costs, a bunch of other stuff you're welcome to read through, but I'm just going to show you how to fill it out because I'm not an attorney. I'm not a legal advisor. We will be purchasing the property as is, where is. There's no other additional judgments on the property. We're understanding that there could be rate-on or lead-based pay in the property. These are the disclosures saying that we are going to assign, fix, and flip rent for a profit. This is an investment property for us, and we will not be utilizing this for anything else. The buyer is a licensed real estate professional. Possession of the property should be at closing. When the title transfers, leases and security deposits will transfer with title if there are renters in there. And all keys and garage door openers will be given at closing as well. There's no financing contingency within this agreement. There is no appraisal contingency within this agreement. You can have these if you want, but most people like to see that they're not in there. And then inspections, again, I shoot for, with Wholesale, a minimum of 10 business day inspection. I can go down to 7. But just go as long as they're willing to give you, and as long as the closing date they're willing to give you. So let's shoot for 14 business days. Here, deposit. Buyer shall deposit an earnest money deposit of blank to the title company or closing attorney on or before the final day of due diligence period. This deposit is fully refundable for any reason during the due diligence period. It will also be refunded if title does not transfer. Boom. $250 or $100, or ask the seller what they want to see in here if they give you an objection about earnest money. Closing, we can close in as little as 10 days, even 7 days with a Wholesale, but if it's a really good deal, but again, I try to shoot for as long as possible. Let's say 30 days specifically on this. You can make it as soon as possible, but again, make sure you have a long enough due diligence period to find buyers so you don't lose your earnest money and you don't get sued. So as long as you have long enough due diligence period and you understand that you can only back out really within that due diligence period, then you're going to be fine. Again, I'm not a legal advisor. I'm not an attorney. All this is just my opinion. Any special stipulations or any other agreements you have with the seller, you can add right here. Simple as that. And then your name. So for me, it would be Jackson Sutter, member of Excel Home Marketing LLC. I'd be signing here. Seller name would go here. Number 1, which is Maria. You would assign that box to them. And then John Joe for the second. And that is how you fill out our 2 contracts. Simple as that. So you get a contract signed. So now what? Well, depends. Is it Novation or Wholesale? You kind of start at the same place with either. If you're going to get a contract signed, you're going to have someone go check the property out. We like to do it within 72 hours because it's a tight feedback loop with the seller. So we're going to send out a notary. You can literally look up notary in that city, call them and tell them you want pics of everything, roughly 100 pictures. You want them to put a lockbox on the property. And if it's a Novation, you want to get that second page, which is the limited power of attorney and the authorization to sign listing docs. You want to get that actual signature notarized. This should cost you roughly around $100. If you you don't have the money to do that, you may be able to find JV partners like myself who will pay for it. So let's pretend we have a novation this time. First, once you verify that the property is in the condition they said from the first pictures and the lockbox and a limited power of attorney signing, you're going to actually pay for pro photos. You're going to use a local real estate photographer to do pro photos. And then once you have those photos, you're going to find a realtor who will list it for 3%. They'll list it for 3% because one, you've already paid for photos, and two, you're going to take the inbound calls. So 3% total. That means 1.5 to buyer's agent, 1.5 to listing agent, or maybe 2% to buyer's agent, 1% to listing agent. Okay, so once you find them, and you can literally do this by going on biggerpockets.com and asking who will list for 3%, or you can call local brokerages and ask which one of their realtors would list for 3%. My personal favorite way is go on TikTok and look up city name realtor, call and ask if they've listed your property for 3%, and then you can walk through the whole process as is. Now, you can also field inbound. You're going to, once they list it, you're going to field the inbound calls. So when the person calls, your goal is to negotiate a walkthrough time and a contract. With Novations, you do private showings. And when you're negotiating a contract with them, you're going to be negotiating with the realtor, not the direct end buyer. So while you're negotiating that contract, you also want to get the lender contact info at the same time, because you may be the seller or you may be paid out with a fee in that purchase and sale agreement. Like, for example, you may sign as your company is the seller if you have to double close. A double close is when you get funding from an outside lender to purchase the property for you instantly, and then you'll instantly sell it at closing table. Some lenders are not okay with a double close, so you may have to do something called pass-through funding. They might not be okay with pass-through funding either, and if they're not okay with that, you can do a marketing fee or an Novation fee at closing that is agreed upon with the seller. Or you can do a partnership fee or something of that nature, but you need to talk to the lender and the underwriter to determine what way you need to close this property out to get through underwriting so that they're not going to say anything when you get paid out at closing. It's most of the time it's best to double close so no one sees your fee, except, so you would be the seller, except when it's a government-backed loan. So a lot of the times, these government-backed loans have a 90-day flip rule, meaning the property has to be owned by 90 days by the seller before they can be sold to the new FHA buyer. But you want to talk to the lender, get their contact info, talk to the underwriter, the best way to close. Ask them what certain strategy you need to close. There's double close, there's pass-through funding, there is novation fees, there's assignments. You can literally even assign this contract if you want it, which we'll get into on this side. Once they've told you, if you do have to double close, you'll secure funding. You can literally go to doubleclose.com. They'll send you they'll wire the money to the title company for a moment. You'll double close. They'll charge you a small fee, and then you will literally get paid out on the HUD at closing as the seller. In addition to that, let's take a look at wholesale deals, right? So we've already got the pics there. We've already got the lockbox. We're not going to do pro photos this time. We're instead going to make a deal sheet, and the deal sheet looks something like this, right? So you put the address nice and bold here. You put a little small picture of the property there. Then you put what it's probably best for. You could say perfect rental, low money down, seller finance deal. This one was a perfect flip opportunity. Where we list the ARV here. We list the details. 3 bed, 2 bath, 1,600 square feet, 1940-year build, 2/3 of an acre of land, and a new roof in 2020. Then we give the price that we're asking for it. We include comps down here to show that we've done market research on what other properties are selling for. And then we also have a link to photos where we can link the Google Drive from from where we got the pics here. When the notary sends you the Google Drive, you'll put them on that sheet. You'll then take that deal sheet and you'll send it out an SMS and an email blast to your cash buyers list. And you may be thinking, JT, how do I build my cash buyers list? The best way to build a cash buyers list is to call your comps. So whenever you have a property you're looking to comp, you're going to see properties that have been flipped on the market. Your job is then to call the realtor who listed those properties as the listing agent and ask them if their seller from that transaction where they flipped the house is still currently buying properties. I can actually show you an example of that right now, and I will show you an example of that. And when they say yes, you say, okay, perfect, let's get a showing for this one. I think they really enjoy this property. What's their contact information so I can have them ready to be set up for their walkthrough, okay? Your goal here is also to schedule a mass showing. So like the normal person, they don't want to do a mass showing. They want to do a private showing. But with wholesale, we try to do one mass showing, build scarcity, build up the fear of missing out, and get the highest and best offer next. But I'm going to show you guys right now what you could literally do right now. Come to Zillow. Here is a perfectly renovated house. You can tell it's renovated. So you see that it's currently listed on the market. Who's it listed by? Abbott Mary, 865-363-1791. You can see that they're from Capstone Realty Group. They also have 3 numbers here. You would call and say, hey, I see this property on Greenway Drive just got flipped. Are you guys still looking? Is your seller still looking to purchase properties to flip? They say yes. You say, boom, perfect. I think I have another one they'd really, really like. What's their information so I can get you set up? We also have a Dispo script for this as well, which I can take you through in just a moment. But it would sound something like this. I will give you guys an example of the Dispo script, but this is how you would find those people, get them on your cash buyers list, and then the next time you have a deal in this area, you send it straight to them. So the way you build a buyers list is to provide value by bringing a deal. If you don't have a deal, find a deal, then go look for cash buyers. That doesn't mean you have to talk to a seller and find a deal directly, but you could go find like someone to JV with and bring that buyer value. Okay. Once you've agreed to them, they're willing to pay the price that you wanted them to pay. You're going to send them an assignment agreement. Super simple. We're going to fill it out like this. This assignment addendum is made between assignor, which is your name. So for this specific example, we could say Excel, Home, Marketing, LLC, and assignee, which would be your new buyer's name. We will be referred collectively as parties on the day blank. So the original date of the purchase and sale agreement between you, the assignor, and the seller. So say that was 2 weeks ago. So you could say on the 20th day of, because today's December 1st, 20th day of November, 2025, I, the assignor, may enter into a purchase agreement with the seller name. So the seller's name could be like Patricia or something of that nature. And the right to purchase the property located at, you would put the property address here, city, and state. The copy of the original contract will be provided upon request. Assigner wishes to assign all their rights and interests under the original contract, basically saying they're taking over the responsibilities of the entire contract. And in consideration for the assignment of these rights, assignee agrees to pay assignor an assignment fee of. So if your original purchase agreement is $100,000, okay, then you would be adding your assignment fee on top of that. So for example, if this is $10,000, you could put $10,000 here, or you can, and then you would write out in this one $10,000. And then in addition to that, assignee agrees to pay a non-refundable deposit of. We do a minimum of $10,000 for our first-time buyers until they're on our VIP list, and it's non-refundable because we don't do that inspections. They have time to do the inspections. They are full-time flippers. They know exactly what they're doing when they enter the property. If you don't want them to see your fee, you could say, in consideration for the assignment of these rights, assignee agrees to pay in total to purchase the property, total purchase price, and the assignor will net the difference between the original purchase price with the seller and the new purchase price with you. Have ChatGPT write that, or what you really should do is go talk to an attorney because I'm not a legal advisor. The deposit is due at the time the addendum is executed, and it should be credited towards the total assignment fee. By taking on this, by signing the assignment, they are assuming all obligations of the contract between the assignor, you, and the seller. And then you're going to put your closing date here, which needs to be on or before the closing date that you have with the original seller. If the assignee fails to close at this date, the assignor may, at assigner's sole discretion, terminate the addendum, reassign the original contract to another party, or pursue legal remedies for damages. Okay? If the assignee fails to close, the deposit would be forfeited to the assignor. This assignor's decision to take any action and does not waive assignor's rights or interest in the original contract. And then acknowledgement of review. Basically, you have gone through this contract in full and you understand all terms contained within both the original contract and this addendum. You would sign the assigner line and the assignee would sign here. Again, no inspection period unless there's something catastrophically wrong, like a massive break in the foundation. They have to have proof of funds and they will put down $10,000 non-refundable E&D. Once they have this signed, you will send it to a title co of your choosing. Literally look up local title companies until a person will do an assignment agreement. Once they say they do assignments, send them that assignment agreement, send them the original purchase and sale agreement, and they should handle the rest. Guys, if you want to skip all of this, you can go to forconsulting.com, where she is the best transaction coordinator of all time. You can go here, call her at this number or email her, and she will handle all of that for you. She will handle everything from the pro photos to the deal sheet to the SMS blast, or to getting you the buyers, to calling your comps, everything. She doesn't do all this dispo, but she will handle literally all the things on here in order to make sure you get to the closing table. I suggest you do this because you don't have to pay until it's time to close. I would almost always do this if you're a beginner, especially if you're solo, because you're not going to have time to do all this. I do this. My company utilizes her, and she's fantastic, and I think you should probably do the same so you can get to the closing table instead of probably missing something. She also knows how to talk to lenders to make sure they're underwriting the correct way in order to make sure that you're going to be able to get this thing paid out with a fee. Anyways, I'll see you in the next portion. Okay, it's time to dispo, and you're trying to find the agents and cash buyers you're going to be talking to in order to try and get them an offer. So first and foremost, you can do a couple of things. One, we can go to Investor Base and find the specific phone number and email or the specific phone number of the buyer. Or we can go to agents. So I want to show you a specific example of a deal right here. So this is a deal we're currently dispoing, right? So here's the address. You can go direct to Zillow. And now what you're going to do is you're going to find comps for this property. This is actually a 5.2, 1,800 square feet. So we're going to back out of this page. We're going to scroll in. We're going to look at sold. Where have they sold at? Now we have all of our listings that have sold in a nearby radius. So what do? We look for the one that's been flipped, the properties that have been completely renovated. So this property's been renovated. This property's been renovated, it seems. This property's been renovated. So what we can do is we can come here and we're going to call this, see, fully modernized. We know it's renovated. And we're going to call this person who listed it because they're the person who's representing the seller who was the original investor. You can also go to Investor Base, type in that address here. Here's the address. We can do a 1.5 mile radius. We can do flipper buyer. Now here's our subject property. Let's see how many deals have sold in a 1/2 mile radius. So now you have all the flippers right here. And if you come to this specifically, I didn't press this button. You want to press skip, trace, and save. And then you're going to search again. Now you have all their phone numbers right here with their names where you can call them. And then you're going to use this script. This is, I think Investor Base is like $250 a month. Zillow is completely free. So you can decide whichever one you want to do. I like Investor Base. I like Investor Base as a secondary option to realtors because usually realtors have the connects to the biggest buyers in the area. So it's going to be intro. For me, it's howdy. So you know the buyer's name. Let's say the buyer's name on this one is Dylan, or we can do the realtors. Let's pretend the realtors because that's where we're going to start. We have no money. So the name on, I think, was Deshaun. What is his name here? It's Pamela. This one's name is Pamela. So here's how we would do it. Howdy, Pamela. My name is JT. I was calling you from Fast Cash Offer Now. I was calling because I saw you were the listing agent for the address here, 16831 Mendota Street here in Detroit. So I reached out to you to see if your investor wanted another off-market property here in Detroit. I have a deal I think you would definitely be interested in. Oh, you're interested. Perfect. So we are investors ourselves. We flip, rent, wholesale, novate, and basically any other things, real estate. We bought properties, we're buying a ton of properties right now, and we're running out of room to purchase any more projects. So I just want to reach out to agents like you who are working with investors to assign some off-market properties to. Yeah, so I currently have a deal that I think you'd like, and I want to get you a little bit of info on it so I can start giving you access to these deals as soon as we get them. Once you're on a priority list, you'll get access to all of my deals on day one before they go out to the rest of the massive buyers list. That way you can keep growing your business. Sound fair? Okay, Pamela, so I've got your contact pulled up in my system. Let's make sure this deal actually makes sense for you and your client. What is your full name? Okay, and your best number for you? What's the best email address for you? Do your investors, do they typically buy with cash or like with a lender? And have you worked with their lender for a while? Like, do they require appraisals? Do they have limits on funding, assignment fees, anything like that? Okay. Do you know if they're investing in Detroit only, or are they investing in other markets as well? Okay, and how many properties would you say they're buying like on a month/yearly basis? Okay, and do they tend to flip mostly or buy and hold for rentals? Okay, what percentage of ARV do you buy at? Well, like what return are you looking for on your rentals? Okay, and how long have you been investing for? Yeah, cool. How'd you get into it? Are you from this market originally? Yeah, and what's the name of your company, like your LLC? Perfect. I've got you down. I'm sending you an email and text right now with my information that you can save as well as the details of the property I called you about. Okay. Did you get that? I just sent them. Let me know when you got them, please. All righty, Pamela. Open that email up really quick. The address is 15867 North Lawn Street in Detroit, Michigan. Okay. You can click the link to see the photo. So let's go over this deal really, really quick. Okay, so I sent this out to my priority list a little bit earlier today. You know, you were the first call I made on my new list of investors. We've got a few people trying to set up a showing already. Before I call any of my VIP buyers back, are you interested in this property at all? Basically, on the deal sheet, it should look something like this. You want to go over like what is the best opportunity for this, the ARV, and then the like size of the property and the details, how much you're asking, and then have a link to photos and the comps here. Go over those with them, and then get them to commit, and then try to get them to commit in this next part. Okay, so they say yes, right? Okay, great. If they say no, okay, no worries. Help me understand though. Is it because of price, location, condition? Make sure you note that in the CRM. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll make sure to only send you deals that fit your buy box in the future. That way we don't waste each other's time. Okay, great. So next is the offer. So next steps is to get you scheduled for a walkthrough of the property, assuming we have assigned this property pretty quickly. So I'd like to get you in there at least pretty quickly and go ahead and get you on the schedule. Give me some days and times that work for you. If it's vacant, you want to get them there on the spot because there's a lockbox. If it's occupied, confirm with the occupant and call back buyer with information or the confirmation. Then I'd say, do you mind if I share with you how the process works? Perfect. So we typically get all interested parties through the property and then accept the best and final offer. We're not trying to create bidding wars. We just want fast and fair offers. And once an offer is accepted, we'll send over an assignment agreement. And that earnest money will be due within 24 hours of signing. If EMD is not deposited within that window, we will move on to the next best offer. So the EMD on that is going to be $5,000 or $10,000. Earnest money is refundable if we're not able to deliver the properties agreed to with clear title. On assignment contracts, the buyer does cover both sides of the closing costs, but since it's a single cash transaction, those fees are relatively low. This is a cash as is contract. We're direct to seller on this contract. We're signing and we're going to file a memo on every property just to make sure we get to the closing table. All price negotiations run through me since I hold the contract. If any buyer tries to go around us and negotiate directly with the seller, we typically just close on the property ourselves and list it on the MLS. Does all of that make sense? Perfect. And is there anything else that would keep you from like being at our asking price if the property looks the same as it does like in person as the pictures I sent you? If they say they'll be at or around? Great. Yeah, I'll send you a confirmation email now and text you the walkthrough. I'll also touch base with you the morning of Wednesday just to make sure you're going to be there. All I ask is that you call or text me within an hour of the walkthrough with either an offer or some feedback. And communication is key if you want to keep seeing these opportunities. Yeah, and thanks for your time. I'm looking forward to getting this done and hopefully many more together. I don't have an offer till I walk it. Could be another answer. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, since you know this market and run numbers all the time, I mean, you've at least got a ballpark where, you know, it would need to land for you. Before I line up access, I do need like a rough range so we're not sending you out to something that was like never going to work for you or the seller in the first place. I'd be at X and X amount. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I needed. I'm going to lock in the walkthrough and send you a confirmation text by email. Also check the morning of the walkthrough date as well as a quick reminder. So also check the morning of Wednesday as a quick reminder. After you've seen the property, just give me a call or shoot me a text within an hour with your offer or any feedback so we can move fast. Clear communication is what keeps you at the front of the line for these opportunities. Awesome. Appreciate your time. I'm looking forward to getting this done with you and stacking more deals after. Once they go to the property, it's time to negotiate. Hey, John, how did the walkthrough go? Okay, I understand. Okay. Can you give me a list of items that were in worse shape than you thought? We can use that ammo to do a reduction or something called a retrade with the seller, right? They could also say, you always refer back to comps what they sold for cash, what ARV flipped comps are selling for, and still see how much profit they can make on this deal using your calculation. Yeah, man, I'd hate for you to miss out on this opportunity. I have another buyer with like a higher offer, but between you and me, I'd like working with you more. I don't want to go back and forth, so just give me your best and final, and I'll go up to bat with you and my manager because you want to get the highest offer possible. I'm going to offer $10,000 for the property, like a low ball, right? No matter the offer, high or low, always put them on hold and ask your manager because they're going to be the one to determine it. And shout out to Tony Mont for the inspiration for this specific script here. Okay, and thank you for the offer. You know, I'm always going to put it in the system. Let me just put you on a quick hold and check my manager to see if I can can send you the assignment contract. I know they talked to another buyer earlier with an offer and just want to double check, see if it's still available. If the offer is lower than asking, I'll squeeze them up, of course, after the hold. I'm going up to bat for you, John, but because I really want to work with you on this deal. But my manager said we do have to have an asking price offer pending another walkthrough. If you come closer to my asking price, I know I can get this done. I mean, what is the number that would make sense for you to get this done today so I can cancel all the other buyers and walkthroughs? Asking price offer. Yeah, thanks for your offer. I do have to check with my manager on every offer. Just give me 1 second to put you on hold and I'll run to their office. I'll be right back. Congrats, yeah, your offer was accepted. And the next steps will be to sign the assignment contract and get the EMD submitted. I'll send the assignment agreement over right now with EMD instructions for the title company. How quickly can you get the contract signed on DocuSign and submit EMD? They should be signed within 1 hour, and EMD should be submitted within 24 hours. Guys, the difference between this and the seller acquisition call is this is way more fact of the matter because you're talking to an investor. A lot less emotions, a lot more urgency, and a lot more logic. Because you have to have a logical sell, talk about investment, talk about urgency, talk about FOMO, talk about competition. Don't talk about strictly emotions, right? Because these people are worried strictly about money and being the one to get this investment. That's their biggest hope. It's not the same. It's a completely different sell from acquisition, so you have to use different tonality. Think here. Fact of the matter, does this investment make sense for them? And don't think about like the emotional, what would this do for you? Instead, think of, is this a good opportunity? Yes, then you need to take it. Something I do completely differently from when I first started is when I list novations, I actually list them with a realtor. Now, I have the realtor do a total 3% commission. Here's an example of a listing we have out right now that is a novation, but literally, we do all of this with the realtor now. So it takes a lot of stress off my team's plate. And also, it allows them to act professionals and talk to realtor, because a lot of the times, realtors don't like talking to the homeowners or like the middleman because they think that it's unprofessional. But truth be told is most realtors suck. So if you vet a good realtor and they'll list it for 3%, you pay for the marketing, you pay for the pictures, and allow the realtor to just list it on the market for 3% total. And then you get really good listings and you take a lot off your plate. Now, it's important that this person is a very good realtor and that they can negotiate and that they can actually stand up for you. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be the one accepting the offer, but you want the realtor to be able to, sell. You also want the realtor to be able to hold deals together, and you want them to also be very confident in negotiating. Now, they're not going to have to negotiate direct because at the end of the day, it's your decision, but they are going to be the face of your negotiation. So it's important that they understand what you're really looking to get out of this. They understand the entirety of the process and that they are investor friendly. Now, with realtors, a lot of the time you can't put assignment fees on here. So you are going to have to get with the seller and do a novation replacement agreement, or you're going to have to do a double close, or you're going to have to ask the seller to pay you a marketing fee. Nothing really changes usually, except for the fact that you can't do assignments in mini MLSs, but that's okay. What we need to focus on is getting this property listed on the market with an excellent realtor who's investment friendly and who's good at marketing and who's good at sales, because although it is your decision at the end, you want them to be a strong negotiator too. That's how we get properties listed. And by the way, I would also encourage getting all of your limited power of attorneys or your attorney in facts notarized, because if you give a notarization document to a realtor, they don't really care. But if you don't have the notarization document, it usually makes it a little bit more complex. If you don't want to do that, you can actually have the seller sign documents too. And the seller should be aware of what you guys are doing. It's important that you're transparent and open with them either way. Hopefully that makes sense. Another way I get super fat fees is because my marketing is incredible. And not just marketing on the seller side, but marketing on the buyer side. Our novations always sell above the asking price. They sell their first week on market, and that's because of this Facebook strategy right here. So what we do is we list our property on Monday, and we set up an open house for Saturday. By Saturday night or Sunday morning, we have an accepted offer. So what we do is we make a Facebook campaign, and we run it, put our name or put the address right here. That's what I just name it. And we're going to optimize for leads, and we're going to optimize for a lead form. Now you can do an ad set budget, but honestly, we're just going to do one ad set. So we're going to run a campaign budget here. Okay, don't worry about any of this A/B test. You do have to have it in this special category, housing. So your first ad set, we're only going to have one. I just made a copy for information's sake, but you're just going to name open house lead form. You can name it whatever you would like, really. It doesn't truly matter. Next, you'll come to instant forms. That is what we're going to have as our, we're going to put this in instant form, and that's how they're going to fill out their lead flow, right? You want to connect it to your Facebook page, and then you're going to put a daily budget if you want to run. I was doing $100 a day, so I'd spend $700 for the week, roughly, and then try to get as many people at that open house as possible, right? So we get 100 leads. Not only do we have 100 people who are buying in the area for a novation, I actually sell those leads to realtors at like $20, $30, $40 a pop, and I actually make money on this end while I'm getting buyers for this open house, and then I sell them to realtors, which is really, really cool. So I don't focus. I don't do any new audiences. I don't do any focusing on the age, no gender, no nothing like that, no interest. I simply go to locations, and I put a 30-mile radius around whatever city it's in. So this one was in Knoxville. I just put a 30-mile radius around Knoxville. And you have to do cities, okay? Next thing you do, you're going to do, and here's my image ad, right? I literally have AI, so I put an AI image in here, and I say open house, Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. I put the price on here, I put the bed, bath, and square footage, right? That's literally what I do. One of them, I had an AI video. We'll watch it here.
Do you think you could buy your dream home in the heart of Knoxville for under $300,000? Yeah, most people don't, but I've got one. Howdy. This Saturday, 11 to 2, I'm hosting an exclusive open house at 3146 Haggard Drive. 100% financing available. Sellers offering concessions. Come walk it, run your numbers, and if it makes sense, we'll lock it up on the spot. Did you?
Look at this. It's a no-brainer. We're running these fire ads, pictures, anything. Just super simple images, super simple videos. And the copy, we're doing call out, right? Open house this Saturday on exact address, right? We have a couple things we do. So we do a call out in the first one, right? Let's just say super simple. You can have ChatGPT create something very similar. Open house this Saturday, 3146 Haggard Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. This Knoxville home you were told you'd never find. This Saturday, come tour the kind of home that people told you wasn't possible. Just something that really hypes up the property. We also put seller offering concessions with a strong offer. We never offer concessions because we get multiple offers on all of our properties. And we put 100% financing available too because all of our properties we tend to work with are VA eligible, and VA is 100% financing. And VA is Veterans Affairs Loan. And this is your shot at life you've been chasing. Swing by this Saturday at 11 for 2 p.m. Eastern. Make it yours before someone else does. We're creating urgency here, right? So we do a call out. We do a negative. You were told you were never fine. Then we do a positive. Oh, fully renovated ranch on half an acre tucked outside the beautiful Buffett Estates, right? Then some more positives. 100% financing available. Why it's going to work for them is because we're offering seller concessions and there's 100% financing available. Then my call to action. This is your shot at the life you've been chasing. Swing by this Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern, right? Next, one in before the crowd, lock in your spot this Saturday. That's our headline. Really super simple. Call to action, learn more. It is as simple as that. Now, what does our form look like? Our form literally looks like this. Ready? Be first in line this Saturday, 3146 Haggard VIP access. Again, VIP gives a sense of like security, sense of exclusivity. We're giving them a sense of FOMO if they don't come. We're giving them a sense of exclusivity so that they'll actually want to participate. Okay? So then we say action verb, secure VIP access to the open house over 3146 Haggard Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Fully renovated, 3-bed, 2-bath on private half acre with luxury finishes. Move-in ready and price to sell. Price to sell. Again, we want them to think it's a good deal. And then VIPs get early access, right? We're going to do it. You can either do more volume or higher intent. Higher intent verifies their phone number. I actually prefer a higher intent most of the time. Open and then optimize. So next, in the intro, we're going to do a headline similar to this. Be the first in line this Saturday for 3146 Haggard. You can do a description similar to this, right? We're just going over it and we're just building up more scarcity and we're having more call to actions and we're building up more exclusivity. Okay. Next, it's the questions. We're going to simply fill out the information below to secure your spot. Full name and phone number. That's all I'm asking them for. You can just include a privacy policy here and then the ending, right? So the ending, one more thing, check out the Zillow listing, then send them to the Zillow listing so they can get more information on the property. So once they fill out this form, we're going to make an automation setup, right? Facebook form submitted it on GHL. We're going to create contact. I don't know if you guys will have access to this. If you don't, you might have a free one. But here's the drip campaign you're going to send them. As soon as they sign up, you're going to send them this text. Howdy, this is me. Howdy, we're excited to see you this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the open house. This home is truly something special, modern, peaceful, and sitting on a beautiful piece of East Tennessee land. I can't wait for you to see this walkthrough in person. In the meantime, check out the full listing here. We priced this home to make sure it ends up in good hands. Most similar properties in the areas are selling for over $30K higher and up. We've made sure it's in perfect move-in ready condition. Can't wait to meet you Saturday. Okay? Now we're going to wait till one day before. And the day before, hey, we're just one day away from the open house on 3146 Haggard Drive. It's happening tomorrow, Saturday at 11 a.m. This place is incredible. I can't wait for you to see it. We'll have food, door prizes, and lenders on standby ready to get you pre-approved for a loan on the spot. Excited to see you and help you get into your dream home at a great price. Next, 2 hours before it starts. Howdy, today's the day. Excited to see you at 11 a.m. for the open house. Don't forget the address is 3146 Hacker Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37917. Let me know if you need anything or help finding it. Boom. 1 minute before. We're going to say, hey, if you can't make it, no worries. But if you got any time from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., this might be your last chance to walk through your dream home. Just heads up, we've already got 2 offers on the table, but we'll make sure you have time to fully enjoy the property and make your decision. We won't be accepting any offer until this afternoon. See, we built urgency, we built exclusivity, and we built an entire campaign. We run this, send them through this drip campaign, get them there to the property, and as soon as they show up, start selling them. Honestly, I have a real estate agent do it, so I just call a local realtor and ask them to host an open house at my place, and they can have all the leads that come through. Super simple, super awesome, but it gets deals sold, and it gets them sold fast and above market value. So another way we get such fat deals is there's something called a re-trade, okay? So imagine this. Imagine the seller tells you the home is in good condition, right? She tells you that it doesn't have that much stuff wrong with it. But you knew in the back of your mind there's probably going to be a little bit more than she told you. So after your first showing, right? So you have her under contract for, let's say, $100,000 currently, right? And after your first showing, you get information that the property is in much worse condition than you thought, right? So the first thing you're going to do is do something I like to call a plant. I want you to plant the seed in her mind that she told us not the truth and that we're going to have to probably get it lower in the future, right? So you're going to run it something like this. During this point, you're going to call them. So this is either you or your Dispo manager. And you're going to say, ma'am, when we got to the property, there's a little bit worse than we were expecting. Now, I'm not saying by any means that we're not going to purchase it. I don't know what the quote is going to be from our contractor quite yet. But when we got there, it needed carpet, it needed new flooring throughout the house, and I think the HVAC is going to need replaced too, which is some things we weren't expecting. Those are pretty hefty. Now, I do everything I can be to be the man of my word. So let me just keep running this by my contractors until they give me an accurate price. And then once we have something set in stone, I'll come back and I'll tell you exactly what we need to do. And honestly, it could be the same price, but I'm just letting you know what we found, right? You anchor that with them. You talk with them. You keep your rapport high, right? Next thing you do is you get an offer. So you don't want to do this until you get an offer, right? But once you get an offer, so let's say, for example, we know we have it under contract for 100, right? And our offer we get from a buyer is 115, right? 115. So you're like, shit, we're only going to make 115 on this deal, but I want to make at least, right? I was hoping to make at least 30K based on what she told me, right? She told me it was going to be much better than that. And right now, right, we're only going to make 15K, but I want to double that. So now we're going to go for the retrade. We're going to call the seller back and we're going to say, look, the quote for the property came in a little bit higher than we were hoping for. It came in roughly $25,000 over. Now, it is definitely our fault for not verifying some more information on the phone, but we also have to be fair. So, what we'll need this property at is $80,000, which we know we can do 85, but we're going to say 80K to anchor, right? And they're going to be like, oh, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. And you're going to ask, well, it is a little bit worse than what you had told us a little bit earlier. So I'm just trying to figure out what we should do in order to make sure it's fair for everybody. And then she's going to say like, well, what about 90K? You'd be like, my boss told me the maximum I could do is 80, but I'll figure out a way to get them to come up to 85 if we can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Boom. Now we have it at 85K. What are we going to do? We're going to send her an amendment of contract for the new price, and then we're going to assign it at 115. So 115 minus 85 equals our 30K fee we're looking for. So no matter what happens, whether the offer's coming a little bit lower than you're hoping or whatever, you need to squeeze your fee. I call this squeezing the deal. It's simple. We're squeezing every last ounce of it out, right? We can be like everyone else and just accept 5K offers, 10K offers, 12K offers. But I don't do that here. Here, we get fat deals because we do uncomfortable shit. All right? That is how we retrade in order to be able to get people to take more off the price after we have some ammo against them.
Okay, this is one of our best marketing tools. It's called the deal sheet. It's exactly what we send to investors. We keep a simple picture of the property here. We put the link. So we're going to send it to them as a PDF. So we're going to put the link
to the address on Realtor.com or Zillow through this, whichever one has more accurate information, you'll find out when you verify with the seller and compare to Realtor or Zillow.com. Then you're going to say it's perfect opportunity. For this one specifically, it's a better flip. You'll see there's more flippers in the areas than renters. If it was a seller finance opportunity, you could say perfect seller finance opportunity. But for this specific deal, it's probably the best flip. So now we're going to walk them through it. The ARV, be conservative here. Buyers like to see conservativeness here. Now we're going to put the bedroom count, the bathroom count. We're going to put the living square footage, and then this one included a garage. So I included that. I put the year built, and then I put the square feet of the lot or the acreage of the lot. And then I tell them how much I'm asking for, right? So then we have pics coming soon, which one of my guys ran to the property today to verify pictures. And then you're going to include this link here for people to click when they come here to see the actual property pictures that you can send to the investors. And then you also want to include comps of the property, which you can see my comps are way higher than what I even have it for. So it lets people know that I'm realistic, that I'm a real deal wholesaler. You put all this information in, then every time you talk to a seller or talk to a buyer, while they're on the phone, you send them this, you go through this document together with them, and it's capiche capuche. They say they like it, they want to go check out the property. You say, hey, as long as everything it looks like in the pictures and what we discussed now, is there any reason you wouldn't be at my asking price? No, completely fine. Let's get you out there. They see it, they like it, boom, you send the assignment, done, you close.
We're going to go over 3 business models specifically that you're going to go through depending on what level you want to scale to. So for your 20 to 60K a month, we're going to do this solopreneur model. It's about 2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours a day of work. It's not that much work, but you can still make a really good amount of income. It's super lean. It's super easy. And the only thing you're doing is marketing and sales. You have to do Dispo and Axe, and you have to run marketing, but everything else like follow up and getting properties listed and all the busy work, that's done by your team. So there's you, right? You are the person who's responsible for figuring out where you're going to get the best leads, and you're going to be responsible for sales with the seller, meaning acquisitions, and then sales with the buyer. You're also going to have an assistant who gets the properties listed for you, whether it's on the MLS or whether it's on InvestorLift, or they're going to make the deal sheet for you where it shows the deal details and all of that. They're also going to organize the KPIs and manage your dashboard, meaning they're going to see how you want them to organize how many calls you've made, how many offers you've sent out, just so you can hold yourself accountable. And you want that person to be organized, detail-oriented, and a problem solver. And then for solopreneur, you have your follow-up specialist as well, which is going to handle all of your follow-up. They're going to organize your CRM, make sure they talk to all the leads that you're not able to get in contact with. And they're going to follow up with the old leads too that maybe you weren't able to move through the pipeline at all. You want them to be organized. You want them to be analytical. You want them to be disciplined. And you want them to hit, for their KPIs daily, 100 dials, setting 2 appointments with old leads for you on your calendar. And then you want them to get 2 hours of talk time per day. Okay, so this is the manager role. This is about the $60,000 to $120,000 a month mark. And this is the same thing. You have the same assistant, but at this point you're going to have the same follow-up specialist. But at this point, you are now going to have acquisitions rep and disposition rep. Okay, so the acquisitions rep's sole job is going to be selling to sellers and getting contracts signed with the sellers. You want them to be problem solvers, sales oriented, and money motivated. And their goal is to do 80 dials a day, 2.5 hours of talk time, and submit 3 offers a day and get 1 contract. Your follow-up specialist will do the exact same thing they would do here, but instead of setting appointments for you, they're going to set appointments for your acquisitions manager. At that point, your acquisitions manager gets a contract. They're going to send it to your Dispo rep, who is going to manage all of your buyer relations. They're going to get contracts signed with the buyer, meaning assignments or novations or anything of that nature. They're going to schedule and organize with the sellers, and they're going to build rapport with the sellers on the back end. You want this person to be logical, sales-oriented, and money-motivated as well. 80 dials a day, 5 solid new buyers added to the buyers list, 3 offers out, or 3 offers in, meaning getting buyers to send in 3 offers, and then 1 deal assigned per day. They all report back to you, and your job is simply analyzing KPIs, determining how to be a better marketer here, and then holding your team accountable to make sure that they're hitting their KPIs so you're generating the revenue you want to generate. You can also have bottlenecks in this business, which you can solve through KPIs. Next is the CEO. You will still have this same assistant, and you will have acquisitions reps and dispositions reps, multiple. Every acquisition rep gets a follow-up specialist, and then dispositions reps, they will have they will have all of their properties and stuff listed on the CRM by your assistant. So it's going to be really simple for them to just go manage buyer relations and handle all that. Now, who we add here? We're going to have sales team manager, which is going to hold them accountable to their goals. They're going to set the standards, hold the standards to a high level, and also analyze KPIs. And they're going to identify bottlenecks for you to solve. And then this person needs to be a problem solver, and they need to be a leader, and they need to be sales oriented. Marketing director, they're going to be responsible for launching new marketing strategies, optimizing campaigns, choosing markets, and you want them to be creative, analytical, and growth oriented. Okay? Your job here is to manage everyone and make sure they're running things smoothly. And your job is to figure out how you can grow the business. What lever can you pull? Who can you hire? What do you need to figure out? Now, here's where most of us are going to end up in this solopreneur role. Working 2 to 4 hours a day, making 20 to 60K a month makes a lot of sense. This one, you're going to be working a lot more because you have to manage a lot more people. But you can still work 4 to 6 hours a day. We can get to 120K a month. And then this role, you could actually work less theoretically if you build your team big enough, but you're going to be spending your time doing really high leverage tasks. Okay? So depending on which one you want to grow these to, you can do all. The stress increases the more you go. So the stress here, not stressful at all, very stressful, and extremely stressful. So you have to determine what amount of stress you want to go through and what your goals really are. If your goals is to have just a normal, simple life that you can live with a bunch of freedom, solopreneur is the way to go. If your goal is you want to make a lot of money and your goal is to one day become a CEO, become this manager. And if your goal is to become a CEO and build the biggest business of all time, you go ahead and start here and move up as quickly as you possibly can once you have 3 months reserves for operating expenses. So your operating expenses here are going to be about 5K, or maybe probably 5K max. Your operating expenses here are going to be about $15,000. So once you have about $15,000 a month, or once you have about $45,000 cash in your bank account, you can start to move to this manager role. And then your operating expenses here are going to be roughly around $30,000 to $60,000 a month minimum. So once you have about 100K in your bank account, then you can start to go for the CEO role. So that's kind of the different organization structures and who you should hire, what you should look for in each hire, and then the key KPIs for each hire so you can hold everyone accountable and scale. Alrighty, guys. So I'm going to show you guys what we can improve in your what we can improve in your KPIs, what we can improve in your data, and how you can analyze your bottlenecks in order to generate more revenue and become more profitable. Okay? So we're going to go over each of these scenarios. We're going to go over total spent, all the leads, all the KPIs. We're going to optimize this to make the most money possible. Okay? So here, their marketing spend for the month was $20,000 and their total revenue was $120,000. That is a 6x ROAS. The cost per lead was $100. The total leads were 200. 120 of those leads we made contact with. So that's 60%. So 60% of leads we made contact with, which is okay. We can increase this number. And the offers made were 30, contracts signed were 12, and our closed/sold deals were 8. And the average assignment fee was $15,000. So there's a couple places that we could fix within this, but I'm going to show you the main one. The main one is leads to offers, right? So we only offered 1 out of every 4 people, okay? And then 12 of 30 people accepted. So let's say, for example, 12 over 30 is a what close rate? A 40% close rate. That's a little bit high. So imagine we tried to offer all 120 people. Maybe we don't even offer all 120. Maybe we only offer 90% of that. So let's just say times 0.9. That's 108 offers instead. And we're probably not going to close at the same 40% close rate, but let's say we even decrease that to 30%. That's a whole 10% decrease. Now we have 32 total contracts signed. And if we keep that same rate, okay, so if we sign 12 contracts, 8 of them close, what is that? That's it's 2/3, right? So if we multiply this by 66%, we would have 21 closed deals. And if we kept our assignment fee at $15,000, it would be how much revenue for the month? $320,000 revenue divided by $20,000 marketing spend, and it's a 16x ROAS. So the only tweak we have to make here, and everything else can become even less efficient than it already is. It can become worse. The only tweak we have to make is the leads contacted to offer made. That's the first one. Okay, next month, we have a 5x ROAS. So 12,000 spent, 60K total revenue. Cost per lead, $60. Total leads, 200. Leads contacted, 180. Offers made, 40. Contracts signed, 18. Closed and sold deals, 6. And then average assignment fee was 10K. Well, there's two big ones here. One, again, our offer rate is horrible. We're only offering, how many people are we offering? So out of 180 people we offer, well, or out of 180 people, right? So 40 over 180, we're only offering 22% of people, okay? We're only offering 22% of people. So that's still kind of bad. But what's even worse is we have a 66% fallout rate. So we have to sign 3 contracts in order to sell 1 deal, right? So all we need to do in this scenario is make sure we're getting deals at a deeper discount. Because what we're doing right now is we're doing these small assignment fees. We're doing these small assignment fees, and we're not getting deals sold because we're actually in too high on price. So our goal would be to shoot for, instead of a minimum 10K assignment fee, we're going to be shooting for a minimum of 30K because our underwriting is bad. So we're going to try and triple this, right? Now, this might cut our close rate in half to 3% or to 3 deals. Or sorry, this might cut our close rate, right? This might cut our close rate, contract signed rate down in half. So let's say 9 contracts signed out of 40. So that would take our close rate down to 22.5%, which still is not bad. Okay? So if we have 40 leads and we close 9 of them, but now we're getting up to a 75% contracts to close deals rate, right? So now we have 9 deals, and we're going to multiply that by 0.75. It's 6.75 deals. Now, we did that by trying to increase our deal to 30K, but our underwriting's bad. So our deal's probably going to end up around 15K. So we're going to multiply that by 15K, and you now have $101,000 revenue, which is close to like an 8 to 9, maybe close to a 10x ROAS. Okay? The next one here. So we have $8,000 spent marketing and $100,000 revenue. So that's a 12.5x ROAS. Really solid. CPL, $80. Total leads, $100. Leads contacted, 95. Offers made, 70. Contract signed, 25. Closed, sold deals, 5. Okay, guys, this is not horrible everywhere else. The issue is this. The closed, sold deals, the contract signed. We have to lock up 5 contracts to close 1 deal. But if our average fee is $20,000, it's probably not an underwriting issue. It's a Dispo issue. So we need to focus and build out a team or build out better systems and processes to at least double this. Because if we're locking up 25 deals and the average is 20K, it's not the assignment fee it's bad. It's not the underwriting that's bad. It's the fact that our Dispo process sucks. So what we should be doing is focusing solely on the Dispo process. And if we can get 10 of those deals to close, we take our revenue to $200,000. Underwriting is not bad here. It is simply a Dispo process issue. Next, $15,000 ad spend, $108,000, 7.2x ROAS. Cost per lead, $150. Total leads, $100, or total leads, 100. Leads contacted, 60. Offers made, 20. Contracts signed, 10. Closed deals, 9. So our close rate from offers to contract is 50%. 50%, that is literally insane. So that means we need to offer way more people. We need to offer way more people, and we need to try to shoot for a bigger fee because we shouldn't be closing 50%. The optimal range is like 30 max. I'd be really shooting for like 20 to 25%, right? So if we can get this, and this is still a big drop off, it's only a 60% contact rate, but if we have 20 offers made out of 60, so that's only 1 out of every 3 people we're offering. If we can double this to 40, right? We can double this to 40. We take our close rate down to 30. That's 12 deals. Okay? If we get 12 deals, 90% of them will close. So 11 deals. 11 deals close. And now we have 11 deals at 12K, and we take our profit to $132,000 for the month, right? Yeah, 11 deals times 12K, $132,000 for the month. 11 closed deals. Okay. Last one, scenario 5. Marketing spend, 25,000. Total revenue, 160,000. What's our ROAS? 6.4x ROAS. Cost per lead, 125. Total leads, 200. Leads contact, 190. Really good job. Offers made, 150. Contracts signed, 40. Sold, closed deals, 24. Okay, so here's 2 things wrong. Our assignment fee is way too low, and we have a 50% fallout rate. We need to increase this assignment fee. So I can tell it's a sales process issue here, because we're not being able to assign deals because we don't have enough spread on the deals. So it's a sales process issue, right? Because we're not locking the deals up low enough, and we're not getting the sellers deep enough, okay? We're getting a bunch of contracts signed, but it's because we're not making any money on the deal. We're basically giving them market value. So we're doing way too many deals with not as much revenue. It's what we did. If we can increase this to a minimum of 15,000, right? We increase that to a minimum of 15,000. Say we're getting a lower contract rate. So say our close rate goes down to 20%. So we only get 30 contracts signed, right? So 30 contracts signed and 15 of them closed. We have a 50% sold rate, even though I'd want to fix this. But since we're getting a bigger deal size, we're going to have more spread. So we're going to increase this a little bit. So we only get 30 contracts signed, but we're going to have the same amount of deals closed. We can take that to 20 deals closed at 15K, and that's $300,000 a month, all because the sales process is messed up and we're not getting discounted enough deals. Guys, the numbers tell the story of your business, and if you can analyze them correctly, you can make one tweak and scale tremendously and become way more profitable. It's all about the numbers, guys.
In theory, wholesaling sounds simple and extremely profitable, but I promise you, it is nowhere near as easy as it looks. It personally took me 5 months of cold calling 12 hours a day, every single day, in order to get my first deal. Over 4 months of rejection, making $0, and wondering if this is even worth it. You're gonna get cursed out by sellers who think you're a scammer, spend hours copying properties and structuring offers to just have sellers ghost you, set appointments where people are no-showing 60% of the time, and send contracts that fall through at the last minute because you didn't handle objections correctly. So if you want to potentially save yourself months of trial and error and tens of thousands of dollars lost, so you can get results as fast as possible, book a free strategy call with me with the link in the description. On that call, we'll personally lay out the next 90 days for you based on your market, your budget, and your situation. I'll start your business with you, identify your biggest bottlenecks, and fix exactly what we need to in order to make sure you're closing consistent deals. And if you're a good fit, we'll offer you the opportunity to work with me one-on-one, where I will personally hold your hand through your first few deals, give you all of my scripts, systems, calculators, plug you into my network of over 5.8 million cash buyers, and make sure you're set up for long-term success. So book that call from the first link in the description, and I'll see you soon.